Cause any minute now. Cause any minute now. 한숨도 못 자던 네 꿈 밖으로 답이 쏟아지는 그대여 이제 외로운 나요 못 알아줘도 rain star 파란새보다 멋지고 찬란한 그댄 꼭 승리할 거야 나도 있잖아 rain star yeah 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 whoa yeah yeah yeah
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Ten of the world's best teams have fought their way to Seoul, but the battle has only just begun. Over the next 2 weeks, you'll see storied veterans and explosive new talent face off in a legendary esports arena. They'll be after the trophy, the glory, and a chance to put their mark on this sport. Hello and welcome to day one of Game Changers Championships 2025, coming to you live from the historic Lowell Park in Seoul, South Korea. I'm Doug, and here to kick off this event with me are none other than Potter and Dryad. It is so good to be able to work this test with you two. Dan, is this your first time here in Korea?
It is not my first time. I was here last year for champs,
okay.
But this is a little different. And I love Game Changers, and I love Korea, so I feel like it's just like we put both of them together to have this event. I'm so excited.
It is a little bit more special this time, isn't it?
It's so special. Not only is this my favorite event of the year, but I've always watched esports events being held in Korea from afar, just being so jealous, waiting for my moment. So this is a dream event for me, the land of my people. So I'm honored to be here.
It's a pleasure to be here. We've got a ton of action coming to you guys throughout the next, 2 weeks of all these teams and all these matches. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, before we get into the details, let's get a high-level view of GCC and get a lay of the land, courtesy of Mimi herself.
It's here, the final event of the 2025 Game Changers Series, the 2025 VALORANT Game Changers Championship. Before it kicks off on November 20th, here's what you need to know. All roads lead to Seoul, South Korea's premier esports destination, Lowell Park, where teams will compete for the crown and title of Game Changers Champion. Teams earn their spots by winning major events, collecting the highest number of circuit points within their regions, or winning last chance qualifiers. The tournament will host representatives from North America, EMEA, APAC, CN, Brazil, and Latin America. So no matter where you watch from, you'll see someone from your neck of the woods go off on a global stage. Here's how it's gonna work. From November 20th through the 30th, the qualifying 10 teams will head into a double elimination best-of-3 bracket. The top seeds from EMEA and North America will get a bye into the second round based on the strength of their region and historical performance. Teams will compete through the tournament bracket until the showdown between upper and lower bracket finalists, where matches will switch over to a best-of-5 format. And it's all decided. On November 30th, we'll see the final 2 teams go the off to find out who will clutch the crown as the next Game Changers champions. To learn more about the 2025 VCT Game Changers Championship, check out ValorantEsports.com and follow us at Valorant Esports for further updates. Good luck to all the competitors, and we'll see you make history in Seoul.
As the award-winning esports analyst of the year, Mimi mentioned, we've got a 10-team double in bracket. I had to get that in there.
You had to.
I had to. I got to gas her up. We've got a 10-team double elimination bracket with squads from all of the regions. And I think when you think about the year and what all these players go through, Potter, this feels like the perfect cherry on top as a culmination for the year.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all these teams have been preparing for this one moment, just looking at it, the North Star. And yeah, I'm excited to see what these teams are bringing up. We've got a new map pool. We've got a bunch of changes. So all these teams, they've been refining their game plan coming into this event.
And for some of these teams, it's been a little bit of a different journey as well. For example, for the first time ever having an LCQ where we saw 3 teams battle to see who was going to be the next America's representative and seeing MIBR make it through. And on top of that, for China, for example, they only had 1 stage. Now they have a little bit more throughout the year where they were able to complete. So So you're adding these little things that makes this for sure the game changers we've seen yet.
Yeah, I feel like this is hitting a boiling point at just the right time. Today we are going to be kicking things off with Ninetales taking on Nova, and then later on today we've got MIBR versus Giant X. The winner of these matches too, they've already got their work cut out for them, because if you survive this match, this opening match of the tournament, you've got G2 goes in and you've got Shopify Rebellion Gold waiting for you on the other side. That's a daunting outlook there, Potter, or Dryad, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's everybody's kind of having their different approaches throughout.
Yeah.
So you have a G2, for example, that they're always that scary team to face, but the mentality that the team has, because of you listen to them in the press conference, you listen to what they've been saying on social media, is, we're trying to have fun, not get ahead of ourselves, take it one step at a time, and I feel like no matter what team it is, that's the mentality you need to have.
Yeah, Potter, how are you even approaching this match knowing that that's what's waiting for you on the other side? Do you even have time to think about it?
No. I mean, it's one day at a time, and job's not done, right? Don't get it too ahead of yourself. But certainly, you have to be able to take out every team in order to win. And I don't think any team is coming to this event not wanting to win. So surely, you've got to be prepared to face off against everyone. And when I look at those Shopify and G2, all these teams coming to this event, they all feel like they've made the right upgrades to be able to take the crown this time around. So it's a tall task.
I mean, all roads lead to Seoul, or so they say. That brings us to today's Mastercard fan poll. We want to know if you think Shopify Rebellion Gold, our defending champs, will pull off the three-peat. Scan the QR code on your screen to cast your vote. Let us know whether or not you think that will be the case. And while you're at it, let us know who you're rooting for with the hashtag VCT Game Changer, so we can feature you on the broadcast. Dan, I know that you've had a little bit of time to think about this. I'm presuming you've also scanned the QR code and gotten your vote in. So do you want to share with the class what your expectations are?
I would love to share with the class who I think is going to win. And I'll tell you right away, Nova is going to win the event. Now, let me explain really fast.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
China is a region that always joins a little bit late for the event. So you guys remember that famous EDG team that won champs last year? How many years did they have until they won? 2. How many years has China had until this year? 2. That's all I have to say.
Dan's cooking.
Nobody's winning it all. Nobody's winning it all.
I don't know that I'm willing to follow you there, but it feels like, you've put together a very compelling argument. It feels like you've been sitting on this one for a little bit.
I'm always right, so I'm not really worried about it.
Listen, on top of scanning the QR code and getting in your Mastercard fan poll, I have a special message for you procrastinators out there. Get your GCC pick'ems in right frickin' now. The brackets are about to be closed, and literally as soon as we get through this pre-show segment, you will lose your opportunity to get your pick'ems in. So go ahead and do that right now. You see the what's up for grabs if you get your pick'ems in. So go ahead and do that. You've got titles, you've got gum buddies, you've got the fact to brag at your friends and let them know that you're better than they are, and you can predict things better than they can. So there's a lot to be excited about. And speaking of which, Game Changers is always an exciting event, and this year will be no different, because we've got the biggest patch in what feels like the history of the game potentially going on here. I mean, we've covered duelists, sentinels, controllers, initiators, the way guns work. I mean, everything got hit, and I don't know that we've ever had so groundbreaking a change as we have in this patch, Potter.
Yeah, it's definitely changed the entire landscape. Towards the end of this year, all the teams, not only are they changing comps, but it seems like every team, they're double dipping. I mean, you can't just have a duelist that's only good at duelists anymore. They've got to be a little bit of an initiator, maybe a little bit of a controller. So it seems like every team, they're really trying to get max value out of every agent right now.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the compositions and how that may play out. Dan, are you expecting, one of the big hot buttons was the change to initiator utility. Are you expecting rounds to slow down, to speed up, or what are your thoughts on that? What's your take?
Absolutely. I think a lot of these rounds will slow down for some of the teams, but there's 2 different approaches, it seems like right now. A lot of teams wanting to opt for that double duelist, kind of faster plays, faster side hits, and then some that are maybe a little bit of a double controller, trying to find your timings, trying to create that space around the map. So that's kind of what I'm expecting for this tournament. But something that we know about game changers as well is that players are explosive. They like to run it down. So I think it's going to be the first one for them.
Sure. Potter, I want to pick on you here a little bit, given that, you're going through scrims and everything like that already. How have you seen some of this play out in your scrims so far?
A lot of double duelists, you know. I think it's a little bit of it with the changes for sure, but Champs inspired so many people to run the double duelists, and it gives you a little bit of wiggle room, right? The double initiators, you really have to be synergized, and you have to have perfect communications at times, and especially with these changes, 60-second cooldown, you've got to make that utility count. So the double duelist, it gives you a lot of breathing room. It gives you that wiggle room to be able to make a little bit of mistakes, and because duelists are so self-sufficient, they can make an audible, a different change of plans in a split second. So it gives you a little bit more wiggle room. So I'm definitely expecting to see the double duelists. I mean, we've seen 5 duelists locked in this event in years past. So I think double duelists is going to be the flavor for this event.
Yeah, there's a really good chance we see double duelists. There's also, I mean, we got to address Veto, right? The composition elephant in the room, the newest addition to the Valorant roster. Dryad, are you expecting to see Veto in some compositions early on in the tournament, or no?
I would say no, but I'm pretty sure we will see it. Like right off the bat, I would say no.
You hedged your bets. You can't have both.
But yes, we will see it.
Okay.
We will see it for sure.
Potter?
I think so. I mean, Veto is it slots in really well for chamber maps. So if there's any teams at this event that already like to chamber on, let's say an Abyss or a Sunset or a Pearl even, Bind, these are the maps that Veto looks pretty decent on, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, we just saw a little bit of Veto at another event that just took place a couple of days ago, so there's good reason to expect that Veto will make an appearance. Let's talk about the map pool, because that's something that's changed as well. We've got Abyss and Pearl joining in the rotation, and both of those maps have had a couple of a facelift, so to speak, on a couple of different sites. I think, Dan, I want to go to you first as we touched on Abyss, but I want to zoom in on Pearl in particular. How are you expecting some of this to play out with the changes that we'll see here in just a moment?
I do really like the changes on Pearl, and also I want to say, every time I think about Pearl, I think about EG. Like every single time
We're just saying that because you're right there.
For these changes. There's a lot of angles that you're going to be able to hold a little bit better on the defense, and in general, the way that these late rounds as well are going to be able to play, it's. I mean, I've always been a fan of this map in general, so I feel like this was fitting for a slight change that we needed for sure on the site.
Yeah, I have to agree. I keep thinking about all the Pearl matches that EG has played over the last couple of years.
I always think about it.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. It's definitely a love-hate relationship with this map, but I love the changes on both these maps, Abyss and Pearl. The B bomb site, you can see it right now. This change right here behind this slant wall has changed the entire dynamic of the post plants over on this site. In years past, I mean, you weren't willing to take the duel in the site. There just wasn't enough cover. But that small change, that slant in the wall, the attackers, they're willing to do a 3-2-1 countdown and fight the defenders on the retake. So the entire post plant has changed, a lot more duely, a lot more scrappy.
Yeah, I think we're seeing some of that on Abyss as well. On B, with the introduction of new box and just different geometry to have to fight around the site. So between the gun changes, the utility changes, the controller changes, the map changes, and all the other stuff that I'm likely forgetting about right now, we've got a really good tournament set up for us for the rest of the week. Now, we've done a pretty good job at setting the table. We know, or at least we think we know, what to expect. Now it's time for our analysts, you two, to make some preds. We've got another edition of 90-50-10. A very quick explainer on how this will go. Potter and Dryad are going to make some percentage predictions, and they're going to go from incredibly safe to scalding hot. And so, Potter, I want to start with you. Give me your 90% prediction. This is like, you're willing to bet money that this will take place.
This one's easy. This one's easy. 90% chance that somebody's going to mention the height difference between Dan and I. It'll be on Twitch chat. It'll be on Reddit.
We're sitting down.
Do you want a quick, go ahead
Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Come here. I'm not even in the frame. They've had to zoom out completely.
And I have like the biggest shoes as well. The biggest shoes that I've ever worn.
Well,
so that's the 90%.
And if that wasn't going to happen before, it certainly will now.
It's definitely going to happen now.
You've secured it now.
That's why I put it in the 90%.
And I love it every time. I love it every time.
All right, give me your 50-50
50%. This one, I think it's pretty likely EU will not make top 4 this event.
Top 4?
Top 4. You know, in 24, even last year, G2 barely scraped by. They barely got that 3rd place. I'm thinking this event, they're not going to make top 4.
Really?
The entirety of the EMEA region.
I can kind of see that. They're definitely struggling. I mean, you obviously think about G2 and how famous they are, how they were able to win that first championship, but they were not able to win stage 1 and stage 2 this year. So they have been struggling a little bit. I think they can absolutely make it, but it's not going to be easy.
I mean, they're land merchants. Maybe I'm putting too much faith in Mimi and Petra to carry them to the promised land. That feels like a pretty wild one for me.
It is well-placed faith, but it's going to be tough. My 10% is I'm excited about this one.
It's got to be good.
10% Ninetales is going to use the momentum of being the hometown, use the hometown buff. They're going to make a deep run in this event.
When you say deep run,
I mean deep run as far as semifinals.
Semifinals?
Yeah, I'm saying it. Semifinals, Ninetales. Let's go.
I mean, that's a hot take.
It is a hot take, but it's at 10%. So
yeah, I guess that's how the game works. All right, Dryad, hit me with your 90.
90% chance a Brazilian team will make the final. I feel like it's easy. We've seen it now 2 years in a row. We saw Liquid doing it in 2023. We saw MIBR doing it in 2024. Now we have both of the teams in this event. I feel like it's very likely. They do look the strongest. They're incredible mechanically as well. They look confident. Everything is giving me they're gonna make the finals. And I already said Nova was gonna win, so I can't say they're gonna win. But you know, it can be in between them.
Okay.
So that was my 90%. Okay. I'm super confident in it. Then my 50% is that SRN will get an ace on their opening match. So I'm really Brazil pilled right now.
You are. But I mean, so far, I'm not like offended by anything you've said. That feels,
like
sure. I'm willing to follow you there.
It's super easy to get, but SRN is a very insane player we just talked about.
Right.
So I feel like it's a good 50-50.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Now give us the offensive one. Give us the 10%er.
My 10% is that I won't fangirl over every with dyed hair.
Yeah, I'm not.
So you will or you won't?
Well, 10% chance that you won't.
That I won't, because obviously
you will.
I will.
Right.
Okay.
I think we do. I think it's obvious. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Love that.
Let's get into our opening match of the day and talk about Ninetales, the hometown team. They've been on an absolute heater this entire year. I mean, 21 match win streak in a row. They won their splits in May and July, and they've got their very first GCC appearance here today. Does this, Potter, does this team sniff of upset potential to you?
They do. They really do. And you know, that 21 win streak that you mentioned, I know that looks really good on paper. I'm glad that they actually lost a couple matches right after that earlier on. It would have been devastating for a team like that to come into this event with, I'd say, false confidence and thinking that they're on top of the world, undefeated. But no, they've lost. They got brought back down to reality, and they've had time to refine their game plan and go back over the drawing board and kind of fix what went wrong and losing in the grand finals like that. So I think for Ninetales, it's only up from here.
Yeah, that does look good in a tweet, though. I mean, all that green.
I mean, that's all you need to know.
Impressive.
Just don't worry about what happened after. They were 21-0. Now they're 22-2, so it's still pretty impressive. And I also really like the idea that we have a full Korean team. We've never had that before in Game Changers, and it's also in Seoul. It was just perfect timing. Before, in the history of Game Changers, we've only had 2 Korean players. In 2022, we had Festival that everybody loved from Fennel.
Right.
Last year, we had Serena as well from Zeta. So only 2 players to now 2025 a full team in Seoul is just, it feels like it seems like it was perfect timing. It seems like a dream for them for sure.
Yeah, it seems like fate in a lot of ways. You guys saw it there on your screen just a couple of moments ago, also owned by NTZ. So there's a lot to be excited about here as you take a look at this roster. You got 332, which I'm going to let you, Potter, be the one to go ahead and pronounce that for us. The correct way to say that name, because I know I would butcher it.
Yeah, as far as I know, the player 332, she's okay with being called 332, but the Korean way to say it is Samsam-i.
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 Okay.
We'll try.
Yeah, one of the players that we are going to talk about, one of the players that we are going to keep an eye on. But the other player I want to talk about right now is Donna, 16 years old.
Wild.
I feel older and older every single event I do. 16 years old.
You and me both, Doug.
Top fragging in this event. The numbers, Dryad, that Donna's putting up are, I mean, unbelievable.
She is insane and the youngest player that we have this event. Like you said, 16 years old, and for farming the way that she's been doing, she's an incredible operator player, but it feels like very, very comfortable. And it was also a player that the team didn't really have right off the bat when this team was formed. It was a little bit after stage 1, added in between like stage 1 and playoffs where you see Dana come through, and I feel like it was one of the greatest pickups we've ever seen.
It absolutely was, and you love to see the young Zoomer fearless style that you see here emoting in the player cams, but she does it in the server as well. Can I do what?
Can you emote?
Can you hit the emote? I thought you scanned over that on purpose, but then you doubled down, and so I was like, all right, that's the bet you made.
No, we're focusing on Donna right now because, but she's incredible. She's incredible, and you know that fearless Zoomer style approach, that perspective, you love to see it translated in the server, and that's absolutely what she does. She runs it down, and she plays intelligently off of her initiator's utility really well.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of need that, right? When you're that young, you can afford to just kind of play like you've got nothing to lose, because the truth is Donna doesn't. Let's talk about the team that Ninetales will be facing off against, and that is Nova, our sole representative from the CN region. They're making their GCC debut today, and Potter, I want to go back to you here. There's a lot of youth on this. There's a lot of experience on this roster as well, but a lot of people are excited about this Nova roster.
Oh, so excited, and that experience you talk about, we've got to point to Shirazi, the one with the beautiful hair. She stands out, and she stands out in the server as well, not just because of her mechanical prowess, but she's a veteran. She's been a part of so many different iterations of rosters, and making it here to the big stage. Even this year, I mean, her teammates of year past, they're not here, but she is. So she's putting her money where her mouth is, and on a new squad, her aura that she has on the stage is absolutely bleeding over to players like Clem as well.
Yeah, I mean, this may be Nova's debut, but Dryad, let's zoom in a little bit more on Shirazi here, because as Potter mentioned, no stranger to the global stage, has been around a couple of times and has some impressive accolades to show for it. I feel like that's exactly what you need to introduce to a roster like this to really kind of put the last puzzle pieces together.
So not only does she have really, really cool hair, she's also amazing. Like, she's such an insane player. You see in the grand finals, you see throughout the year, and it was also a big risk for her this year because she moved to China, and she talked about all those challenges that she had to face, whether it's the language or, you know, moving to a different city, moving by yourself for the first time ever. There was a lot of things that she had to do, and I talked to her a little bit. She talked about how that has really helped her out to be even more motivated, and also the fact that not everybody's talking about China right now when it comes to game changers. This is the perfect opportunity for them to show what they got, and that is what they're so excited about.
Hey, you mentioned there are a couple of different teams that Shirazi has played for, and this is not really a first time for Shirazi whatsoever. I think the path that Shirazi has taken over these 3 years, Potter, is really freaking impressive, because if you've been watching and you've been keeping up with the GCC scene for the last couple of years, Shirazi is a constant every single time.
Constant, and she was a part of that roster, the 5 duelist lock-in on SMG in 2023, and so that's what made her and her previous teammates stand out, because they ended up winning that match. So curveball after curveball, either way, Shirazi, she's able to execute when it matters, and that sort of aura, that sort of consistency, it translates to her teammates. And as I mentioned for Clementine as well, she wasn't even here last year. She wasn't able to qualify, but this time around, this year, they were able to beat ALGS, who beat them last year, and take the crown. And so that's what they're here in Korea for this time. So I'm excited to see Shirazi being able to activate her teammates, and I'm excited to see Clementine execute.
Yeah, I mean, I casted that 5 duelist match, and I remember looking at Athena just like, surely this is a mistake, right? There's no way
gonna remake this
is real, but I mean, that's kind of how it played out, and it was easily one of the most memorable moments in GCC history. You mentioned, Potter, a player in Clem that's also come to this roster, so I want to talk about Clem a little bit here, as again, Shirazi, ever
the GOAT.
Yeah, ever the GOAT, easy to root for, easy to rally behind. But yeah, let's zoom in on Clem, because Clem came over from EDG and has become an insane duo alongside Shirazi.
Yeah, and they talked about it a lot in the press conferences they had yesterday. Shirazi was asked about Clem, and she constantly is talking and saying great things about Clem, how Clem is seen as the greatest duelist that China has, and it's kind of a privilege to be able to play together in this team. You have the perfect balance where sometimes you're going to have this double duelist where Shirazi is going to be on the Yoru, or sometimes it's going to be Shirazi on that Sentinel role, and it's going to be a Clem that is running it down. I feel like this team has really found a balance between, you know, that aggression that they can bring sometimes, but also slowing it down and relying on those, how good the players are when it comes to individual plays.
Do we think people are sleeping on Nova here a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, They're winning it all.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
right. I shouldn't be asking you this. You've made that clear. Potter, directed at you. Do you feel like people are maybe sleeping on Nova a little bit here?
I think they are, and it makes sense, right? Because China and Nova and Clem in particular, whether she was on EDG in 23, last year it was ALGS, they haven't done as well on the international stage. They just haven't had as much experience. But you mentioned it, Doug, Clem, she's been frying in China. Her stats are out of this world. Her last best of 5, I think she had 40 plus more kills than the next one below her. So she is farming. She's farming. And I'd love to see that translate on the international stage. It's going to be tough. But as Dryad mentioned, that Yoru on Shirazi, I think hand in hand, it's going to be nuts.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about this dynamic duo, and I actually had the opportunity to sit down with them earlier in this week and have a chat with them. So take a listen. Hey, what's up, guys? I am here with Nova's Clem and Shirazi, and I'm gonna have the opportunity to ask them a couple of questions and find out what this duo really likes with a fun little game we like to call Playing Favorites. This game is pretty simple. Shirazi, I'm gonna start with you. I'm gonna ask you 2 things. I want you to tell me which one you think is better. Pretty straightforward, right? Pretty simple. What do you think is the better weapon, the judge or the operator?
Definitely operator.
Operator, okay. There was consensus over there from Clem. That felt pretty good. All right. Operator or sheriff?
Sheriff.
Sheriff. Okay. Okay.
You wanna argue that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little surprised by that as well. Okay. The sheriff, wait, which sheriff? Surely you have like a sheriff skin.
The singularity.
The singularity one?
Yeah, it's the best skill.
All right, so singularity sheriff or the katana melee.
Singularity.
Okay. Singularity sheriff or vandal.
Vandal.
Which one?
I think the Champs 2022.
Okay. All right. The Champs Vandal or the Marvel?
Champs.
Yeah, the Champs Vandal. I agree with that. The
Vandal is like all the way up
right.
here.
Yeah, it's not even close. All right, Clem. What about you? Let's go down the maps road. All right. This one's going to be a little bit more controversial, I'm sure. Abyss or Pearl?
Obvious.
No, you don't mean that. You mean that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Actually, I like the Abyss now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a great rework.
Oh yeah, I guess it did just rework the map,
Yeah.
didn't it? Or at least be. Okay. All right, Abyss or Bind?
Obvious.
Now I'm offended. That one hurts. I love Bind. You
No,
agree?
I agree.
You still?
I hate Bind also.
I hate. We
hate
Bind.
We hate Bind.
We all hate Bind.
Abyss or Corrode?
It's a hard question.
I don't know.
I would
what
choose
do.
Abyss.
Abyss still?
Yeah, Abyss.
Okay. Abyss or Sunset?
Oh, Sunset.
Sunset?
Really?
Yeah. I like our comp.
Ah, okay. It's a comp diff. That's what's going on. All right, last question for you then. Sunset or Haven? Haven's a classic. Haven's an OG.
Yeah, Haven is classic. Haven.
Yeah? You surprised as well,
I
Shirazi?
disagree. Haven, for me, is such a hard map to play because like there's 3 sites, and then Sunset is like much simpler. So
Haven is easy for me. Easy.
Well, hopefully the both of you find success on Sunset and on Haven and on every map. Thank you guys so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah, and good luck on your matches this event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The aura that both of those exude is really just insane. I mean, Clem in particular, and Shirazi both. I don't even know. I feel like both of them are just they're just that guy.
What was that? What was that plushie that they had with somebody's face? Wait, I didn't see the face.
I didn't see it either. I saw it and I didn't know who it was, and
I love them though.
Yeah.
Whatever
They're both
doing.
great.
Yeah, they're great.
Hopping on board.
All right, let's talk about the Mastercard fan poll. Earlier today, we asked you if you thought Shopify Rebel and Gold would be able to walk away with the three-peat, or if somebody would dethrone them. And the results are in. We'll take a quick look, and that feels pretty resounding of a yes. 66% say that the three-peat's coming. That sounded really good, by the way. The ASMR for the Red Bull can opening, quite nice.
I've got to go with the Red Bull because I agree. The three-peat, it's secured. I mean, I'm a fan. I did vote, and I'm a part of that 66%.
Not me.
It's kind of
you.
It is kind of hard to. Oh yeah, right, Nova.
Yes.
Right. Well, all right. Speaking of that, Nova, let's talk about talent predictions. Let's bring those up and see where the two of you and where the rest of us really fell in on this. There was Oh no.
Just me is crazy, by the way.
Wow, everyone's on board with the
Nova is
hometown buff.
crazy.
I think the one big takeaway here is that nobody was cursed and there was no everybody picking the same team, and so everything should be okay.
I can't believe, I actually thought some other people would pick Nova.
Really?
But that makes it even better because I'm the only one who's gonna be right.
You're so edgy. You're a hipster, Dan.
And you're like leaning into it with confidence too. That's crazy. Anything surprise you here, Potter?
I'm surprised. I think everyone going with Ninetales, that's a little surprising to me, but you know what? Hometown buff, momentum, snowballing in this game, it's a huge thing, so it makes sense.
Our squads are ready to take the stage, and we are ready to kick things off with Ninetales versus Nova. Day one of Game Changers Championships 2025 starts right now.
오늘 아침 서울의 기온은 20도 안팎을 보이며 우파하겠습니다. 그리고 드디어 그들이 도착했습니다. 그리고 곧 크게 한 방 보여줄 텐데요. 우리는 지금 게임 체인저의 시대를 살고 있습니다. This is where stars go off.
Back-to-back chance, take one.
Going for the three-peat, there's a lot of pressure for sure, but I feel comfortable. We've been here twice before now, so if anything, we have a lot of experience on our side. Should I keep going?
When I was kicked out of Liquid, I thought my world had fallen. But I had fire in my eyes.
Eu acho que nos outros anos eu tava querendo pular muitas etapas. Mas eu acho que primeiro eu preciso ir passo a passo. E um desses passos é ganhar um Game Changers Championship. The first Game Changers Championships feel so far away. Being here now, it's a feeling that I want to reach again.
Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
Game Changers es el momento como para darse a conocer.
We're here to set a new standard.
Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
게임 강국인 한국에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 발로란트 어떻게 하는지 제가 알려드릴게요.
발로란트 게임 체인저스 서울. 당신의 포텐을 터뜨리세요.
We're unstoppable.
Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
Ninetales.
Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
Nova Esports.
Oh, baby, it's game day as we watch both of these teams take the stage for the opening match of Game Changers Championships 2025, and I would not have it any other way. You've got a lot of history, you've got a lot of experience. Dryad, you've got a lot of, just even the energy in the room. You can tell the players have arrived, they mean business, and they're here to play.
I am so excited to see this. A lot of the players, they don't really have a lot of LAN experience, especially not in front of a crowd, especially not in an audience and also in a legendary venue like this one. So I'm so excited to see them play. And I'm so excited for them to be standing up because they were doing that in their respective regions, so it's going to happen here as well.
I'm excited to see this map pool playing out because the energy you speak of, Doug, being able to have a comfort pick coming into this first series, debuting on the international stage, it's going to mean a lot. I know both teams, they float bind, they ban bind, and they both pick Abyss. So I'm curious. Oh, neither team banned bind.
Yeah, it ended up getting floated by both here in this OMEN map select. Again, we have Bind, Haven will be Nova's map pick, and then if needed, the decider will be Corrode. Any surprises here from you,
Absolutely.
Dryad?
I think the map of Bind is a surprise.
Yeah, that's what Potter was saying,
for both of the teams, especially in the grand final they took for Ninetales, this is a map that they were struggling a little bit with, and it was the map that they banned the most, even if they didn't have a permaban in the region. And it was a little bit of that same case for Nova. We saw in that interview that you had with them where you asked them about Bind, and they're like, we hate Bind, we hate Bind. So I don't know. Maybe it was a little play.
It probably was, but I'm excited to see it because I'm actually a fan of their bind. I love the fact that they lean on the breach. Nobody really plays breach on bind, but as I said, the double initiator Ninetales, I hope they lean heavily onto it coming to this event. Set up Donna to be able to have those frags. They use breach really well on this map, so I'm excited to see 332 on the Viper because the way that she gets space, insane on this map. So having that breach as a pocket pick really helps 332 run it down and get space.
Yeah, breach, you mentioned it hasn't really found favor amongst most teams in recent days, but it feels like a good breach has just so much agency in impacting rounds, both individually and then also setting up players around them, as you were just mentioning. We're just a couple of moments away from agent select between Ninetales and Nova here in this opening match of GCC 2025 from the historic Lowell Park in Seoul, Korea. Dryad, we talked about this earlier in the pre-show. Now that you know that we're starting off on bind, and now that you know what the rest of the map pool, will have for us, are you expecting a little veto, or does that not really fit the mold?
I'm going to say no for these teams. I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to say no for these teams and for these maps. So again, anything can happen. I feel like that first map of Bind is going to be the real test to see if they change a lot from what we saw in the regions, or if it's going to be remaining keeping things the same as we saw before.
Which you're probably expecting, right? Given some of the conversation we were having earlier, Potter, around how it feels like this is a surprising pick for both teams. Are you expecting something different?
I'm not. I hope not. I hope that Ninetales stick with the breach on this map. I hope that they've just refined their game plan. But, teams are kind of leaning on the double sentinel, and I'm using Astra as a kind of quasi-sentinel in this composition instead of the Brim. It's really not normal. We're not used to seeing it on bind, but the Astra and a sentinel, the veto that we're talking about, is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think being able to bust out a champ like that in a situation where, again, a debut for one of these two teams, there's a lot of youth, maybe, inexperience, some might even say.
A freshness.
Yeah, a freshness for both sides, and then to be able to make a statement right off the bat, I think will certainly make things interesting. We're seeing a little teaser there, or perhaps a little spoiler on the screen. It seems like a brim.
I see that Brimmy with the stimmy.
Yeah, a little brim will be hovered and presumably locked in on the side of Nova. Shirazi's a player that we mentioned earlier on. The veteran experience, if you're stepping onto the stage with some younger players around you for the very first time, Potter, if you're in Shirazi's seat here, what are you telling your team?
Just play like you practice, right? Sure, you're gonna have a little bit of nerves, and there's some fans that are here to give us our energy, but accept it and embrace it. I think just being okay with the nerves being there and letting your teammates know that it's normal, I think goes a long way.
Yeah, kind of feed off of that a little bit. We saw a little teaser of some agents that were hovered. I don't know that anything was quite locked in yet.
I saw for the 1 second I saw a sky, and I'm like, wait.
Sky?
I saw a sky.
But then I looked down, and then it was gone. So I'm not sure if it's real or if it's fake.
We're being lied to already.
And I didn't see anything else as well. One thing I want to say though for the set of Ninetales is that no matter what composition they play, I feel like one of the things that could be a difference maker for them to get the victory today is try to get more space. When I was watching, what they were doing in the region, something that they were lacking a little bit was to get a little bit more space on the defense, was on the attacking side as well. How aggressive you're going to get once you get that spike planted. How much space are you willing to take? I feel like that was something that was missing from them before. And when you're going against a Nova that like to do that, like to play aggressive, it is a must need if they want to get the win.
Yeah, and the last time that they played this map, Ninetales, at least for them, I stopped counting after 3 losses where they lost a 2v1 conversion, and they had every advantage to be able to convert those rounds. So I think for Ninetales, they should feel a bit of confidence coming in because those were rounds that on paper they should have won, and had they converted those, their bind record and how they feel about this map is probably completely different coming into this event.
So would you say that that's really the adjustment that they were probably looking at? I mean, when you've got so many little micro decisions happening that impact a round, you really are in a spot where 1, 2 calls a different way perhaps entirely change your outlook. Do you think that's what they were improving on heading into this?
Absolutely, and I hope that they don't overthink it and they just keep trying to keep it simple or simplified as much as they can so that they know that we were right there. It was right there for the taking, and they just fell a little bit short. And those clutches, the 2v1s, if you start overthinking those kinds of rounds, it just gets worse and worse, and you kind of build your own snowball to go the other way. So for Ninetales, I hope they keep it simple, and I feel like I just saw a breach, but I don't know. Now I'm thinking maybe they're just going to go.
The breacher.
I am,
You're just seeing
but
things
I feel
out.
like it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Dryad, to what Potter was just talking about earlier, it's got to be hard to convince yourself, to convince your team that we've got this pretty bad history with the map. But I promise you guys, if we just fixed one or these 2 little things, it might make a difference. We do have agents up right now. We are seeing the sky on the side of Nova, and it's being hovered. I don't think it's been locked in quite yet, but I am seeing a veto.
The Astra veto, they're doing it.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about earlier. How do you see those dynamics play out, Potter?
This is kind of a quasi-Fnatic comp here that we just saw at Chance with the Taeho coming into the mix. I love this comp. I'm a fan of it, but it requires a lot of synergy. But it makes sense for Ninetales. So instead of the breach, they're bringing in the Taeho to be able to give that cross-map help with the missiles. I think that the sky change, I am a fan. It's going to allow Ninetales to be a lot more mobile, take those TPs and fight towards that shower whenever they want. Both teams with the sky, that dog really changes that TP fight.
Yeah, you can crunch back showers. There are so many different things that you can do. You're absolutely right. I think we touched on the Taeho as well, another agent you don't see very often, but the Waylay being locked in, Dryad, for the side of Ninetales. Actually, it's all locked in now.
Yeah,
what do you make of the comp?
I'm so excited to see this. We talked about Dana and how aggressive she can be. We talked about 3-3-2 as well when she's playing a little bit of that lurker, when she's playing that Viper, how much space she's getting. So now it seems like they can find a balance between the two that we've really never seen before. They were talking about that they were cooking something, so now we finally get to see it. I'm so excited.
And the more and more I think about it, the more and more excited I'm getting for Ninetales comp. I love the fact that they're leaning on the Waylay for Donna. I think that they didn't have enough Waylay coming into a month ago in the qualifier, so I love that they're busting out the Waylay. I think Waylay is the sexy flavor of the month right now and probably the best duelist. So for Donna, she should be really comfortable on this agent.
But also, to be fair, on the side of Nova, even if this composition looks pretty simple, pretty standard for those individual picks, I feel like this is something that I would like for them to go with. We have to remember China in Game Changers, they have never won even one single map. So sometimes you just want to keep things simple and see if you can get that win that way.
And we've seen that composition, or at least a couple of different variations of it, have proven to be successful on the international stage. I think there's a lot of pressure that the deadlock can offer. So I'm really excited to see this play out. It's almost like old school versus new school on how this sets up. So I believe we are ready to go ahead and throw it to the casters. I am getting confirmation of that either which way. I believe we are, yeah. So as we think about these comps, again, we talked about the old school versus the new school, and we touched a fair amount on the veto and the Waylay and things like that, but we really didn't zoom in on the veto specifically. So, Potter, I want to go to you first. What do you make of the veto, and how does that work on the interaction, particularly alongside the Astra?
I think it's really interesting because both teams have a Sentinel. And on Bind, you don't even run Sentinels that often, at least in North America.
Yeah, sure, it's not common.
You run Bind without a Sentinel.
Right.
So both teams have a Sentinel. One has 1.5 Sentinels. So this on the defense, they're definitely going to, what we talked about before, the slow game, the slow changes in this new meta. We're probably going to see it here on Bind to start in this debut.
Yeah, I think Vito certainly adds a different wrinkle to the situation, and so we are ready indeed. The maps are locked in, the agents are locked in. All that's left to do is toss it over the casters. Mimi and Ender, take it away.
Thank you very much. We are going to be jumping quickly into the match here, Ninetales versus Nova, not wasting any time with an early fight into Sam. Clem already starting this walk-up, and it's Clem to take this fight up against Ever. This paint shell forces Ever out into the corner, and Nova will take the first kill of the tourney.
And that was the spike down. Only Full Moon to contain, so has to walk back in and await those long rotates from the other side of the map.
Great stall here over on B with forward deadlock wall as well, so that means Ninetales have to make some noise while Full Moon takes that kill on the B site. Things start to slow down here.
So now it becomes normal. Spike will be picked up, and time for Ninetales to work back in wherever they'd like. Getting that pick into Hookah is so big for them. Being able to not only even the odds, but recreate the question of where they've ended up. And with how they're posturing on the map, I'd expect pressure B and then TP back into that Vito late round.
Yeah, Samsami's Vito. We'll see if she can find anything through showers. But really, Ninetales have worked the clock down. We're under 40 seconds on the clock. Alyssa still has stall utility over on the B side as well. The wall can go up, Snakebite in the inventory too. So Ninetales need to be convincing, need to try and take out Alyssa here. As the stall comes down, we're on to 25 seconds now, and Ninetales have yet to do anything. They haven't created enough pressure on this side of the map, and finally, Samsami starts to work. Nova holding, still jumping. We're on 15 seconds now. This is crazy. And now the teleports come on through as the kill comes down. Ninetales don't have time to play this round. It's all winding down now with Icebox taking the offline. There's no time to even plant the spike. Absolutely no chance at all. Icebox finds 3. Can't quite get the 4th, but it's China's Nova to take the first round.
That is a ridiculous pistol round to start this tournament. Okay, what happened?
I mean, it started with this early pick, and then the map control just blew up.
Yeah. This skill I thought would be the easy way back in for Ninetales. So they get a freebie towards Hookah, they open up the map and get to play how they want, but they're so slow to actually apply that pressure towards B. They needed to be feigning that hit much earlier so they could bait out the utility and then kind of feign a second time before pivoting. Instead, they wait till the very last second and lose a round that could have been theirs.
So Ninetales on pistols now, and they're going to have to try and find some answers to the stall that Nova have. Of course, the forward deadlock wall this time put down on A is so good at stalling, and it's really interesting seeing Shirazi pick up that agent.
Yeah, Ninetales going to go full out showers, just trying to get a spike down, but look at this stall utility.
Exactly.
So much to keep you at bay from this defense.
The great net out from Shirazi. Now she can skirt around the left-hand side of this box and just mow down Ninetales. Keep things simple, and there's no chance for actually Ninetales to split into the site because the deadlock wall combined with this Viper Orb stall things out beautifully on the A side of the map.
It is really nice stuff. There's a lot of interesting things going on with the comps that got picked. Last time Ninetales played this map that Us was talking about it some, they were running a breach comp, which in itself is already a little unusual. Now they've completely changed their ways to lock in the Vito, lock in this Waylay as well, and I think we'll have a lot of time to talk about the Vito in the second half, where I feel like he is way more impactful. On the attack side, it's a lot more, I think it almost plays a little bit like a deadlock, where so much of your impact comes like if you can get this spike down, and if you can then use the util in the later rounds and stop a retake from coming in, or if you're like conditioning something at the very start. But he's definitely a little tougher to get consistent value out of on attack.
Yeah, maybe treat him more like a chamber, how you try to get some opportunities to get some lurks going, rather than play off of the actual powerful utility in the kit.
Yeah, those TPs are quite nice to be able to lurk up, have a quick rotate back towards your team.
It's worth taking a moment to slow things down for a bit here, because Ninetales, of course, getting to play on home turf here in Seoul. Already actually packed the stadium on day one to see them play.
First time a Korean team has made it to GCC and getting to do it in Lowell Park, the most iconic venue for esports in South Korea.
So, of course, winning this opener, putting up a big showing, resting in the stakes here as well as just setting yourself up nicely in the tournament. Very different story on the other side for Nova, where you'll recognize a lot of these names. You'd see Clem play on the big stage before, Shirazi as well. And yet, a Chinese team has never taken a map at a GC championship before.
But important to note, this player's not playing for China before. In this round, though, Shirazi already using Util, very stuck here.
Yeah, a little double dash from Dana. It makes things confusing, but Full Moon is there with a nice kill. Icebox to fire back from backside and then pressure into Lamps, but this Molly's a little bit too delayed, and as these shots come in, trading back and forth. Full Moon finds herself on limited HP. Eyes out from Heaven, and a snake bite to flush out bench. Nice shots from Full Moon there as well. I mean, beautifully working. The movement there is impeccable on the sky. Now Cheer left in a 1-on-2. And the star on the spike, making this bonus look nigh impossible. There comes the pull, and Cheer hoping that someone is going to swing her. Now forced to go for the half stick, but the stun is just picture perfect. Ninetales on the board.
First one for them. Ninetales, very nice just mechanics on display there. I want to look at these skills again. This was the opener. Shirazi definitely could have gotten something done, but the Waylay pulls the attention. And then it was all about Full Moon. We had 1 health for both these engagements, fighting back site. And this is the give or take of this team. Potter was talking about watching them play domestically and then losing an uncountable amount of 2v1s. They do that. They also win rounds like that, where they just send someone solo back site and kill everyone. Very aggressive team, very risky team in the way they like to play.
You'd have to be a little bit more controlled, I think, versus this defense-sided comp of Novas. It can be very hard to break this utility, so it's important to scout out in the early rounds, figure out where the deadlock's going to be set up. Right now, Nova have 3 stacked into the B side.
Shirazi has almost always used her wall at the beginning of these rounds, though.
Clem with an op in hand. Save through that, and now completely catches out Ever. This dog comes in a little bit too delayed. Even the paint shells cancel the dog, so a big piece of scouting utility now gone.
Ninetales are going to reset away from the op. Keep enough pressure with the sky to try and make it feel like there'll be a hit, but with how far forward Clem is posted, she's really not going to bite on this. There's still Deadlock Util and 2 players ready at A.
And the concern is that Nova could jump in the teleporter, so it's actually Full Moon still lurking on the B site while this exec gets underway on A. Utility pulled, and Haste has managed to slip into the site. Eventually, Ninetales are going to want to go back into Full Moon. That's a great pick. Now the teleports come on in, but Clem is still here. The shot goes just awry, but the second one connects. Clem now dancing around, but Dana shuts her out. And now 20 seconds left. It is just mayhem on the B site. There's lurks on the map, but the spike is down inside of the tube. And now Dana needs to do everything on her own. Haste is just not close enough to the rest of the team. It's another round where Ninetales get punished working late into the round, late on time. And this lurk just doesn't come soon enough.
It's going to continue to get more read into if you're trying to play like this. That's the second round that you're mentioning, where they're just calling late back into a lurk without any other options. Look at the utility that Nova has to stall. They're playing not only double controller, which is already like the standard on this map for good stall, but they're also adding the deadlock in. And that's essentially a full 3rd stall agent, which means even if they're playing slow like this, they need to be doing more kind of feigns into sites to bait that util out, or they're going to just run into the same utility in every late hit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm counting 1 agent on Nova's comp that doesn't have, like, traditional stall, and that's Sky. Yeah. And even then, you've got flashes to interrupt things and keep it complicated. So it'll be Ninetales here, choosing to call a timeout after falling down 1-3 early on.
Yeah, but I do want to take the moment to talk a little bit about Nova, because we did go right into this game. China has never won a map in GCC. We've had 2 events where players have shown up. You might know Clem from one of them when she was playing with EDG.
EDG, yeah.
But the rest of this team is pretty new. They were 2nd place to ALG last year, just barely missed out on the opportunity to represent China. But now they've come back in and they've stolen some players that GCC fans will be familiar with. Shirazi and Alyssa, both of who were on top teams from APAC, attending GCC. Shirazi especially has really been known as one of the veterans of that scene. So they thought, hey, we'll bring over these experienced players, we'll combine that with some of the young Chinese talent that we already have, and created a team that ran through China to qualify here.
Yeah, so fair to say that Nova have some of the highest expectations we've seen coming out of the region, coming into this tournament to close out the year here.
And what a pressure it is for Ninetales, the first Korean team to represent at one of these events, at home to open against them.
Now forced down onto the light by just a couple of sheriffs on the Vito and the Waylay.
You'll see Shirazi trying to be aggressive early rounds because you do get a refresh on that net. If you can use one early, get it again, it's good news for Deadlock.
Yeah, Ninetales couldn't really punish the suppression.
They're ulting for this.
And here we go. Donna wants something into the backside. Double dive on in, now slips on back. Sheer creating some pressure with Alyssa, and it's a good flash over the top. Nova running circles around Ninetales right now. Even with the Waylay ult coming down into the site. It's Samsami hiding over in elbow. Now cut down 3 kills for the Viper that round.
Interesting to try and invest the ultimate there. I think that they heard someone falling back into elbow, thought they could just get that double dive in and split the site players. Unfortunately, Nova had already fallen back very far here and were in a position where they were waiting for the hit to come through and they just needed the one flash to get back on the line and completely circumvent that utility.
And now, Mimi, my concern is with dropping that major ultimate into the equation, Nova now have a showstopper. They've got a Deadlock ult, a Sky ult coming in as well. So much power in this next round.
Oh, good. You've got a man who's immune to those ultimates. Well, they used that one this round. First time that I've really gotten to see a Vito in play for a VCT global event.
Yeah.
It's really the first debut of that agent.
I mean, we've got a new agent. We've got major changes to just about every single agent available.
Yeah, I could still use more side in the mix if possible.
Clem now thinking about stepping forward. And it's a great hold from Samsami. Gets that first kill, but still Ninetales not accelerating just yet. They want to regroup with numbers and punish back into the A side.
It's a good rotate from Nova, though. They'll pull 3 players over towards this A site. Shirazi has an ultimate, has her net available as well. There is still potent stall util on A.
Ninetales, once again, Donna into lamps. And Alyssa, who found 3 kills in the last round, about to be under immense pressure.
Spike planted.
Considering which fight she wants to take, is now Nova fully underway. Getting back into the site, Everlock's down in lamps. Nova only with 2 surviving. Samsami already evolved. Absolutely nothing they can do unless Icebox marches on forward.
But these players are now offside. It's the second phase of the post-plant stall with the missiles, with the pull. It's so hard to get onto that spike in time.
That smoke coming down, but that stall is still there. The fight on through. Samsami finds 3. And Full Moon gets the last. So Ninetales up to 2 now. And bounce back after a couple of tough rounds.
And they show a lot of patience that round. Just get walked into with the operator for a free opening pick. And that's what this comp is really built for. When they get in the post plants, it is so hard to beat them. Because you have players who are going to want to fight up, like the ult on display. Their first time, I think, we'll see in VCT, where that ultimate actually dodges you out on a Deadlock ult.
Just get to tank every single ability that's thrown at you.
Yeah. It's great into this comp because you have Deadlock, you have Raze, you have a Brim ult as well. All of those are just trying to kill you, and you're immune.
Yeah, it's just that simple. Vito is immune. The Ninetales, well, they've noticed that Clem loves to go for these early walk-ups. We've seen it in 3 of the 6 rounds so far. As Clem just taking a timing, not to be the case this round. Instead, Ninetales push forward down long B, grab up an orb for themselves, and feel great.
There's the use of the interceptor there. Throw it up while you're grabbing the orb to prevent a Sky Flash reclear play. You often see trap plays towards long there.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a hard counter.
Be fun to see how much more value that interceptor gets throughout the game on attack and defense. For now, Ninetales need to find some way back into the site. 4 players now move into B long, but a couple of sensors and the Viper wall, we've already said, is insane stall. No drone either forever, so can't shut down, suppress any players. And Alyssa, if you don't turn off her utility, is just going to absolutely carve you up. Now a showstopper comes down, Haste will fall, and teleports onto the other side of the map. 30 seconds left. Nova have decided not to play anyone left into A, so the spike should go down.
They already used all their Sky utilities, so no flash, no dog to clear back in. This is going to be a tough retake, even up numbers.
Spike planted.
Ollie's down, chewing away. Full Moon's feed, a great shot out of the sky. But Clem and Shirazi out of nowhere. 2 kills instantly. Now Donna in 1-on-3 cannot see it all the way through. Bit of heartbreak though to put Ninetales right back in it.
Man, any of these players, you put them in a position like that, can get it so close. This time, not the round though. And again, this is a round that is won or lost on stall util. Think about every time you've seen this Waylay dive. How many times has she actually stuck it? I think maybe once, if even that. She's almost always going into a player, being forced out. And because this is a solo duelist comp, there's no one else that can get through those smokes.
Yeah. You also saw like there's an Astra stun that's going down, but maybe the timing is just half a second too slow and allows Alyssa to get that first kill.
So I feel like against this stall, you need to see Donna pathing in a way where she's the one to get these openers.
Well, maybe see a bit of that this round. Tapping the orb, a little bit of bait there. As Ever moves 1 point away from the Armageddon.
Bit more forward deadlock util this round. A trap for Clem, and Hookah has support deep with a rifle as well. That is a potent setup.
Clem with the judge. Luckily for Ninetales, don't appear to be heading that way just yet, but Ninetales have played a lot for the lurks.
Yeah, and I think a part of that, like you were bringing up, is the constant fear of Clem going for a walk. They're just holding, hoping they can get a free opener, like they did in that previous round. Instead, they'll have to walk into this judge.
Ooh, this could be ugly. Especially with Full Moon making some noise over on the A side. Ever's Tejo drone is going B long, so there's not a great way of clearing out Clem. That's going to force Haste to really take their time.
The net primed as well.
I mean, again, the stall is just immense.
And out
Donna
she goes.
Backs away, and now the pressure onto Haste. That's an easy pickup of a rifle. No problems there, but the sight belongs to Ninetales. And now the second fight coming down into the site. Some spam through the wall. Clem under fire and getting pinched on the map as well. A turnaround from Clem, shut down by Full Moon. And the Armageddon flushing out spawn really delays the retake.
And that gives time for Full Moon, the second rifle, to arrive.
Cheer leading the charge. Now creeping out in the back of sight. Ever traded out and through the smoke. All of a sudden, Nova tie things up. 2-on-2 now. And Full Moon playing the one, gets inside tube! The spike is inside tube! Full Moon sprinting for it, but there's just not enough time! The kill is too late, and Nova advanced to 6.
That is a catastrophe for Ninetales. I don't know why they fall back so far.
Well, they plant inside the tube because they didn't have hookah control.
It's that setup at the beginning of the round, but the issue is when you're in that position already, they used the tail ult to fight towards CT. They needed to be following that up, get a player an elbow. Get a player forward towards spawn. Instead, they feel all this pressure coming and back away. I don't know if it was maybe like a miscommunication or something that they didn't think it was planted into, but either way, that is a horrible round to lose and puts them in a tough spot. Now down on an eco.
Donna diving on forward and that shorty.
Hey, those are the entries I want to see. Donna getting in there, not pulling back. Unfortunately, she couldn't pick up the gun, so still stuck with the shorty, having to do it again.
And yet with Clem falling, all of a sudden now the supporting staff have to take those forward lines. They can't have utility out in hand all the time. Have to have gun out and challenge the fight. So this could give an opportunity, whether it's the hero rifle on Full Moon or a nice shot from Haste Marshall. But as the Hawk goes out and Cheer gets information, there's at least one player outside B. Ninetales shift out of that space.
Dog to create this pressure, but most of the rounds that we've seen that kind of sky push on one extremity, it has been a fake. This time, though, it pulls out the pit. That's already a win for Ninetales as they work back towards A.
How much are Ninetales going to use here? They have the numbers, and they've used ults before, even when it looked bad. Shirazi with a Spectre, and now drops down the net. Tap onto the spike, and Samsami Into the smoke.
The net, there's no way out forever.
It's disgusting. Ever gets melted on the site. We're down to under 20 seconds now, but a forward fight from Full Moon. They have to pick up the spike. They have to plant it. And now with the Cosmic Divide going down, splitting up the site. Cheer can't really see anything. Haste position is beautiful. Inside showers, and it's a great shot off the back of it too. Now inching backwards, eating up the clock. Cheer has to fight it, but the wall is even protecting Haste's zone escape. A thrifty round to swing things right back to Ninetales is exactly what they needed.
You win the most heartbreaking rounds you can imagine with that misplant, and then turn that around with the eco. This opening kill for Donna was so sick. Dives in with just a shorty in hand.
And that's a shotgun battle, honestly.
Judge v Shorty, she wins it. And in this post plan, I mean, could have gone wrong quite a few moments, but they choose to invest the ultimate, get it down safely. And when Nova is in these later round retakes, it does not quite go their way.
And it's worth noting that Nova forced down there onto a SMG and a Judge, and now actually going to be faced with their first eco of the round. Getting ready for a little pop play down long. Samsami holding for it now. That first shot connects truly. Nice work out of Ninetales. Not getting caught off guard at all here on a common anti-eco idea. And even dominating in the 1v1 in Hookah 2.
And to pull out to this match as a whole for a second, I think that they're going to feel so good if they can even get 4 or 5 rounds on this attacking side. I like this comp on defense. I think that the Vito gets a lot more potential there. You have really fast rotates with the TP. The Interceptor can completely stall a hit. I really think this is his best map right now, and defense is so much more impactful than what he brings on attack.
Yeah, especially on Bind, where everyone wants just to use an obscene amount of utility.
And think about what you have to like stall the plant with missiles, with your Vito utility, of the Interceptor to block things off, with a Waylay fighting up too. That is where they're going to feel a lot more comfortable. Question is, how many rounds do they end the half with? Because Nova has guns again. They have the ultimate as well for their deadlock. So tons of stall util here, or maybe an idea to fight up again in Hookah. This was successful previously.
Samsami also with the Vito ultimate. Gonna counter out anything Nova's thrown their way. Little pullback star. Common idea you'll see when the Astra's in the comp. Not a lot of people playing that, but the pullback stars are so good at forcing players off the lines and threatening a little extra space. Like that combo idea there with the net nade.
Yeah, nade was maybe a little deep for it to have hit anyone, but you get a lot of those ideas with the deadlock. Okay, these are the rounds that have been problematic for Ninetales, where they have this slow default, they wait for the clem push, and then they don't have someone to cancel into with baited out stall util late.
Exactly. Now there's a smoke down. Samsami can't see an angle outside showers.
The good thing is they actually have ults to go and get through the utility with this Waylay.
We'll see. Nova have 2 players in elbow. We haven't seen this yet from them. Usually they're playing on backside. The walkout from Full Moon. Now we'll double dash into the site. Looks like Nova are going to be forced to play 5-on-5 retake. Dana has other ideas though.
30 seconds left.
Pushing into spawn, but can't overstay her welcome.
But she kept the ultimate for the post plant. Has a second hinder as well. That is amazing stall.
Ever as well, some missiles to play with and a refight into elbow. Hawks are everywhere. The birds are out. Yet no one goes down yet. The shots are right. Shirazi now enters into the site, plucks out a player. Nova fully in control of this site. Ninetales have been pushed away. Nothing they can do into the round. Now the spike being pressured. Dana with nothing to do. Clem finds 3 and Nova moved to 7.
I don't love how Ninetales played that post plant with how much they fell back. They felt the push from that Sky util and then fell like 3 players all the way back off site. I think when you have the Waylay utility, that is your best case scenario to stay close towards spawn and block them in the choke point.
Well, I think the same could be said of the Vito ult as well. I would have expected the evolution to be popped, and then you can frontline and eat up any of that utility.
Exactly.
Don't have to worry about anything, but maybe lost there in the moment from Ninetales, so the tie at the half is no longer a possibility.
And it said it's Nova feeling quite good. Bit of a quicker opener for Ninetales to get this orb.
Yeah.
They've been farming that all half.
But even then, Nova aren't worried about the exec into A because they got the forward wall on short.
Yeah, this shower pressure will never feel like anything when you know short is completely free.
Samsami is looking down long. Evolves for this fight. Last the entire round. You can take over on your own. But that's only if the fights are afforded to you, and with the smoke in her eyes, the Evolution can't quite counter that just yet. Give it some time.
Just this player being here is so much pressure. It's the Waylay already in. This is just a fake.
But it's kind of working already. Shirazi has rotated. Cheer is also moving off the B site. And this has opened up a beautiful timing. Ninetales have 3 players down long. Haste in the front though, but turns around, whips that for the kill. And at the same time, Donna could still lurk into A. Could choose to fall back to the team as well, despite into spawn. Samsami with the Evolution ready. Now having other ideas. Catch is primed, Full Moon here to stall. This time it's a forward hold from Ninetales, and that rocket's not going to do anything. Samsami finds one. Now Full Moon also enters into the fight. This is looking good from Ninetales. 3-on-1 now. Cheer back against the wall, and there's just way too many angles to deal with. The first one locks it down, but still with a spike and the star on that one. Ninetales move on to 5.
That's how I wanted to see Ninetales playing their earlier B post plants. Playing close on the choke point, abusing the utility that you get with that veto. Very fun that in the first half of veto getting play in this tournament, we get to see a deadlock ult and a raise ult, both completely countered out. Pretty cool interactions to start, but at 7-5, that is enough to get Ninetales into comfortable territory as we get ready for the second.
Good enough. But we'll see how that second half goes right after this.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Well, it's a hot start for Nova to kick things off. You can also check out a quick little look here at the Coinbase Econ report, where, frankly, Icebox started things off beautifully in this game, sitting at 12-7 on the attack side on that Brimstone. Big impact in a lot of those late round moments too, and as well as just stalling out the spike indefinitely with multiple ults that had high value.
Yeah, it was really good. On the other side, who we were highlighting there, Full Moon had a pretty great half. And Ninetales, a lot of those early rounds had her alone on extremities, just going out and owning. But hopping into the second, it's Ninetales, our home squad, trailing by 2. It was a little bit of a later game recovery for them to get these last few rounds on the board. And now we get to see what that veto, what that Teo composition can really do on defense.
Yeah, well, Ninetales played a lot of slow rounds on the attack, but looking at it, Nova might go with a little bit more speed here down A short. But that's where the Interceptor can provide so much value. Already ideas for that. A little quiet of a start here is actually the Interceptor just plucked the orb out of the sky, it looked like.
That is a funny interaction.
That's awesome. And that's an orb you default all the time. I already like the idea, but Ever is down. The utility might not matter if the guns still connect. Nova already getting that first kill, but Donna answers back. Smoke's gonna be a little bit harder to lock down. Donna will fall in showers. Keep your eyes on Samsami though, right here on your screen. Inching forward inside of the smoke. Sees another one. I mean, it's just madness on side of the site. Taste gets another kill, and now this fight into showers. A little pinch idea. Samsami will find the trade. Still early days in this post plant with Cheer in the cubby and Taste on so little HP. This pistol round looking like a far hope for the Korean squad. Oh, nice shot into the smoke. Taste might have just isolated it, but that smoke comes down at the wrong timing, and Shirazi will take another pistol for Nova.
Nova's composition is going to thrive in any post plants. You saw them there getting the wall up from the deadlock, getting the sensors down as well into that post. It's so tough to get back in when all of those tools are in play, and talk of getting in even. It became difficult. I'm really interested to see if they stop defaulting that Viper Orb with the threat of the Interceptor, because that's never something you've had to think about before, unless someone's like in the open head bumping it to get rid of that orb.
Yeah, you probably have to, and then it turns into something you hold on to play within post plants, which can also be very powerful. Little smoke pull down, and Clem just lays waste to Ninetales.
Yeah, then it's just like you're playing Haven Viper, where you're always saving it for post.
But while Nova are already cruising through this round, I think it could be interesting to talk a little bit more about what the Vito can offer here.
Yeah, we saw the Interceptor already. You, of course, have the Trip. That is just Chamber. Very similar setup, very similar positions where you'll see that Trip. But
we have
TPs,
Chamber at home.
We do, but the TPs are a little different. You can use it for fast teleports through spawn. It also lets him access the verticality in a way not a lot of other agents do on this map. So I think the main thing to watch if you're at home is when the Interceptor gets used, and in what scenarios 332 is putting that into play, and when and kind of how she's setting up these TPs in the beginning, because you can get very aggressive, you can play very passive, you can set it for rotates. There's tons of ideas, and I think it's even more flexible than someone like the Chamber.
And while all that is great when you can set things up and whatnot, when you are just a little guy with a pistol and you're getting run down by 4 or 5 players, it doesn't matter what agent you play, you're going to die either way. So now with Nova winning out both pistols, winning out both anti-ecos as well, I mean, that's the difference in this game. 9-5 for Nova, the difference is 4. Ninetales need to lock in here and bring this game back.
That they do. I love the energy on both these teams. I feel like when I was watching, both of them had players who were just like hitting emotes after winning rounds. Anyways, it's not all fun for now. This is a very important round. Nova, again, fully 5 groups, taking long control.
Forward smoke and massive exchange of utility. Those sheriffs, oh dear.
The Hinder missed. It got caught on the skybox, and so they didn't have the utility to win that fight. And now the round is cooked.
I mean, this was the round Ninetales had to have.
And it was a nice idea for the set play. You Hinder with the Sky Flash to re-clear, but the Hinder doesn't hit.
And it doesn't matter if there's new agents in the mix. I mean, a million new agents that you're not used to always seeing going back to 2020 Unbind. The map has been around for forever, though, and these B-long fights have so often been a pivot point in rounds. And the fact that it goes right there for Ninetales just scuffs around that is frankly looking like a must-win.
And that might also be figuring out how Nova likes to play thus far both rounds. And also, if you watch them in China, this is a team that 5 hits a ton. They do not default a lot. They love running executes. So doing those kind of re-clear plays are amazing when it's 1 or 2 extremity players. Even if that Hinder hits, it's probably 2 for 2 when you're swinging into that many players.
Bad news for Ninetales, but 2 players do survive into the next round, carrying through the rifles. Looking at their money, they don't have enough to invest behind it, but this fight, wow.
The smoke being down long is also very helpful because players could tuck from the flash and then swing out.
But now it's doubled 10-5 for Nova. Reminder, if you're tuning into a Game Changers Championship for the first time, or not familiar with these teams, these regions, this is big news for Nova to be at double digits already. A CN squad has never won a map at the GCC. Now on pace to do just that. Samsami in trouble. 12 HP and stuck in this teleporter.
When I see players go for a play like this, I like when they throw the TP gate at pre-round towards A, and then the Vito can actually get out. She didn't have it this time, has to rely on a teammate.
Wow. Okay, Samsami evolves, and that's with the hero rifle.
Part of it might have been just wanting the heal.
Yeah, exactly. Heals from 12, I believe, all the way up to 100, but no regen armor, so not unlimited protection. A nice shot, and actually this hold may have just worked. Now, all of a sudden, the evolution making way more sense. Alyssa and Shirazi already into the site, and Samsami making this massive flank on the Vito. Hayes with the classic, sees a barrel, and now Ever gets a kill. Ninetales might have just done it. Might have given themselves a second lease on life. Shirazi just doesn't have the time to play with. Needs to somehow get to the other side of Octagon, but worried about a flank coming in. Worried about these players in front of her. Now a jump peek spots her out. Ever is clean to slip around the other side and steal this round for Ninetales.
That is wild. This is the one that they win. Just some impressive work with the pistols in this opening fight.
Wow,
Was
fighting
so
through
quick
the aim punch
from
there.
Samsami, yeah, gets dinked, still wins it. And then in the late round, Full Moon, tucked into the corner and managing to shut this hit down.
Is this the sign of things to come? Because this is now 2 times that Ninetales have tried the forward fight. First down B long, this time with that teleport play through on Samsami.
I don't know if it will be the solution, but I think those are the kind of rounds that get you in, and proactivity is good with this comp.
And an answer into the refight is an operator on your duelist. Clem picks that up.
So this is the playing Vito a bit like a chamber. Get in an off angle, have a TP to get out.
Oh, Alyssa about to walk into a little 1-2 piece. Could catch the jump, and that's a nice shot. Alyssa taking low, the swing from the other side, and outrun B long too. Samsami finds a kill, and that's the operator out of play.
And they just hold on for the aggression and manage to absorb it with this extremity control. And that might be the way to play. Flip it on aggression.
Yep.
It either works or you lose.
3 rounds in a row. And eventually Nova have to adjust, but for now, trying to carve way into this B site. Icebox is in the thick of things and holding it down. Good trades. Make things a 2-on-2, and with that deadlock wall going down, a sensor plays too. Ninetales only have one way into the site, and it's through elbow. It's through another sensor. And now the Seekers too, revealing the positions of the last 2 players.
They'll group up on site, isolated 2v1 towards spawn.
Shirazi. Waiting for the swing, that's good! And turns it right back around. Haste keeps things even, but Sheer will take Nova to 11.
Very chaotic back and forth round. Throughout the entirety of that one. But again, it's the aggression. It is the make, it is the break of this game for Ninetales, trying to re-clear, but once they're up in a 5-on-3, that's where things start to go wrong. You see Samsami getting picked there, and then one by one swinging back in to try and get these trades. And it's all just a little bit too off-kilter.
Let's go!
I think where Ninetales really loses out is they're very good at the initial aggression, at getting a pick, at having the right kind of set play to achieve that. But where they struggle is figuring out when to kind of turn it down a little bit and play back more passive and not give these picks away.
And they call a timeout to start discussing some of these things. I also think it's worth noting that even if Ninetales have a numbers advantage, if Nova are able to set up in a post plant with the deadlock utility, it is so hard to get back into the site, especially that B site, unless you're challenging on the flank. That's really your only answer.
Because it's not even just a deadlock, it's brim smokes, 20 seconds, and you're going to have another one up most of the time to be able to use as well. And you're also, because of the threat of that interceptor, Alyssa is going to be more often saving her orb for the post plant, which is even more stall util.
So with that round slipping away, Ninetales once again put in a precarious position. The buy is a little bit all over the place, but Ninetales know how much rests in the balance of this round.
And how fast will it be towards A? If they try and just send it, an interceptor is ready. That could even eat Clem's ult.
An early bird down B long heard absolutely nothing, so Ninetales are going to rotate quickly. A teleport through. Full Moon is just sending it. Has some support from Samsami, but now The pickoff from Sumsumi is there. Ninetales trying to do a little bit of push and pull, a game of tug of war in Showers. At the same time, Clem has wrapped all the way through the site, chasing down at Sumsumi, who survives through it all. Now Haste outside of the smoke. Ninetales creating chaos everywhere, but it's Nova in the advantage. It's Nova without control of the site, though. That's what they gave up for this play.
It's evened out. 3 players holding towards the Shower side. Now we'll fall back and explore the rest of this map.
I mean, let's take stock quickly here because Icebox has an ultimate in the event of a post plant. You have Shirazi, who's making a beeline over onto this site. No one's here now with the wall going down.
The crux of this game has been the retakes. Ninetales win early, but they struggled to get back in. And now, Deadlock Util in their face. Who will be the one to step up? Who can get them out of this choke? Because look, a Molly, a net ready. It feels almost insurmountable.
Well, there's about to be a sky opened up too. Ninetales already under pressure, and at the same time, Clem has elbow control. Nova are playing deep. They're not even going to stall out this choke because they know they have the utility in the post. Ninetales taking their time. The time will be their enemy. A second stun. Pulls the players off the plant. And now from backside, Clem has found her mark. Donna nades in her face. Pressure mounts. There's nothing she can do. Clem and Nova move on to 12.
Such a big counter out for Nova. This team, again, the crux of these rounds is just coming back into the late stages here, where Ninetales goes for something aggressive. They get these opening picks, but then Nova holds on. They find the next area of the map to take. They get set up in the post plant. And now a round away from what would be the first map win for a Chinese team at GCC.
I mean, that's why it matters so much here.
It really
Nova.
does.
And Ninetales too. Playing at home in Seoul. Getting shocked a little bit in this opening map. Nova keeping the heat. Look at Sand though. Alyssa was waiting for the veto to walk it down. They don't even need control out of Hookah. Fumoln's only got a Sheriff. I don't care how good she's been all day.
And very little help. Only 2 players here already getting spotted out.
I mean, that's a big reposition. Sneaking up into Hookah. And now with Wall going down, she'll hear all the teleports coming onto the A site. 2 players from Ninetales will stick around. Haste has to be massive. Haste has to get it all done. That's a great shot. Falls back. Dodging the flash. Ratting it out for now. As the pit comes down, those shots not connecting.
Spike planted.
Now Nova huddled together. A pack of wolves. Seeing a gun barrel on the other side of the smoke. It's a mess. Donna will start things off. Ninetales moving on forward. There's a flank starting to activate. Full Moon has almost found the timing on the backstab. Waiting for it. Gone out. Isn't looking the right way. It's Heartbreak. And Alyssa will get another. For the first time ever at the Game Changers Championship, a CN representative will win a map, and it's Nova Esports.
And what a way to do so. It felt like every round in that second half, they were down numbers. That it started by going wrong. But they win it in the post plants, they win it in the late rounds. And now up a map in this series. And what a way to do it as well, with a completely new composition. When they played regionally, they were, you know, they didn't even play this map. They didn't even show it whatsoever. And now they're coming into this event with the deadlock, with this double smoke scum. It all looks so good, but the job isn't done. If Nova want to be the first CN team to win a series at GCC, they've got to close out map 2 after this.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence? Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
Welcome back to day one of Game Changers Championships 2025. I'm Doug. With me on the desk are Potter and Dryad, and we just saw really what both Potter and I knew was going to happen on that series, and Dryad was the one who had incorrectly predicted.
Actually. I thought I was the only one who put Nova, and both of you and everybody else.
That's definitely not what happened.
Put Ninetales.
Potter and I have been big Nova believers from day one.
No, I don't think so.
And Dryad, just run the film back, and you'll guys see it. Listen, let's talk a little bit about the nuts and bolts on how we got to this point, because there were a couple of swing rounds, one round in particular, round 7, Potter, that felt like it already turned the tides of the map.
Yeah, and you saw early on in this first half, especially after that pistol with Ninetales running out of time, it was small, unlucky moments like this. It came down to a 4v3. Ninetales, they're able to get the equalizer, and in this 3 versus 3 post plant, just 2 of Donna's teammates get completely wiped out. Then a moment of hero moments coming through for Donna, but she's unable to close it out. So, and right after this, you see where the spike is planted. They're unable to convert a 2v1 post plant just like this in round 8 right afterwards. So it stings, and it's like adding salt to the wound for Ninetales, because had they been able to convert those rounds, that momentum, it certainly would have helped them in the second half.
It was definitely a few of those little details. I mean, we even talked about the first pistol that we saw, but it was also something that I was mentioning early on that was my biggest concern for Ninetales, is that they were sometimes running out of time because they didn't really have any sort of map control to work with, and they were struggling getting any sort of space towards that B side. They make that TP rotate, and that's one of the rounds that we talk about where they just don't have anything else as well in that 3v4. So it is it is a bit unfortunate for Ninetales because it seems like even when they had the numbers advantage, even when Dana was able to get that opening, they were just not able to close out the rounds the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, perhaps nerves, perhaps early tournament jitters. It did feel like there were a couple of boxes that were not being checked along the way. Let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, and this one actually goes to 3-3-2 on the Vito. We talked about the impact that Vito would have, but this right here was like a perfect example of that. There were a couple of instances actually where the interceptor would take things away, but Potter, seeing that in real time is really cool.
It is really cool. This one was the Vito ultimate coming through strong, just completely eating the Raze rocket. And you see in this clip right after, this was the pistol round coming through here. And interceptor, it's a huge counter for this Viper Q orb. And you can see 3-3-2 just sitting, waiting to proc it. So a couple moments of glimpses to see where Vito could be a possibility to be a normal agent in the comps in the future, but didn't come through as strongly.
Yeah, it was, again, just kind of fun to see it play out and already seeing some value that Vito has, and I imagine that will be the case as things continue in this tournament. I think we can talk about Clem as well as a player, Dryad, that you had specifically as someone that you wanted to keep an eye on, and Clem delivered.
Absolutely, yeah. We had our questions on first what they were going to be playing here, how it was going to play out alongside Shirazi, and Shirazi playing a little bit more of that sentinel role here allowed Clem to really pop off. It seems like, as we talked about, sometimes it was not necessarily those openings because you saw Dana kind of going with that waylay in the backing up after she was able to find the opening for Clem in 2 or 3 of those rounds. But after that, you see how those late rounds work out so much better because of Clem. She was able to stay alive. She was able to use the satchel as well. I was able to use the showstopper in a few of those rounds as well to create that space to find those openings and continuing to be an incredible player, the best player that we have in China.
Yeah, she looks so natural as well. I mean, we talked about nerves potentially coming through in this opening match, but Clem, she didn't skip a beat. She didn't skip a beat, and she looked like she was ready. The amount of multi-kills that she was getting round after round, she's vibing out there.
Yeah, and it felt like really all of Nova was, to be honest, to be able to walk away with the map on win at 13-6 pretty confidently against a team that everyone expected would,
except for me,
and me,
and you,
right?
I
might be a little bit stronger, right? But either way, it's just, I mean, a great start. We take a look at map 2, which will be Haven, and Agent Select already coming through. This seems pretty vanilla. This seems pretty standard from both teams.
Yeah, NRG made this comp with no flashes at Champs look easy. And it's definitely not as easy. I think we saw it in the pre-show, Shirazi talking about Haven being a little bit more of a difficult map. You got to use your brain in order to get the space. The 3 sites completely changes the pace and the dynamic of this map. So I am glad to see, though, this cookie cutter comp coming through. KJ coming back into the mix. We haven't seen KJ on Haven in almost a year.
Yeah.
It's insane that Killjoy is making that comeback because we haven't seen Killjoy in so long, and now those players that were really good at Killjoy are having their opportunity to come back. But something that I'm really excited as well, because you talk about the competition, is this Viper, especially who is playing the Viper right now. We have Shirazi that we were highlighting in that last map, and we have 3-3-2 that is notorious for being really good on this agent and kind of working in the opposite side where Dana is going to be. So I'm very excited to see how, when the competitions are so similar, who is going to be able to take the advantage.
Well, let's see if we make it to map 3 and send it back to Mimi and Ender for the call. Take it away.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into things in just a moment here, but I mean, all things considered, this was a pretty crazy way to start things off, right? With Nova coming in, winning the first map for a CN team, and yet now Ninetales back against the wall. Need to come back strong here if we want to see Corrode.
Yeah, a pretty interesting one. Both teams had new compositions, hopping into things on map 1. Now we're going to something a bit more standard. I'm super excited for this Neon Mirror between Clem and Donna. Both those players have had such good runs in their respective regions, and especially important for Ninetales trying to stay up in this series in front of their home crowd.
Absolutely. I think I was a little spooked watching some of the early aggression we saw out from Clem in that first game, especially on the defense side, was always challenging forward. That's a staple of Bind. I think that's going to continue to be a staple here.
Yeah, it might just be a theme for the series.
Yeah, it might just be a Clem thing, and Ninetales will have had a few minutes, go backstage, discuss things, and get ready to put on a show here in Seoul. If you are tuning in, this is a packed house here in Lowell Park, so a lot of people hoping to see the hometown crew do well. But down 0-1 here, need this map.
I mean, you're talking about aggression, Christy. I'm seeing something brewing towards C. Nova setting up for an aggro C look, and
both sides actually.
everyone on Ninetales there as well.
All right, what kind of utility do we have to work here? I mean, it's a light utility game, right? Playing the Vipers into the mix of things. So you've got Paranoias at the ready from both these Omens. As everything is about to go down. Icebox, first to challenge the line, now a stun and a slide. It's Nova to take the first kill. Quickly answered back by Full Moon, and the rest of Ninetales move on through. This means Sheer, the last one alive on C, holding on to backside control, but Ninetales, in similar to Foreign Divine, to slow things down.
They have to go back, take some time to re-clear the rest of the map. Now, if you watch map 1, you might remember that their pistol round started similarly. They got an opening pick,
Yeah.
and then they waited, and then they waited,
And then they waited.
and then they lost the round to
And they
time.
lost on time. Yeah.
Yeah. So this time, a little quicker.
Well,
Give yourself a little more time.
we'll see. Right now, there's 2 players C, and there's 2 players A.
Yeah, including the spike towards C. Well,
that's interesting. So Ninetales didn't actually make any noise towards A. They just cleared out those forward spots on
I thought
lobby.
the idea was going to be put a little noise there and then call back into a C hit.
But I think the idea is if you don't see a player forward over on A, you assume that Nova are playing with limited information on A. Maybe have more players there. Not so sure.
Yeah, Nova's getting very worried about a mid lurk right now.
Yeah.
They don't see it coming. Instead, just a passive setup on C as Ninetales contacts up, and now Nova knows.
Sheer, though, has support on backside. Great dink.
Most of these maps where they're not playing double duelist, but she is still sick with it. If you saw the pictures on their roster thing, Samsami, she rolled up to Media Day with like 2 devil horns in her hair.
Yeah.
Which is so sick. Just absolutely going demonic in the server as well.
And if you're wondering where on the screen it says Samsami, that is 332.
Yeah.
Right, that's how you say those numbers.
Chrissy
in Korean.
just speaks a lot of Korean. So.
Yeah, right, yeah. I can count to 3. That's what I can give you.
Yeah. That round was really just decided on that C fight.
Yeah.
Goes a little bit Ninetales away, and now they get to more comfortably start a game with the pistol win.
Exactly. And in similar form, Sheer is 7 ER. 7 in Chinese.
Oh, you also speak Chinese. That's cool.
Yeah, I can count to 7 in Chinese. I'm a little bit more practiced on that.
Very classic new kind of anti-eco. You put 4 players one side, you let your Viper lurk with a gun you don't care to lose, or care about losing, I should say.
Right. Nova got into the spots that Ninetales actually cleared last round on the pistol when they were splitting up a little bit later.
Post find here for Ninetales. They managed to figure out exactly where Nova was set up, get themselves a free site, and
there we go. Like a little lurk up mid.
Yeah.
Now, we did hear all those footsteps coming behind, so Samsami will be taken down there. A little bit of frenzy gaming out of Icebox. But with Ninetales staying so lodged onto this site, seems unlikely that Nova would be able to break out at any of these choke points. Paranoia and a stun to stall, that classic. Takes its time to actually secure a kill. At the end of the day, there are 2 pistols in Ninetales' hands, playing these deep lines, but too much time has been chewed off of the clock. And the pressure not coming in quickly enough, so Ninetales will get the pistol and the second.
yeah, interesting approach for Ninetales. That was a very austere buy from them. I think they only had 2 guns, one of which was a Marshall. So taking a bit of risk on the anti-eco, but it don't mean if they'd like to, they can buy up a little more on this 3rd round of the game.
Only took 11 bullets.
Yeah. 11th time, it's a charm. They always say that. Looks like it's going to start similar to the pistol.
Whoa,
Neon
okay.
comps are very good for the C hit.
So even with the very light round 2 buy from Ninetales, like they're oil barons over there. They got money.
Yeah, Full Moon has 4K in the bank.
Yeah, but no, we'll save. We'll save. We'll just keep building up that economy.
Put it in the 401K. All good.
In 40 years, that is going to be capped at 9K, actually. It can't go any higher than that, unfortunately. Really poor economic planning from Ninetales.
That's like an operator and almost the second one.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
About too many lattes. Now Ninetales, they're playing with 0 map control at the moment, except they have the forward smoke on C long.
And I want to talk about that because in Ninetales, they are very often a group up team. Both of these teams, honestly. They play slow rounds, but I don't think either of them does a ton of like very detailed working the map where they're like going to constantly put a little pressure, have like a super clear plan. They like playing the slow rounds because they both play in regions where there is tons of mid-round aggression that they can just catch by doing that.
And in the slow mid-rounding, we see an attack smoke thrown towards A drone as well, while the team just casually walks up into C. Nice off angle from Melissa. Gets the first kill, and the rest of the team hasn't been able to get in. As a matter of fact, now with some lockdown from Shirazi on the other side, Haste will secure the kill. And these kills are coming in from Ninetales. This could be a problem. With Everett getting another, and now Haste up in front of the Paranoia. Gets a third kill into the round. Sneaks on out of there.
Icebox 1v3. She had a very good first map, but this is going to be tough. Look at the setup in this post plant. 2 towards long.
The one-way comes down as well.
Donna is well ready to walk up on her from garage.
Even a high-low setup. Now with the tap, a double swing down long and a 4K out of Haste.
That's just a sick round for Haste.
It's in the name.
The first couple round kills there, I'd love to see them again. I think we're like just spamming with the ghost. Oh, this one, good Paranoia catches onto Shirazi. And then that is just sick from Haste.
Then upgrades
had
the
a
gun.
weapon and gets owned by the ghost.
And remember, that's Ninetales that bought nothing.
Yes. You doubted them. They were investing in their future.
Yeah,
they
that's
knew
crazy.
that they could win with a ghost. 4K.
They pick up all those guns off the back of that too.
Why would you want them to buy guns when they could get them for free?
Well, maybe because those guns usually do better. But unfortunately for Nova, it doesn't pay off this time to a very early timeout. And these early timeouts are a little bit surprising. You have so little footage to play off of.
Yeah, you really do. These are not the kind of timeouts where normally you're going to be able to like come up with a huge adaptation or figure out exactly how the play's been done. Because what have we seen thus far? 2 fast D-hit rounds and an anti-eco? That's pretty much it.
Have taken a little bit of their time. Could also just be trying to reset them after losing a tough round. I mean,
yeah, and that's what I think it's more likely to be.
Yeah, because in that round, right, you had that kill go into backside from Melissa, and then everyone sort of got isolated a little bit in the fight, maybe talking about how they can hold on to backside control a little better.
Yeah, I think it is very important with when you're flooding in there. They had players kind of going one at a time. I think you either need to pick to try and hard flood early or to get your side anchor out faster and play that set retake. Kind of ended up in that awkward middle ground. Just the eco for Nova now, and Ninetales, I love that they're going to buy the Outlaw on this one. Let 3-3-2 farm up on that. Sorry, I can't count to 3 unlike you.
You have no clue. Samsami. Now, Nova, 3 players up here, but a whole lot of players waiting for them inside of the smoke. Goodbye.
Nova's defense on Bind, it was all about contacting up in the mid-round, getting Clem on a walk on the raise, getting Clem and off to do the same. A little bit similar here. Melissa will be able to get 1 kill. Shirazi gets traded out as well, and the anti-eco goes pretty easily. But I'm looking to see Ninetales probably continuing to start a lot of rounds a bit slower, waiting for that aggression.
Yeah.
Because Clem is either going to want to go for like set ideas faster than Neon, or like she's buying into this round, get the off online and be very willing to contact up and take fights as well.
Now, a lot of times when you have a team that's just waiting and holding so much space for you, it's easy to adjust and just play defensively on site, make them lose to boredom, make them lose to time. But I do think Ninetales are still leaving some gaps, especially around mid, usually. For the last 4 rounds, there's been nothing really put into mid, but this time, a turret down, and Thana has some ideas.
Well, it's just been shakes hands. Both sides put a turret in mid, and no one has touched it thus far. Now, someone's going to head that way. Icebox on an off angle.
Yeah, and there's an op down C as well. Ninetales need to work up into B, deal with this turret over on the right-hand side, whichever now hears. And the Viper wall is pretty nice on the attack side. You throw that up for some coverage on the right-hand side, and Ninetales can jump on into the site. Donna already back on Gong. Now Nova, 2 players outside of Garage.
It's a full set retake, though, and they've already lost one.
And that was the operator, too. Clem just gets diffed on the fight. Donna turns around. Garage, there's absolutely no chance.
Haste.
Cringing it up inside of the smoke. Shirazi will deal with her. But now Donna moving up into Garage window.
Yeah, that rewrap is going to be so good.
Nova still have options to throw up the wall, play around inside of the smoke, but they have to push on through it. And those fights favor Ninetales beautifully. It is 5-0, a shutout here.
Nova tried to get back into Garage and fight through it without using a ton of utility, but they just weren't ready for how far forward Ninetales were playing. Clem gets eviscerated by Samsami on that angle, and this is a worry as we continue through this game. Nova, when they lose a member, it is very often where you see them kind of start to snowball out a little bit, one at a time. Like that, and get picked off when they're already not in advantage.
Now Nova forced onto another eco, decide to walk things down into mid. Apart from the last round, this is where there's always been a gap. See that default shock dart just trying to clear away what would be an alarm bot, but this time it's a high killjoy turret.
Okay, Alyssa.
Hold on.
Hit a shot like that on the previous eco, but couldn't make anything more of it.
Now Ninetales need to ask a little bit more of haste. 10-2 so far. Now another walk down into mid. Clem pushed away from the line to slurk in from haste. Get some good damage onto Shirazi. And now up inside of the site. Catches a good timing into Icebox. Shirazi stays alive backside. Well, it's a 3-on-3. The weaponry still massively favoring Ninetales. Ninetales also letting Full Moon work a lurk all the way through Garage into backside B. It's a mess on the side, but Alyssa gets another one. And now with the lockdown going down, Nova have a chance. And ultimate to the other side of the map with the spike. Haste goes to the teleport, but Donna has nowhere to go. It's a 1v1 on the C side. Donna doesn't even matter into this round. If Haste drops, the round is lost. Donna secures the kill. Now needs to make a mad dash over to C. Haste must stay alive. Death is not an option, and yet it's what awaits. Alyssa with 3 kills into the round, an absolute hero. Donna trying to find the spam through the Spox, but she will be cut down for Nova's first round.
Crazy way for Nova to open this game with the Mastercard Thrifty. They start that round off with only Alyssa. And what work she did. These opening kills with the Sheriff were absolutely paramount. That one, and then picking off the Lurker as well. If that Lurker stays alive, lockdown's broken, it becomes an easy A hit, and it's a completely different round.
Let's go! Woohoo!
And they're happy about it, finally breaking that streak.
Now all of a sudden have a little bit of cushion to play with too. With a Viper's Pit going all the way down C long.
Here are these Clem rounds I'm talking about where she goes on walks, and it's a big question of whether Ninetales can punish her or if she'll get the forward info untested.
There's the jump peek. Clem charging for it. Now a paranoia sends her out of the round.
And that's exactly what Ninetales have been looking for on these other slow rounds. Punish that player who loves to go for those walks, and then get to play your mid-round at a big advantage.
Now instead of moving back into the pit, Ninetales will re-clear A, make sure no one got into a forward line. And the side hit comes underway. Ever also has that Hunter's Fury. Icebox might need a couple here. Is calling Cheer over onto A.
It's a very committed position.
Here we go. Icebox, what can you give us? Stepping into it. Icebox can only secure the one. Now Cheer into the backup site, finds a beautiful angle, and still holds it down. 2 kills is what she'll secure. Bringing things into a 2-on-2. Not a lot of time. And this first fight could be everything. Alyssa again is the hero. Haste sees a leg. The shots aren't quite there. Has to go back for the spike with only 20 seconds left. Teleporting for it, as a matter of fact. Planting isn't an option. The kills have to be there, but they won't be. Nova go back to back.
The eco round, the catalyst, and a conversion through as well. And that was a great start for the side of Ninetales, getting this pick onto the Lurker, completely flushing her out. But Nova, even in this 3v5, stepping up. Cheer, these kills were incredible from her.
Yep.
Even though she doesn't get that last one, buys time for her teammates to get through the smokes.
Yeah, without any pressure coming down from long, having that timing you can take to step out on the left side of default is everything.
And those themes that we were getting worried about on map 1 for Ninetales seem to be rearing their head a little bit. That was a 3-on-5. They're a little bit too individualistic in how they swing on the site. Let Nova get away with some heroics. In the last round, it's people getting picked off by the Sheriff one by one. I think this team's biggest issue is needing to sometimes rein in the discipline a little bit when they are in these advantage positions, because a round or two like that is exactly how you turn a game from what was going to be a nice quick stomp to get to map 3 to something where you can actually have a chance of losing it.
Yeah, I think when you're a team that plays as slowly, I think, as Ninetales do on the attack, they really take their time. It means that when you actually do end up choosing to actually go for the exec into a site, you don't usually have a lot of options to go back into, so all your timings when you're swinging together, utility, all has to be
perfect.
Exactly, and if it's not, that's where those solo players from Nova, like Alyssa, like Icebox, can step up and find a few kills.
I'm looking at Clem again. 1-6 right now. She got picked last time. Here's her second go with the operator.
Well, might not even really have a chance outside of Garage, because Ninetales have 5 players on C. This could be the quick hit. Hunter's free off the rip? Is that what I heard? I don't even see anything going down on that side.
A. They thought it was going to reach. It doesn't.
Icebox was trying something, but it means that Ninetales just have an instant spike plant. 5-on-5 retake. Good luck. Another pick going down.
Alyssa's in.
Samsami with the shotgun inside of the smoke. Holding the fort, making Nova reconsider their options. I mean, this round just blew up so quickly. With the pick going down too, they've had no time to think about how to play this. Samsami goes for it. And there's just no besting her. Not on this line, not with this wrap into Garage. Off of Paranoia too. This round was perfection.
Samsami is a psychopath. Running through her Viper Spit to hold directly at the choke, running through it to even further that aggression.
she had her own orb inside of her own Viper Spit and keeps running into it too. For that kill right there.
And that is a heartbreaker for Nova. This is where they finally got the AWP online. They thought they were figuring out how Ninetales wanted to play. Nah, they changed the pace, slammed the fast hit, and all momentum is stopped, and the money again is broken.
Nova having ideas to go back into mid. Not with a whole lot of attention, but breaking the early turret. This time Ninetales have the anti-eco response.
This is potent. They've got guns for it.
Oh, Sheer sees that Hunter's Fury going down. A headshot is not a kill. While Shirazi has secured that one onto the B site. It's a quick pop into Garage. Samsami, no way you're prepared for that one. No chance at all.
Spike planted.
These last two players, they do have weapons, but they're going to be a long time away, walking slowly back through Garage as Ninetales sets up another post. Look at Samsami.
Yeah.
Just sitting close with the judge.
It can cycle the Viper's orb as well.
Yeah, and can swing over to help out Haste once she makes contact in Garage.
Don't really know what the idea is going to be here from Nova. Don't know if there is one, to be honest. Finding the spike, not the end of the world. They were on an eco this round.
Last player standing.
With the triple swing in there, not going to get anything. Got Alyssa holding for exits on the other side, so kills will be good. Charge up the lockdown. Only one off now. So Alyssa will absolutely take this. As she, being one of the bright lights in the second map, could be the best chance Nova has of closing the gap here in this first half.
Absolutely. She was the one who got them into that eco round, got them a little bit further in the second as well. But now this is the round. Money is still kind of on a breaking point. They finally have ults just around the corner. So how do they win it? Ninetales have showed a lot of very slow rounds. When they've gone quicker, it's only been towards C thus far. This time, looks like they'll set their attention early on A, which is where, again, I look at Clem. Her third off this half, only one kill thus far, and normally one of the most impactful players for this Chinese squad.
Wall about to come down. No targets acquired just yet. Eventually, Haste is going to have to get out of here. And we're not ready for it. Clem with a second kill, make it a third. Into the game, 2 on the round.
An inch up, and that's a collateral as well. Clem going for more.
With this repost, it's a perfect position. Okay, if there was ever a way to get some confidence back into a map, it is a round like that.
From 1-8 to 4-8, winning a round almost single-handedly, unless Full Moon has something to say about it. Stuck out in B, gets both picks. Okay.
I like that movement, a little jiggly out of Full Moon, but Cheer is holding on the other side of things. Full Moon in an impossible position. A true 1v5 this round. But players on both fronts. Challenges on the other side, but Cheer will shut her down.
At a moment, that round was almost ace for ace. Clem, though, getting active in this game. Look at these op shots again. The opener onto Hayes as she drops away. The re-swing is so nice as well, and fully expects the third player.
And look, that Viper Wall is great at stopping an enemy opper from posting up on the line. Assuming you hold the line the entire time, as soon as you give it up, a player like Clem is going to slip to the other side.
The other thing is with her playing Neon, she can get into that corner on a faster time than basically anyone else. Unless you are literally holding it from barriers drop, she has a window to weasel her way in.
Yeah, we do. I believe we are sorting some things out there on stage with a little bit of a delay. Only 2 more rounds remaining in this half, but it does feel like Nova have reset, right? Because this game started off 5-0. Ninetales looked like...
I mean, those first 2 rounds were dreary. It looked like they were out of it, a different team than map 1, kind of going in one at a time on these retakes now. You know, you got Clem shooting. You win a couple rounds to the heroics from Alyssa as well, and you start to have hope again that they win 1 or 2 more this half, and they can make something of attack.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, of course, while the tech pause is going down, the teams aren't going to be speaking to each other, but they are going to be thinking about what they can do. Seems like we have a bit of a gear issue we have to sort out down on the stage.
I think normally the teams aren't speaking to each other.
No, but they can think to
each other.
Think to themselves, think to each other. I don't know.
Are you thinking right now?
Look, all I know is that sometimes the best teams, they can communicate telepathically.
Really?
They just know what their player next to them is thinking. Yeah, and across the stage.
Wow.
You know, you start staring at your opponent, start staring them down, intimidating them a bit. Not these players, I think. When the players were doing their walkouts at the start of the game, Ninetales go down first. All of Nova are cheering them on. Then when Nova walked down, Samsami was cheering the rest of Nova coming down, but I was just updated. We are fixing an issue with the audio and in-ear for one of the players.
I got a pitch while we're waiting for this one.
Pitch me.
Segment. A lot of players with very cool dyed hair here. I think Dan Dryad should do like a dyed hair review or like tier list.
The Dan dyed it segment.
You know, the producers are back. Write that down. Write that down.
After
It's
so
that,
good.
After
It's
the pun
so
name,
good.
I like it. I like it.
Do we even need to keep playing Valorant, or should we just run the segment, run the bit? No, let's play Valorant.
Let's do it. Clem has the op. She just had a beast of a round last time.
And hey, maybe Ninetales could run another fast C hit. It was very successful just a few rounds ago. They got
Alyssa
into
has the lockdown though. She needs to live.
I don't know if she's going to be able to use it. Shirazi stuck in backside and the kill goes down. No ultimate to play with, but Shirazi is still here now, pushed away by the snake bite. A good reposition, but Haste with the teleport and Full Moon taking control over Garage. Absolutely blows up the map.
Now an attacker lockdown for the post fun if they even want to use it, but they won't. It's a 2-on-4. They have a reflank coming. This is a dreamy round.
Oh, good hold from Clem. Waiting for that lurk. And that could have given some ideas for Nova to play the round. Clem wants it. Picks up a rifle. Now fast lane. Slides to the other side. Hayes still a problem in backside, but it's a great turn out of Clem. And Ninetales have sent a lurk through B on the other side of things. But that lurk isn't coming quickly enough. It's half stuck onto the spike. That shot is beautiful! Out of ever! Seoul lights up!
Such a sick spray transfer. It is very hard to pull that off in this game. And she just does it so beautifully. That's even looking ahead of these opening picks from Donna, killing the Killjoy. If Alyssa gets out, she was running out of that site. You have a lockdown for retake.
Whew, beauty.
And it could have been something way different. I love her reaction. She doesn't even believe it.
It's especially impressive because the first player she killed was the diffuser. Oh, we're into the next round. Hold on. Ever got the 1v2, but is instantly felt. Quick drop there.
It's a weird round. Clem has a Bucky. I think
I mean, talk about
just
weird.
the ult in the back pocket.
Alyssa is just hanging out on Gong without any utility.
Yeah, just a turret in garage.
There was probably an alarm bot because I know that Ever has been sending early shock darts a lot onto front B. Could have been broken. Shirazi with a good little swing timing there.
Cover going out.
He still wants to come in, but you're not going to be prepared for the player Gong, especially with that spam going down. Haste has moved forward, but this setup from Nova has absolutely chopped up Ninetales. And coming after a top half as well. A massive round to finish things off. Now starting to get aggressive. It's a fight through on A. Clem charging on forward with a Bucky. You know exactly where Samsami is.
Did she just surrender?
Just nasty.
I think that's what happened. Just put the gun away.
Just died in the corner. Oh, my word. Regardless, we'll be Ninetales leading 8-4 at the half, but that's a fun way to end things for Nova.
Yeah, that's the kill that we just came into seeing. Icebox spamming to open the round.
And now let's see the surrender. And are you allowed to do that? That was even a spray.
Is that a war crime?
I think it might be.
We'll have to review that.
We'll
one.
investigate.
Flag on the play.
Flag on the play. Red card, and we'll investigate that.
She had a knife out still.
Yeah, you know what? Still threatening.
Still a
We're
command.
going to investigate that during this break. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's me falling in and out so fast, holding you back, back, back. Guilty of the pain I caused and of the conscience I lack. I will hold your hand while I'm 1 foot out the door. And it's all because I don't need you anymore. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats That's me falling in and out so fast when I feel.
Well, Ninetales fire back here in the first half after falling down early on. But you can check out the Coinbase Econ report with Haste doing some big work for the team, especially in the early rounds. There was a point, Mimi, in that 5-0 start where Haste was sitting at 10-2 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, she was, I think, one of the biggest reasons Ninetales just turned around from losing map 1 and came alive in this second game of Haven. Looking ahead into the attack side now for Nova. I'm looking at Clem. She had a big comeback towards the end of the first half after starting, something like 1-7. Rallied that all the way back to get a couple key rounds with the operator. And now she is the one who is in the hot seat for a Nova that loves to play fast rounds, loves to go for quick hits. And something tells me the pistol won't be any different.
Yeah, Nova, they don't take their time. They get into things quickly. Already set up
Ninetales
5A.
is set up right for this, though. They have 4 players stacked on A.
And we'll see if Donna can step up as well. Donna is the youngest player at this tournament, 16 years old, playing under the most pressure she has ever had.
She's still in high school, by the way,
Yeah.
having to balance that with competing.
Working around her school schedule for Ninetales to get their practice, play these games. But here we go. Fight underway already as Clem sprints down into sewers. The rest of Ninetales getting mowed down by Icebox. We just missed the fight. It's a 3K from Icebox. A massive play on the other side, and Nova look for a flawless pistol.
I've seen enough. Bring it back into the pool.
Is this just propaganda? Icebox just wants to play the namesake map. Are you joking? Full Moon in a 1-on-5. Missed the chance earlier, and it's an Icebox 4K.
What just happened?
Okay.
3K for 3K. I'm just excited to watch the replay and see what the hell that was.
Yeah, we'll just let it simmer.
Okay, here we
let
go.
it sit.
So Icebox jumps up, wall falls, 2 spammed, and then the headshot.
Yep, the collateral. And then another, wait, was that also a collateral? On one of the shots.
It's close enough, we'll give it to you.
the best reactions ever, and continuing from their performances leading up to this.
So Nova back in it. 5 on the board after winning that pistol. Have themselves a nice anti-eco as they work up towards B.
A quick B pop could be exactly what the doctor ordered in this round, except that Ninetales have already moved 2 players into the site.
No pressure elsewhere. Sami, I don't think she got seen there.
There's some good coverage, but Nova don't seem like they want to go too heavy in here.
They're pretty suspicious of going garage on an anti-eco.
But now they're calling back into A, where down on short, Donna has a shorty.
Or are they?
They're not.
Doubling back towards C now.
They're going everywhere. Donna actually just peeked forward on A, it looked like. Got information that...
But there's still 2 players heading that way.
Yeah,
in fact,
Ninetales
are leaving C completely.
Yeah, and
just
I mean,
the turret.
Truthfully, there's just classics here, and the timing could not be worse for Ninetales. Getting massively unlucky. They just wanted to full stack, gamble stack in the mid-round with low timing, and, well, Shirazi is going to find that walk up from Sami.
30 seconds left.
That ended up being a pretty tough timing for them. I think for whatever reason, that jiggle on long, they thought it was a clear long, and they could just stack back towards A. But instead, the entirety of Nova was lurking there.
I mean, look at some mini win conditions here in the rest of the round. Icebox is only 1 away from the Hunter's Fury after the 4K on the pistol.
Oh, now
and
she has
there
it.
it is.
My ult is ready.
And that could be bad news, because you look at it, a couple of Guardians, a Vandal, a Bulldog, and a save.
Right
Nova
here.
could capture some of the snowball we saw Ninetales run in the first half.
And it's
Close
flawless.
in. Another 3K from Icebox. Leave some for your team. That's just greedy.
Yeah, we came into this game talking so much about Clem, the player who showed last time, Shirazi, the veteran. For me, today has been about Alyssa and about Icebox. Those 2 have been so impactful on defense, just in anchoring positions, getting so many multi-kills. Doing the same thing on the attack side here, too.
This is actually the first time we've had an 8-map pool at GCC with Icebox in the equation.
-2.
Dang it. That's tough.
I got away with my Icebox joke, though.
We're just trying to use up all the material so none of the other casters can have a chance.
I know Mitch and Tom want to.
Funny guys trying their best, but there we go. The Hunter's Fury acquired in the last round. And now Haste pushed forward, taken down. Still 2 players. Playing on to short from Ninetales. Walking forward as well. Alyssa, though, with the gun swap, is able to get the 1-for-1. Now Ninetales all separated. Taking their 1s for the time being. That's a judge in the Viper's hands.
It's a double flank, too.
This is
but with no pressure, CT, I think they're suspicious of something towards this flank now.
Yeah, this is really, really tough. Shirazi has control over long for the time being.
Normally you want to mask a flank like this by showing strong side elsewhere, but with the judge,
yeah, you
can't do it.
It's impossible. I mean, at some point, Donna has to take the fight, but it comes in way too late. Nova win theirs.
Maybe surrender again? It feels grim.
Hope they run into you. I don't know what the answer could be.
I mean, no way to win the round at this point. It is over. That's a bonus round 1 for Nova.
And so the 5-0 start that Ninetales had to begin this map is now gone. Nova are going to be in spitting distance of tying things up, and this comes after their shocker win on the first map.
We've been talking about it a lot, but at past GCC events, the CN team has not done well. Not even a map won from any previous representative.
Yeah, so they've already, added that to the title card with the map win. Now can make it a series.
And they've done it too with Clem coming back, getting to kind of make better on her performance with EDG. She was on one of those teams that flew all the way out to GCC and just went home in 0202. Now a chance to do better with some new players, with some veterans from APAC.
I mean, this tournament does not give you a third chance. It gives you a second chance, not a third though, so you have to be able to adjust very quickly on the fly. Ninetales now on a Sheriff round. Good hold from Shirazi. I mean, light up the kill feed. That's 3.
Okay, 3K counter this game? That has to be like our 8. It's been 3Ks all
There's a lot
day.
of them. By the way, while 3 kills are happening on C long, the spike was in process of being planted on B. No, but we're not taking their time.
She still has to judge. Don't worry. You'll get your chance
It's time
soon.
to die to Spike.
No. Just save it one more round.
I think you just stay down in the sewer corner, right next to the Spike, and just watch as the screen goes dark.
Yeah.
Nothing else to be done.
You make it sound so grim.
I mean, it is fairly grim. You just didn't get to play the last 2 rounds. You guessed wrong on the site you're playing. Then you have a judge for a retake. Like, nah, it's just not going to happen.
Last player standing.
Clem gets that kill. Samsami, we're in range to die to that one. Run on in and go next. We've got a new game. It's tied 8-8.
That it is. Big stakes now for Ninetales. They got bonus, they lost a pistol, and what started as a 5-0 lead is now a tie game. This is the home team, the first Korean squad, to get a chance to play at Game Changers Championship. Fighting for their life now down a map in the series.
And a historic venue for them to be playing in as well.
How sick must that be to be, especially for someone like Donna, you're like a 16-year-old Korean player who gets to come out here, play for your home team in an international event in Lowell Park.
Yeah, so some of the greatest esports players, frankly, regardless of game, have stepped up on that stage and played there.
Yeah, you can sit where Faker sat and play a match. That's pretty cool.
Absolutely insane for these players, but now you're in a very tough position. You've already lost one map, now tied things up. You've lost the momentum in the second half, 4 rounds in a row here. And you have to turn things around to put on a show here.
That you do. It is a very tough fate to deal with. Getting that word with the coaches. You can see the focus coming onto their faces. And I really am looking at Donna, that 16-year-old star for this team. It's a composition that in a lot of ways is built around her getting aggressive on the extremities, taking space away, and threatening with that space, getting the kills, finding that performance. She has had a slow start to this game after being the best player on the squad when they played in the Pacific Regional.
And don't get it mistaken, the support staff can get it done. You have tons of stall potential, but if your duelist is able to go out there and get opening picks, all of a sudden the rounds just become so simple to play. This time, Donna on the wrong side of the map for Nova, and a great shot from Samsami. Now the stall goes down. And Ninetales have massive control around the map, sending Nova scattering and Donna locking down A long.
You have to take space away from Nova. Walk up on the extremities, hold these forward lines, because they're a team that is so willing to play very slow without proactively taking space.
And after Nova lose their duelist, now it becomes up to Alyssa to find a lurk time. It becomes Nova's job to maybe go back into A, use the drone to re-clear, push Donna off the line.
These rounds go one of 2 ways. They either go in one by one and die, or someone makes the play. Someone steps up, and Alyssa wants to be that player.
It's interesting that Donna chose to get hit by the drone. Make it look maybe like there's more players on the A side than there actually were. And so Nova call back towards C. At the same time, Samsami, who was back plat at the start of the round, is now pushed all the way up close.
And she has an orb, can throw that up, get in it, play around it. So tough to clear.
Ooh, stepping into the fight as a matter of fact, and now that lurk into garage.
30 seconds left.
Takes out the Viper, full moon backside. Cut away as well. So Nova placed the pit down onto the ground. Up a player.
Spike planted.
Ninetales at risk of falling behind for the first time in this second map.
You're basically forced to go garage here. You have a Paranoia and a Dart to get through the choke, but all of that relies on Donna. She has to be the one to get them space.
It is time. Paranoia ready. You've got to move into the pit. You've got to get something done, but it won't happen. Sheer is there, and instantly, Ninetales hit the brakes. With their duelist down, they will run on out of here. Nova have pulled it all the way back and now have the lead.
After calling a timeout, after finally having guns online, just for it to be ripped away again. There have not really been any peeps out of Ninetales since we've gotten into the second half. And they have to find that footing very soon. Samsami did so much this round, getting that opening pick.
30 seconds.
Once they lost out on the duelist, you think it's going to be over. No.
Yeah.
Nova's still just scaling to this side so well together. And once the Viper spit is down, it's almost a checkmate.
Well, Ninetales, it's starting to get dire. And now 6 rounds in a row.
2 hero weapons, that's all they have.
Donna has pushed all the way down into mid. But look where Alyssa is holding. Ready for the window push. There's just no chance from Donna. Actually, she gets it done. Steps onto the big stage. Now it's one of the 2 hero rifles. Has to continue, but will be cut away. Blood comes on through from Ninetales, and it's a couple of nice kills out of Full Moon. Puts things in a 1-on-2. Shirazi is low. But Haste has a classic. And the guns are over in the corner. Here's the teleport back down there with the classic. And now Paranoia. Not waiting for the guns, going for the fights instead. Not enough bullets. Shirazi takes the round.
If she has a gun, I think she wins that.
She does, yeah.
She had a tag onto the first player. That could have been a kill with the Vandal. Had them both blinded in hell. But instead losing the previous round, not having the money to work with. And another lump of heartbreak added on.
Nice!
For Nova, it's all elation.
It's a flawless attack side.
They were down 0-5 to start. Now they've won 6 of their own rounds in a row.
But Ninetales have answers. That was the save 2 rifles. Now they have the weaponry. Now Donna can take this fight already out of the round. At the same time, pushing down C-Long. Samsami. Push down low. This take and Sight is getting exploded. Ever is still alive. Ever to be the hero. 2 kills already. Cannot find the 3rd. And now as Ninetales just go in one after another. It is scattered in the approach.
A fast timing on the flank for Full Moon. Had the lockdown, but instead chooses to make the play.
There's nothing protecting this flank.
Poison's off.
Eventually, Nova will suspect things. Paranoia early. And here she comes. Full Moon. Take your time. You need this round. You must win this round. Gun barrel scene and spins it right back round.
That was a round of heroes, of individuals trying to step up and make the play for Ninetales. That's how it goes when you're down. You feel desperate to get back in. And it so nearly went wrong. Donna dying early. Ever trying to flood into this site. Just barely keeping her team in it. They get it done. Finally break that streak. And now you start to talk about positives for Ninetales. The energy is back. They have 4 out of 5 of their ultimates online. And they're still within touching distance to bring this game back.
Can't let it slow down now. Need to turn this round into a few more. Again, playing for this A lobby control, unchallenged by Nova. That means Donna without a stun.
Toxin screen down.
A minute before the recon comes up, and now Donna's out of the round again. Haste needs to take this round back, but Shirazi has been so good. A staple of the GC scene. Now looking to carry CN to their first series win ever on the big stage.
How many times have we seen this round before? Ninetales into an A site. Or rather Nova, and Ninetales having to retake with it. Judge in Samsami's hands.
I mean, the ultimates are beautiful for Ninetales, but
I don't think you want to use them in a 3v5 unless you can get a pick.
Yep.
Find something to believe, but they disagree.
Bandits coming with a Hunter's Fury on the other side. Icebox will just shut that out of the round. Quick handshake. Now Ninetales with an impossible ask. You're never breaking out of that choke.
Again, the judge in spawn. How many times has she been here?
There's just no bullets left either. Nova go up to 11. Ninetales sent, I mean, only the lockdown. All things said and done, but
that was their biggest ult, and it's gone now.
And by the way, Shirazi moves up to 20 kills in that round. Not even holding for the walk-up. But it's just that extra amount of time because you repositioned up onto the box that Haste has to adjust to, and that 0.25 seconds costs the kill.
You see her coming alive in these games. The veteran player of this squad, out of everyone in the lobby, she's one of the few who's been to GCC before, who has performed at events like this.
Clem, judge in hand actually, trying around herself. As Sheer goes hell. No one ready for that, it's full stuck. Quick into the site, Nova absolutely ripping things apart. Donna fires back, now with a chance for a little bit more, and Ever goes down too.
Cover going out.
It was an eco for Ninetales. But even with that, so much was resting on this round. Nova take this, they're on series point. This angle from Alyssa. Whoa, full moon. The beautiful shot on the classic. Hold on, Ninetales. Can you get it done? One-on-one, Sheer around the side, and Sheer takes it through for the Red Bull clutch.
Such an incredible clutch from Sheer. Had very little time to actually isolate these fights. There's Full Moon who hit that shot, recovered a weapon. And a second later as that swing comes through.
You forget.
And Clem is just so excited, feeding that energy into her teammate who just won the clutch. Puts it down to what could be the last round for Ninetales.
It would be a heartbreaking way for Ninetales to start off this tournament on home turf. Need 3 in a row. That's the way to begin. Oh, re-challenging the fight. Samsami feeling the pressure, feeling like she has to do way more than normal to equalize the playing field.
And with her dead, the pressure of this round, you almost feel like it again goes down to Donna, who has struggled in this game thus far, who was so good for Ninetales in the run-up to this event.
Drone spotted from Haste. But Ninetales don't really adjust to that information.
No, Donna stays on A, reposts in plat, in a position to be the pivotal player.
We've asked it of Donna before, now sees the head. They've downloaded her position, the stun comes in, she dodges it. Dodges the first round. Nova advance into the site. It's a mess down here. And Donna is the only one alive. Donna's out of bullets. Donna moving around, sliding through. But it will rest on Ever. And a 1-on-2. Clem can taste it. Faltered with EDG previously on the global stage. Now she has a chance to win the first series for China at GCC. Then she does just that.
You can see the elation. Clem immediately jumps up to hug her teammates. Such a turnaround for these players. For Clem, who missed out on that emotion before. Now surrounded from veterans coming from a different region.
What a way to start things. It's just beautiful. Stepping onto the stage, up against a Ninetales on home soil.
They get that disappointment, that same feeling that Clem felt when she was here previous. But now, it turns around in front of a crowd in Seoul. It's Nova with the win.
It has to feel so good. From the impressive victory in game 1 to this long, arduous comeback, falling down so deep in the first half.
Did they lose a round on attack?
1.
1.
Yeah.
That is outrageous.
They also started fighting back towards the end of that first half as well, showing a lot of grit too. And it's that grit, it's that comeback power that we had not seen from previous CN reps on this stage. A beautiful way to start here for Nova. We got plenty more
with
after
their
this.
first GCC win. Congratulations, Clem. So bien. Luna, you can come over here. I am now joined by Clem from Nova and Luna for translation for our post-match interview. 네, GCC 첫 승을 거둔 노바의 클램 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 승입니다. 정말 그동안 너무너무 긴 시간 동안 마음고생도 많았을 것 같은데 참 값진 승리일 것 같거든요. 오늘 떨리지는 않았는지 그리고 첫 승 거둔 소감이 어떤지 여쭤보고 싶네요. Now, Clem, congratulations, your first GCC win for the org as well. You guys have been through a lot for so long. I know you guys fought tooth and nail to really get here. So now that you picked up your first win here, what does it feel like? And were the nerves any different?
首先，恭喜你们拿下了在改变者冠军赛的首次胜利嘛。其实也知道，过去的几年大家都经历了非常的多。那对于今天这场比赛，在开始之前，会不会感受到说有一些紧张，以及拿下首胜之后，现在心情是如何的呢
？I feels like actually I'm not nervous because the old people think we are not win, right? So I'm very exciting to win, and we made a history. I wait this moment is 3 years, so I'm happy. My teammate is so good, and all of his work hard. I really enjoy it again. I'm really happy.
Would you like to translate that in Chinese for the Chinese fans?
Oh yeah, sure. 他说呢，刚刚他其实这一段时间，他其实为了等待今天这个时刻已经3年之久了，他真的努力了非常久，同时他也非常激动能够取得今天的胜利，而且也要非常的感谢他非常棒的、非常优秀的队友，没有他们也不会拿到今天这样的胜利。
오늘 경기 노바 선수들이 이 순간을 위해서 정말 열심히 노력하기도 했었고 사실 이 현장에 온 팬분들의 대부분이 이제 노바가 승리할 거라고 예상하지 않았고 또 상대팀인 나인테일즈를 많이 응원할 것 같았기 때문에 오히려 보여주자라는 마인드로 경기에 임했기 때문에 이렇게 승리를 가져갈 수 있었던 것 같다고 얘기를 했고요. 그리고 이렇게 GCC 첫 승을 거둘 수 있게 돼서 정말 너무너무 기쁘다고 얘기를 합니다. 자 그러면 오늘 상대했던 나인테일즈의 비토픽에 대해서도 물어보고 싶은데요. 이 비토를 상대로 상대법이 어느 정도 준비가 돼 있었던 건지 요즘 스크림에서 자주 보이는지 그리고 전반적으로 이 요원에 대한 평가는 어떻게 되는지도 물어보고 싶습니다. So I'm gonna ask you about Ninetales' Vito, the new agent. Didn't really expect to see them right off the bat this early on, but were you guys prepared to counter this agent? You see him a lot in scrims. What are your thoughts about Vito?
就来聊一聊今天他们的这个班选情况，以及他们也拿出了新的一个地图的一个英雄的图纸嘛。那你觉得说看到之后，有没有说有预想到过吗？以及说是不是跟他们在训练赛当中经常见面呢？
其实我们训练赛就打过一次败的，我们是不玩这个图的。但是之前看到对手用的是维托跟 Harbor， 我觉得这2个英雄搭配起来会很强。但是如果只有一个维托的话，就会。 我觉得给我们的压力没有那么大，我觉得，因为他好像也没有一直 TP， 对，所以我觉得对我们来说压力没有很大，我们也没有打算玩这个英雄。
So actually, we only played bind once in the scrims. Actually, when we see the agent Vito today, it feels like if they don't have they don't have like the. Oh, so if they only have the one smoke, they won't that powerful in the game, and that's why we didn't choose that.
Okay, so you need at least 2 smokes. 사실 노바가 스크림에서 바인드를 딱 한 번 해봤었는데 그때는 상대팀이 그 비토픽을 꺼내지도 않았고 그래서 바인드에서 비토를 보는 거는 사실 처음이었는데 근데 이제 개인적으로 생각하기에는 투스모크를 쓸 거 아니면 비토의 활용성을 그렇게 올릴 수는 없는 것 같다라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 자 그럼 마지막으로 또 클램 선수 굉장히 트래시 토크를 좋아한다고 들었거든요. G2를 상대하게 되는 걸로 알고 있는데 경고의 한마디 부탁드리도록 할게요. Now you guys will be going up against G2, right? I know you like to trash talk, you like to say stuff really spicy, so any warning messages to G2? No drinks though.
No Taxi, I love you guys. I love you, Mimi. I love you, Mimi, and I love you, Pressure. I love you guys all. So I don't want to say Taxi words. I just say we hope we just together enjoy it again. I love you. I really love you guys.
I think they'll understand.
Okay, 그냥 톡식하지 않기 때문에 본인은 정말 톡식하지 않아서 그냥 G2 선수들 미미 너무 사랑하고 그리고 다른 선수들도 너무 사랑하기 때문에 다음 경기 재밌게 치렀으면 좋겠다고 사랑한다고 이렇게 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 노바의 클램 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Clem, and good luck in your next matchup.
And Ninetales have sent a lurk through B on the other side of things. But that lurk isn't coming quickly enough. It's half stuck onto the spike. That shot is beautiful! Out of ever! Seoul lights up! Shot on the classic. Hold on! Ninetales. Can you get it done? One-on-one, Sheer around the side, and Sheer takes it through for the Red Bull clutch.
Let's go.
Oh, this is major. It's like the next big thing. Come catch the wave, yeah. Yeah, watch what's happening. A force of nature. Hit 'em like lightning. Be the creator of the next big thing. We're the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. We stand on top of equators. We are the limitless. We got the future, no papers. We are the innovators. We have the focus like lasers. You know we doing it big. Oh, this is major. This is major. It's a game changer. This is major. Oh, this is fire. It's like the boom boom pow. Let's take it higher. Like the no now. We're the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. We stand on top of equators. We are the limitless. Got the future, no papers. We are the innovators. We have the focus like lasers. You know we doing it big. 'Cause this is major. This is major. We are the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. This is major. Are you a real faker? A team player? A crusader? Yeah, here we come. Are you a game changer? Rule breaker?
Day one of GCC 2025. It's time for our second match of the event. It's MIBR versus Giant X. Doug here, back again with Potter and Dryad. And, you know, for as much as we're excited about this the first series of the day, this second series is just as, if not more, exciting, Potter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, MIBR coming through after showcasing all their upgrades this year. Bastarda coming into the lineup. MIBR, an exciting team, and I gotta agree with Dan. I mean, it's looking like Brazil is on top right now.
I was like, what part are you agreeing with? I was
Not
like,
the Nova one.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, it's too late for that one.
it's
You
fine.
cannot get on the boat anymore. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm super excited as well. I feel like the reason why we want to see these matches so bad is because it's been quite some time. We talked about the new patch. We already saw some changes as well. So for MIBR and even for Giant X, with the changes that they've made into that last stage, I feel like we're set up for success in this one.
Yeah, I think just having the opportunity to watch MIBR kind of test their mettle a little bit and see just how good they really are is what we're all excited about. You know, speaking of MIBR, last year they finished second and they managed to make it back to GCC from the Americas LCQ, which is never an easy feat. And you see the roster that was built in order to go on that run. I mean, you know, Dryad, again, we were talking about this earlier, but this MIBR roster has really from top to bottom just shooter upon shooter upon shooter.
Absolutely. They were incredible last year. This is the MIBR team that made it to the grand finals last year in Berlin and lost at 0-3 against Shopify Rebellion. So now they have a chance to get the win today. And if they get the win today, they will go into a revenge match very early on against Shopify Rebellion. So they're already kind of thinking about not only winning one match, but moving forward. And this has been the mentality for the whole team. Even in LCQ, you hear it about how they were not focused on one single match, but about how they're going to win the whole tournament.
Yeah, and I have to highlight once again Bastarda changing over to the Sentinel role. I know we spoke about it earlier on when we were opening up the show, but the fact that MIBR, they can depend on their Sentinel to get 2, maybe even 2.5 kills anytime their opponent hits the site, that means a lot, and that's a strong power for MIBR, especially on the defense side. So I'm excited to see Bastarda do it on land.
I love that. Not only do we know and love that clip from Lisa, but also that response for Ness. That she was talking about it, and she was like so embarrassed, like, no, I didn't want to do it, but they made me do it. And now they were like, kind of like holding hands, like playing around in the press conference. I love whatever is going on between these two teams.
Yeah, that clip, again, you guys saw it there. It's amazing. MIBR got a boost halfway through the year. And Potter, this is the boost you were talking about earlier. Bastarda that joins the squad from Team Liquid. Number 3 on the kill leaderboard across GCC. When you think about just how many years we've had and all of the prolific household names that have come through this very event, to have Bastarda to be number 3 is surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, it would be really surprising and impressive if she's able to hold on to those kinds of stats while being a pure Sentinel at this event, unless she's on that Yoru, of course, when they're running the double duelist side of things. But that's what I mean, is having a Sentinel like that that's able to flex and get that kind of kills, that many, anytime their opponents are hitting the site, that's such a power flex.
She is an incredible player, and yeah, it's insane to think about how she's the 3rd when it comes to kills in all of GCCs, because we have Petra first, Mimi second, and these 2 players have made it to every single international. Bastarda, she missed last year, so the fact that, you know, she's not only putting these numbers, but also being able to keep up this same performance on that Sentinel role is incredible. I talked to her a little bit, asking her how she felt about it, and she said, honestly, it was difficult at the beginning because I was so used to the timings as a duelist, and it's so different playing into the Sentinel, but now I feel so much better, and also I feel really good on the Killjoy, so I feel like we might be, you know, seeing a little bit of her comfort pick today.
Yeah, it's also crazy to think about, like, had Bastarda been at that previous event last year, would she be number 1?
Insane.
I mean, right,
Surely.
it certainly is easy to think about. Someone else who we need to touch on is SRN. SRN is back and broke the single kill map record. 50 kills in one map. Unfortunately,
insane
in a loss, but still, just absurd numbers to put up, Potter.
Yeah, and unfortunately in that game, they still lost.
Right.
They still lost,
Tragic.
but it just goes to show the power of SRN. And we mentioned it, they're on a vengeance tour coming in, especially considering how last year's grand finals went down. MIBR, the whole squad, they want their revenge.
Yeah, and I think when you have a lot of these pieces coming together and SRM playing the way that they have, and you presume we'll be able to carry some of that momentum into this event, there's a lot to be excited about on that roster. Over on this, on the other side of the stage, you have Giant X, who's been consistent really all year. 3rd place in circuit points, top 3 in every single stage of the year, and looking to avenge what was a pretty underwhelming performance at Champs last year, Dryad.
Absolutely, and I know that we talk about the consistency because they got 2nd in stage 1, 2nd in stage 2, third in stage 3.
Right.
But something that hasn't really been consistent for them at all has been this roster. They have been making changes that have been a little bit controversial throughout the year, and it feels like finally they're settling a little bit more for this. I mean, that meant that Ness had to pick up that IGL role, had to pick up those mid-round calls as a Sentinel as well, and she talked about some of those struggles that meant for her. It also meant bringing back Smurfette on the duelist role. It meant bringing Toki from going to the duelist to now back to the controller where we used to see her on last year. So it's been a lot going on, and now they've had some time to settle, to prepare. I hope that they've had enough time.
Yeah, I think let's talk about Smurfette. One of the players that you just mentioned, Dryad, is, you know, you think about, and Potter, I would love your take on this, because given that you've lived it, when you've got so many different players kind of coming in and out and roles changing and things like that, I imagine it's pretty difficult to maintain any semblance of consistency in your individual play when all of the other pieces are moving around you.
Yeah, it definitely is, but it is impressive that Smurfette, she's been that one consistent factor on all the iterations of this roster. It's been Ness and Smurfette together, and Smurfette as a duelist has the craziest stats, the most clutch player, and she's the one closing it out for her team and getting the entries and running it down. So it's hard to do all of those things, but Smurfette, she's the one delivering.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of the stats, because you're right, you made a really good point, Potter. You don't expect that to be the case, right? You don't expect the duelist to be the one who, in theory, is the tip of the spear, but also finds themselves in clutch positions repeatedly and delivering on them.
Absolutely, and it doesn't happen very often. And you know, sometimes I feel like it would be a little bit of a point of concern of why is my duelist staying alive until the very end and not anyone else. But for this team, because they have proven that success with Smurfette, especially when she's playing on this roster, I feel like it really makes sense. I really like the way that they play this rounds, and I feel like that connection that she has with Ness, as you mentioned, Potter, has been really good. I mean, we just saw them last year playing for this same team, and we saw them in 2022 coming for GCC, playing for Guild. So you have that experience not only internationally, but having that synergy now that Ness is picking up a little bit more of those calls.
Yeah, and the truth is, too, when you get to LAN, when you get to the big stage, when you get under bright lights, it is those clutch moments that often can be the differentiator, right? Between a good team that's kind of acceptable in their performance and a team that really surpasses expectations and goes on a run. So we'll see whether or not that plays out. Another player I think we need to touch on is Ava, another one of those cracked out Turkish aimers who just seem to be incapable of doing any wrong. And, you know, Potter, you mentioned how Ava has been a huge boon to this team. And I mean, you see it in the stats.
Yeah, her stats are ridiculous, especially when she's on the Sova. I mean, when you think about Ava, it always just rolls back to 2023 when it was the Ava and Vanya show back on the BBL Queen side of things. And that's when Ava really stamped her name in my brain, and I've become a huge fan. She does, the consistent factor about Ava is she does the baiting really well. She's able to close it out on that Sova roll and really any initiator, but she's fantastic at those trades.
That's weird, because when I try to bait, it ends out poorly and people end out mad at me. Thoughts, Dryad, from you on Ava?
That's just you. Me, I'm winning every single one. I'm baiting my whole team, and I'm winning every single time.
It's that
you need to work in it, Doug. It's okay.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Your thoughts on Ava, Dryad, as you think about this team and you think about, you know, some of the moving parts that we had touched on earlier.
I mean, it's a little bit of the same that Potter is saying. I do really like what she brings mechanically. She has always been insane, as you guys were talking about when it comes to BBL. Even last year for Falcons too, we got the chance to see her a little bit more. And it's just a team that, you know, it's not the team that you think of when you think of experience, honestly, because we have, you know, Shopify, we have G2, we have Liquid, we have MIBR, but they have been, 4 of those players have been to international stages in the past, so this is nothing new for them, and I feel like that is something that they can take advantage of this time.
Yeah, I think there's one last piece that I want to touch on, I think is worth touching on this team, and that's Ness, right? Another player who is a bit of a rock, if you will, or a pillar for this team. Ness has been lights out for Giant X here, Dryad.
Yeah, and it's what we've been talking about. She obviously has always been an incredible player, but when they made those changes and she had to start picking up the calls, she recognized how difficult it was. She was asked in the press conference and before what are some of the learning lessons that she had this year, because she was getting second, she was getting third. She was so close, but not winning. Is you know, if something is working, let's not change it. Let's keep things the same. And I feel like that is kind of the mentality that you have not only for the team and for what they've been going going through this year, but also as the IGL. Once things start working, they want to keep it simple because they didn't have as much time with these 5 as other teams.
Now, Potter, how important is it to have a player who can change and who can, take on more responsibility and more of the action when you do have all those pieces around you that are changing and are constantly in flux?
Well, I think you hit the point earlier, Doug, is that being a consistent force. Ness has been that consistent force on this squad, along with Smurfette the whole time. So she can handle a little bit more on her plate, and so she's showing that right now. To be able to get all her soldiers in order and execute, because the consistent force we've been talking about for Giants, it's been a consistent 3rd place. So they need to be able to consistently progress and move forward, and I'm hoping that they're actually able to do that at this event.
Well, they'll have an opportunity to do it here against, again, a pretty tough opening match. Let's take a look at the Preds. As we talked about earlier, Potter and I were right in the first match, and Dryad was wrong. And now we've got...
Why is this not updated? Where's my 1 point?
We all have MIBR on the desk. It's actually just Mitch who's holding out hope on the Giant X squad. I think I would go so far as to say I think this is the general consensus, right? As we think about this match, I think MIBR seem to be the heavy hitters here.
I mean, everybody's talking about Brazil, and it's not only Brazil talking about themselves, Latin America talking about that region that they know so well. It's everybody else as well. I mean, you hear it from Mel, you hear it from Mimi as well. You hear it from those players that we know internationally how they recognize that Brazilian talent. And I feel like for MIBR, this is a match where they're heavily favorite. They even talked about it in the press conference when somebody asked them what is going to be the most difficult match, and they recognize that it was this one. I mean, if Giants is able to win this, I feel like they're ready to win the whole thing, but it's not going to be easy.
What is it? I want to get this thoughts from both of you. What is it about Brazil as a region right now that has kind of brought everyone back up?
They have always been insane. They have always been incredible mechanically, and I feel like they have a really good understanding of the game. I feel like for game changers, the coaches as well have experience playing internationally as well. So you have a mix of experience, you have a mix of the individual players, and now having a good understanding of the meta.
It's definitely a perfect mixture of passion, hunger, and a bit of desperation.
It's working out just the right time. Again, we've got one final match to close out the day. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out the squads.
Comfortable, cause any minute now.
MIBR.
Brazil has an opportunity here to really cement all of the expectations that people have around them at the hands of MIBR. Again, a squad that has a ton of firepower and a ton of experience. But Dryad, you've got a really hungry and a very unique position with Giant X on the other side of the stage as they're looking to dethrone and make a statement right off the bat.
It always helps when you have nothing to lose. It's something that players always talk about. When you know that you're not the favorite team, that the eyes are not really on you, you're able to get a little bit more comfortable. And so that is what Giant X is relying on for this series.
And we'll take a look at the OMEN map select here. We've got Haven up first, courtesy of Giant X. This will be second. That's a pick for MIBR. And then, if needed, we'll be going over to Split. Potter, thoughts on the map pool here?
I love this map so far for MIBR. I like the fact that they're leaning on this Abyss. One of their favorite maps was Ascent right before all the changes, right before this event coming through for MIBR. So I love it. Sayuri, the IGL for MIBR, I'm assuming she's going to be back on that KO, and that's what made their Ascent so good, because Sayuri's flashes and the way she's setting up SRN and the way she's holding down the fort with Bastarda, it's fantastic.
It really makes a lot of sense. Like, having MIBR play these first two maps, I feel like they're set up to get potentially a 2-0.
Yeah.
We talk about Haven potentially having Bastarda on this Killjoy that she just talked about. This is the agent that she's currently most comfortable with compared to all the other Sentinels, the Cypher that she was playing, even the Yoru that she was playing as well when they were playing these double duelists, and even going into Abyss. This is the map as well where SRN dropped those 50 kills. So
Right.
it is a pretty good map for them. It doesn't matter that they didn't win it. They are incredible in the way that they set up here.
Yeah, I think especially a map like that, there are so many, maybe one decision, it completely changes the outcome of that map. And so, yeah, it's easier to zoom out from that and then feel much more confident about how the map played out in the long run. Again, Brazil with an opportunity here at the really courtesy of MIBR to make a statement early on in this tournament and prove that they are indeed a region that must be feared and cannot be easily reckoned with here, Potter. If you're Giant X, how much of this is you're playing loose because you've got nothing to lose, as opposed to we can put the world on notice right here, right now?
I think it has to be the first. They've got to be loose. They've got to play loose and they've got to be free. Smurfette, an incredibly aggressive player on that duelist role. She's going to have to be the spearhead to kind of allow her players some breathing room and buy some space and buy some time for her team.
Take a look at Agent Select. I'm not expecting anything different, and yeah, it seems like a mirror comp on both sides. The same comps that we saw just a little bit ago, actually, in the previous series. So you were talking about Smurfette needing to be the setup. How much of this goes around the players, around Smurfette, to make sure that she's able to get the space that she needs?
I think Neon being on this duelist agent is going to help a lot. Certainly the speed of Neon, both these. This is definitely the meta comp right now for Haven. So I was very curious to see what other teams are going to bust out the Waylay like we watched earlier on coming out from Donna from Ninetales. I hope we see a little bit more Waylay in this series, but I love the comps from both teams here.
I do like what they're playing here, and we saw in the last series as well, keeping it simple and keeping it to a meta that has been successful in this map. The only change that we see across is obviously what we talked about, Bastarda going instead of that Cypher playing that Killjoy instead, and it's what is making sense right now. It is what is making sense for the new patch, and especially for her and her new role.
Yeah, I think we've set things up. I think, again, as we think about players changing and all the different roles that they're having to assume to do so on the biggest stage of the year, I mean, the brights don't get any lighter. That's not how that sentence goes. The lights don't get any brighter, and the stage really doesn't get any bigger than this for both teams. Wanting to make a statement early on, wanting to really get off on the right foot is exactly what you want. So our teams are locked in, and so are the casters. Here are Tom and Mitch on the call. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Doug. Yes, it's time to jump on into this matchup. What an incredible...
Bright light right here.
The bright light. It's getting lighter. This should be an incredibly exciting matchup, though, Tom, because obviously we're coming in here with a game that has history behind it, but more than that, it's on a new patch. We've got new maps in play as well from the last time these teams played last year. So really, it could be anyone's game, but it seems like the consensus definitely leans heavily towards MIBR.
Yeah, for sure. I want to also touch back on something Potter said on the desk as well, that I feel like Smurfette really needs to come out swinging, because we know SRN on the other side is going to come out swinging every single game. Like, she has been incredible all the way through the time in Brazil, and then Smurfette even took a little dip out of the roster for a bit. Susette came in, so the fact is there's definitely been questions about whether or not Smurfette can still have that same impact. Personally, I'll always believe in Smurfette. Like, when she is on, she is a true force to be reckoned with. But we need to see it in this matchup, otherwise they are going to be very quickly moving into that lower bracket.
I think that's a great conversation as well, because when you think about this matchup, as we've said, heavy favor towards MIBR, but if we can see GX turn up on the day, I don't think that there is a massive disproportion of firepower on this server. Really just depends what iteration we get, and we start out here on Haven. Abyss is MIBR's map pick, meaning this is where GX wanted to start, a chance to maybe set the record straight for the public out there and where those power rankings lie early on. And of course, worth touching on that we do come in here with a mirror matchup. These compositions being run, it is Haven, so I wasn't expecting anything massively different to come into play. But it does then, for me, draw my eye more to that SRN versus Smurfette head-to-head. Seeing those Neons coming into this server, I think we're going to get a real good litmus test of what game we've got ahead of us here, especially with this being GX's map pick.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be important for GX to do well here, because it's a map that they've definitely had their up and downs, had some struggles versus Twisted Minds over in EMEA, lost to G2 as well. We haven't seen anywhere near as many reps for the side of MIBR, but the last time they played it, they beat Team Liquid Brazil, which is not a bad team to be beating. We're definitely excited to see them later on in the tournament. But I do think, especially a map like Haven, I think for GX, starting out on the attack is going to be a nice little place to start. They've always been a team that's very good on that attacking side. And again, I'm going to highlight her once more, but having that tip of the spear of Smurfette is always going to help with that. But I also think for someone like Ness, who the IGL role has pretty much swept onto every single member of this GX team at some point, calling on the attack of Haven gives you a lot of opportunities, a lot of gaps that can be exploited, and I think her getting into flow state early in the match is important.
Well, MIBR, they had that run through the LCQ and made their way all the way here to Seoul. Now they look to claim an opening win, and it seems like the crowd is in their favor, but the barriers have gone up. Now it's time to fight round after round, with GX starting on the attack side, early play towards C long, take orb, and move back. This is very much a containment perspective in the early round, hoping that they can find some aggression from that defensive side. And it's worth mentioning as well, with the state of our current utility cycles, you have to be very particular about when you decide to go for those punchy hits, especially with a minute on the clock. There won't be time to reset.
Cross being held. So already spotting out a little bit of information, and a smoke has delayed. And with the amount of aggression that's already there for the defense, GX definitely need to be a little bit careful that they don't end up getting boxed in. They have, however, found a little bit of a gap, but a chance for the starter to slow them down or even segment them, as Smurfette has gone on ahead.
3 players moving through that spawn. It does mean that MIBR will play this much more passive. That's given opportunities, though, for GX to decide where they want to take the fight. And it looks like a crunch towards the spawn is the plan. Paranoia will slow them down in that line of thinking, and Toki sitting inside the orb won't be challenged, but it's inside a garage that Ness ends up going down, but gets one. It keeps them in with a chance of keeping control. Spam is good, damage done, but a 2 versus 2 with Smurfette so desperately low seems favored for MIBR. It seems destined to be theirs, but Smurfette claims the pistol for GX.
Fantastic start to the game for her. She was there taking so much initial space as well, getting past that utility, but the fact is it was the late game where she did most of the work, being able to win that 1v2 and basically just playing chicken with the diffuser on the other side. A decent sweep back in, though. I think that was the impressive part for MIBR of how Lisa was able to do so much damage on the way back, and I think she almost manages to get the spam on the other side. It was so close, the round going the other way, but it is the pistol for GX. It is the start that they were looking for, and of course, not really expecting much of an investment. In fact, there's barely anything for MIBR here.
That's exactly what you'd expect. It's exactly what GX did as well, as you said. That's why Smurfette's confident to just walk this up, although she has been caught without her weapon in hand. So it's going to be a pretty easy pickup for MIBR on that backside of C.
Flight.
Well, it's not a bad start. The gamble rotation as well is okay. We found a pick on C. Chances are they won't go C. So let's now move that gamble stack over to the A side. 4 players currently waiting, and that's exactly where the GX build is looking to make a move. Ness might get caught here. This fight could be everything. That's now a 2-player advantage as they go running into a stacked site. MIBR are in a perfect position here to potentially win a round that was a flat-out eco, which they've done it with 4 standing.
Oh, that's gotta hurt, especially with that weapon from C Long being taken onto that backside of A, finding a double in the late round, the first one being the most important. It was a headshot, instantly deleting that player, and there was nothing in the arsenal of MIBR that would have allowed them to do that. Then you lose Ness, trying to claim that bit of space towards middle on B. From this point, it was already an uphill battle, but SRN made sure that they went tumbling down. That is a disastrous way to start this. A 1-0 start for GX. Being the underdogs here, you want them to have that little bit of a leg room, a little bit of space to work with, but right now, well, the shoe's on the other foot. It's MIBR off to a flying start. Pressure will be put onto them early, as it looks like Smurfette is out for vengeance and has at least found one.
What a damage done onto her, and Sarah's desperately low. Well, no, Sarah's gone completely. With SRN just holding the line with the Outlaw. This is a player that you can't really afford to peek if you're on the other side. In fact, nobody can take a single shot from that gun. A tough hold, to say the least. SRN already building up those numbers. We know the stats for her are going to be phenomenal throughout this tournament. There's no doubt about that, but it is just a straight-up cleanup. 3 kills with a classic to close.
Yeah, this is a massive start for that defensive side. Keep in mind, GX's map pick as well, and already finding this much value. Already we talked about the Smurfette versus SRN, that head-to-head being so exciting. And yes, we see a pick in a round where they don't have a lot, where it's only a Stinger to work with. Although, you know, Stinger previously would have been very strong. It has taken a little bit of a tick off in the recent meta that we're seeing here really for the first time within VCT. But SRN on the other side, it's been a hot start. Not looking to slow down either. That Outlaw in hand still going to have a lot of value to be brought to the table coming into this round. There's not light shields in play, obviously, but you think about that damage, the chip damage that can come into play. You think about something like a Killjoy turret, even finding a tag onto those players. And then you think about SRN and how frequently those shots seem to land on the head anyway. So definitely a lot to worry about for GX as they buy up those rifles in the early control, the orbs taken, but MIBR responding with that deep control towards A.
Pretty big boost to the economy early on. It'll be pretty paramount for GX to break back early in this one. Ults-wise, they're not in a bad position. Sayuri will be the first point of contact once again, but her goal throughout has just been to slow them within this B site. Again, smoke placed, and no choice but to fall back, at least for the moment.
The reset from GX goes towards A. This corner has to be cleared, and we start with the drone going out. That could be exactly what happens. Corner check. Yes, it is. And now in trouble is Melissa. There's no way out from L. Caught and deleted as SRN tries to trade out damage. And with Smurfette and Ava down to 1 hit, this round could very well flip into their favor. But SRN falls and MIBR under so much pressure. They've rotated the whole squad through, but they've not found a pick till it's a 1v5. Nice job to start it off. Bastarda gets 3 and gets out of there. Reset into the 1v2, and both players are 1 hit. This could be MIBR's round with an ace.
Just needs to find a single shot. The jump down will be incredibly difficult. That's the first, and only Ava remains, and it's going to be a complete rotation. Bastarda realizing that she has the time. 1 bullet will do the trick, just trying to find that final player, but couldn't quite manage it. And it's going to be Eva to cling to life, but that was almost the play of the tournament on the very first day.
That was absolutely outrageous to find that much value. And you know, we talk about individuals and we talked about SRN, and sure, we got to see some of it there, but what in the world was that? You know, the players that were low weren't even the ones she started with taking down. Those were 3 full HP players swinging in. The spacing wasn't even that bad. It could have been a little bit better, but hell, you're in a 5v1. You don't think she's going to pull out a Goliath performance like that.
Don't worry, Eva's like, no, I got this, don't worry. Don't worry. I had this all along.
Well, 2-2, and it has been anything but a boring map so far. Crazy rounds to start this out. As we go into round 5, though, it's rifles for both. We've seen the Hunter's Fury burned up in the previous round by GX, though, and Bastarda, well, no surprise with the performance that we just saw, has that ult online, so the possibility to play the lockdown is there, but they're going aggressive, holding this control on short, fighting tooth and nail for every meter of map control on this A site.
Melissa stuck in the mud. Poki's done well. SRN, though, trying to be the hero, and a decent attempt. This time, well, it's only 2 needed for Bastarda. Has taken the space, and already 1 player detained the fallback from Sarah, not realizing how far forward she's got. And with Toki currently detained, she's not going to be caught. We'll be able to at least fight when the time's right. Ultimate not quite online. An orb take here would do the trick, but I'm definitely not sure that's worth the risk, and Bastarda is actually starting to rotate away.
30 seconds
not
left.
Not quite the right read in this scenario, but of course Toki's going to have to take her time in clearing every angle before going for that plant.
Yeah, That's given the info. Started on her way and holding the right angle, the right time, but the spray doesn't land. Denied the clutch again, but she's been putting in the work. It's Toki to claim the lead for GX just about.
Yeah, all of these rounds have been cheek clenchers. Like, they're making me nervous for either side. A close call with Sarah being caught out by that peak. GX. Oh, you could look at the scoreboard and see the kill tally, and you'd think they'd be losing this map, but they're not. They've been able to swing rounds with a single player alive in the last couple. And what that has meant is they put their opponents down to pistols. I will say, though, last time that was the case, MIBR won the round.
Oh, what a shot from Sarah, but it is returned by Sayuri. A 4v4, and we've seen how desperately dangerous those pistols are, as you said, Tom. Never mind the Hunter's Fury that's there to back it up, or a potential Viper's Pit by the time we reach the end of the round. GX need to be careful. Luckily, all their bases are covered right now. Turret sees the push out of Garage. Alarm Bot is covering this push through the window, and then they're watching for any A or C aggression. So there's nothing, well, watching for A aggression is something. I mean, they're watching for short aggression. Smurfette is the A aggression. She's taken full control here. Outlaw in hand, seen nothing. So they probably think someone's on short, but the spike can easily just get in there for the plant. Unfortunately, Ness has gone walkabouts, and now their flank is open, and there's a rifle to be retrieved with the advantage and the Hunter's Fury for MIBR. This is now a very scary round yet again.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential in this one. Luckily, Melissa is on the other side of the map, so it's not going to be a plant denial from that Hunter's Fury. When the time starts ticking, that's where you really feel like GX will find their favor. And that Hunter's Fury could instead be used to try and clear some of the positions already in play. And as you mentioned, with a rifle now found, it might be worth the risk.
Stealing sight. Well, here we go. It seems like they were going to go for it, but then the paranoia came through to disrupt it. Oh, and a bit of time! Toki tears them down and puts this into a 2v2. Much more winnable as Ava finds another and is ready for the final fight. GX 4-2 in the lead. They won the pistol and went 2-1 down. I was getting worried, but with how these rounds have gone, they've shown that they are capable of taking the fight to MIBR. That's even going to get a timeout out of the defensive side as they see this game slip away.
Yeah, I think it's mostly been resilience. They've gone down in a lot of these rounds, but it's been those fight backs that have worked out for them. A wonderful double from Toki, and then again, they were a safe pair of hands in these late round scenarios. It was mentioned on the desk somewhat as baiting, but I'm going to call it the Clutchmeister instead. Like, always seems to just do what is needed for GX in those late rounds. And well, for MIBR, it's kind of a difficult one because you have to talk about what is there to change. They've lost a few rounds off a singular player being alive. That one was only pistols. I guess maybe some of those early fights haven't really been going their way. I think the more direct execute approach from GX has made it harder for the players actually on site to survive. So maybe opting for more of a retake setup when you have the guns could be working out. Or maybe what you do is you get the other 4 players to wait outside, send in Bastarda first, see if she gets 3 or 4 kills, and then you just have to trade out the round. There you go. It's a clever strat. It's like, right, you guys now just need to win the 4v2 because I've killed 3 of them.
It's like a new version of strat roulette, but I actually might be statistically supported.
Believe in Bastarda.
Yeah,
that's the strat. They sent on the desk. I think, what was she, top 3 in terms of the stats? Why not?
Yeah, I can see why. Let me put it that way. But GX have done really well, despite these roadblocks that have been thrown up. But remember, that previous round was still pistols. They made it look very, very close. For MIBR, like, I said the game slipping away. It's more the rounds that are slipping away, right? Like, they have had so much contention in those rounds that you're not too worried. But it's just about sharpening the tools before you go in for this kill. As the A-side push for GX seems inevitable. The only thing they've got to cover their back is that alarm bot. Look at the push from MIBR. 4 players have come down mid. They have got complete control. The turret watching C, they're worried maybe someone's around there, but now they know that this A hit's coming through. And you might expect 1 flanker. Hell, you might expect a second after that alarm bot gets broken, but if you expect 4, you're mad.
They've got the 1 player with Hunter's Fury as the one that's not flanking, so it wouldn't give the game away if they're going to try and use it. Toki, though, has spotted out and been able to retreat just about. SRM was quick on her heels. Toki's now going to delay them, and that flank's value somewhat dissipated. In fact, there's aggression on the other side. They're trying to pick off Melissa. They're trying to push her out of this heaven position. She needs to hold this, otherwise the flank becomes the only avenue, and she has managed to hold it. 2 players dropped. Toki, though, still standing.
They're defusing. That lockdown won't matter if it's diffused all the way. It's time to swing on in and look for the kills. As yes, those players will be detained, but at the end of the day, a win is a win. And the pit even denies those players being taken down. For MIBR, that went about as well as it could. I think a big part of it is keeping control of heaven. Otherwise, they deny that much quicker. But playing into the pit and everything else, I didn't expect them to have nearly as much of a chance as they evidently did.
Yeah, without heaven control, I feel like that's an easy spam. Like because there's literally no angle you can fight them on other than just peeking them directly. So the fact that Melissa manages to get 2 kills there is just massively impressive. And while Smurf,
oh my goodness!
it's just rage at this point.
Oh.
Pure fight into the site. Toki's TP'd heaven, and well. And the funny thing is, this was the fake. They were planning to go the other way, and now they're kind of like, well, guys, we have A. I get that you have C, but like, Toki's now just fighting. By the way, she used the TP at the beginning of the round, so she can't rotate.
Yeah, it is going to be a long rotation that they have read. The fact that that spike wasn't even tapped by now makes it clear that is the idea, to move towards C late. The plant has been acquired as a result. They've denied the Omen TP from Sayuri, so no early rotation towards C long. It's going to be a much more two-dimensional approach. The smoke went up in time, and they've been pushing out one by one into the hands of Sarah. They have been crushed as a result. MIBR, great round in the previous, but GX right back on the board.
Yeah, these have always been the plays that... It's why if you've ever watched Smurfette over in EMEA or maybe even in early stages of champs, she's so enjoyable to watch because sometimes there will be rounds where you feel like the strat is just Smurfette send it. And when she was calling, you kind of go like, well, that's a bit of an ego. But now Ness is going, Smurfette, send it. And with the TP alongside it, it was a wonderful fake that turned into a fantastic take. Unfortunately for MIBR, this leaves them with not a lot in their back pocket. But as we've said before, Mitch, these are kind of the rounds they win.
Yeah, well, it's definitely the rounds that they have, I think, looked the best in so far. Certainly most consistently putting up those numbers. At least bringing it into like a 1v1 in the end. Smurfette, though, having none of it. That's a headshot on Lisa. It doesn't matter.
Maybe just swing out of a smoke.
Although SRN has got a double! That's the spike down as well! How's she gotten away with that? A 4 versus 3 now. Hunter's Fury online. Spike needs to be retrieved. All that control that they could have had from the space given up by MIBR. Those gaps have now been padded by Bastarda covering in that angle. GX, they're on the back foot, and it's crazy how consistently MIBR are able to take these rounds that we so often see as, yeah, they got a kill or they got 2 kills, a little bit of damage, but you know they were never going to win it, and they make it look doable, and they now make it look favorable. That's a judge up close. This is a dangerous fight to take.
30 seconds.
Oh, they have no idea, and of course they have no idea. Smurfette has been able to trade them, and the rest of the players are very far away. Lockdown gone. That's at least something, but it's also whether or not they're going to be able. Yeah, they've retrieved a couple of the weapons. Further denial. Bear in mind, look at the clock at this stage. That's another player down, and in fact, SRN catches the aggressor of Ness. It's crazy what they're able to do in these rounds, and of course, no surprise, it is our Mastercard Thrifty.
And no surprise, a timeout for GX after how that one went. You see SRN up on their feet, and you think, okay, hey, we got to take a moment, let them cool off, and let us heat back up. Because, again, it has been such a big problem for GX to deal with these low buys. And I get it, you know. It's similar to how GX found that advantage in the previous round by Smurfette putting so much pressure on A long by the TP coming in as well. So those A players are surrounded immediately and pushed on. But it's the same kind of thing that MIBR are doing on the defense when they've got those low buys. Like they either move as a group or they go for this early aggression. It's catching GX off. And the first time, the second time, sure. But there comes a point where coaching staff have to step in and go, okay, here's the hole in our ship. Let's get that plugged before this half is over.
It's time for Asuka to maybe have a few words, because they've had rounds that maybe they shouldn't have won, like some of the very, very close ones with a single player standing. And then they've had rounds where you feel like they definitely should.
Yeah.
And that's where you kind of don't want to disrupt the momentum when it seems to be working for you. But with now opportunities coming up for MIBR, and what I can only imagine will be a pretty scary attack side with how they've currently been playing as a unit. Like when they move as a unit, they've looked fantastic. And when they have had a site executed on with only a couple of players, that's kind of when they've been caught out. By the looks of it though, GX's fix is to go back to that same A-site execution with the Hunter's Fury. It worked wonders for them last time they attempted it with the sheer pace they hit with. 3 players are waiting though. One of them is SRN.
I don't think they're waiting, Tom. I don't think they're waiting at all. SRN's running it down, looking for the fight right off rip, and she's gonna get it! 1 already claimed, but Smurfette's there, returning it, and putting GX into the lead. A 3 versus 2 advantage for the attack, and there's no early flank. Bastarda's miles away, lockdown's in play, but with the Hunter's Fury, it will just be countered out. Oh, and already Toki's watching the flank. So for Lisa, this one feels like it's already done, and the smoke fading is played very much against her.
Toki has been superb in all of the positions that they've needed her to be in. And I know, like, you'll look at scoreboards. Right now, she is at the top, but she won't necessarily always be there. But it's like the second Nest goes down and the alarm bot is offline, she's watching. That's why you see that run through from Bastarda, and you go, okay, there's a good chance I've got here so fast. They're all going to be within the site just in case somebody's there. Toki is watching it. When someone tries to flood back into the site, Toki is watching it. And she was one of the players that got the trade when they went for that aggression in the first place. If she continues to play like this, it is a fantastic sign for GX. And well, once again, we're going to see one of these lighter buys and a much more direct approach once more. A C hit with no resistance.
Yeah, full take for GX, easy as can be.
Spike planted.
But it's the retake for MIBR that I'm worried about. They've kept up all that utility.
There.
Not even going to have to wait for any of it to refresh. You can already see the ping up top waiting for the Sova reveal to come through, but
Did they use lockdown?
it started.
There.
With the drone being sent into play, it doesn't look like lockdown's going to be put in. Instead, it's a full push out. Bastarda's already taken down Nest. Hunter's Fury put into place. Smurfette completely surrounded. The backside push has worked. With Toki now trying to hold her ground, but players all over. It relies on players like Sarah. Diffuse underway, half already. Inside the smoke, the sprays weren't landing, but finally they do just in the nick of time. GX 7 on the board, a guaranteed lead at the half on their map pick.
It's a lot of the time, this is the half where you have that expectation for a squad like GX. This time it was all about clinging to life almost. It was another fantastic start to the retake.
Let's go!
The Hunter's Fury definitely helped, but when you see that overdrive put into play for SRN, you're always fearful. Of course, she 14 and 7, top of the board right now, no surprises there. But maybe a little bit of a surprise in the scoreline. GX are extending that lead, looking for 8 in the half, and I think they'll be pretty happy with that.
Without a doubt, yeah. After winning the pistol and going down like that, and considering there were 2 rounds Bastarda could have won with a single bullet placed correctly, yeah, this is a great position. It's been a crazy game so far, delivering here on Haven and Abyss and Split. I have high hopes for. High hopes we get to Split, but we'll see. That's up to these teams. Well, second best at least. No bind here.
Meh. Well, 4 players set up. It seems like a guaranteed, use of the lockdown.
With the pit later on, though?
Lisa as well catching that alert.
Spike planted.
They've got themselves into a pretty decent position. Now, you mentioned the pit, but it's kind of on the wrong side of the map right now. It will have to be a late rotation in from Sarah, and already they're onto this diffuser. Somebody needs to get in and try and deny this one. They got it to half. That's not a bad start whatsoever, but the utility is slowing them down. Another couple drops. Sarah spams. They did well last time, but she needs a whole lot more. They're just diffusing. MIBR will get themselves to 5, and maybe the close half that we kind of deserved in the end.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is the half that we wanted to see. Starting this out, a lot of people thinking MIBR would come in and just dominate from the word go, but GX, they haven't been pulling any punches here in map number 1, in half number 1. But of course, there's another half to come after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get half number 2 underway here in Seoul. GX have just put 7 rounds up on their attacking side of Haven, but MIBR, well, if you were watching that last half, you know just how close they were to claiming the half for themselves. So many incredibly tight rounds, but the cookie has not crumbled in their favor.
Yeah, obviously we see the Coinbase econ report, and with SRN being the star of the show. And I don't think anybody's ever going to be surprised by that. If you've ever watched MIBR before, she is always someone that's putting up incredible numbers. And I think going into this attack side will be even more important. The same as we saw from Smurfette as that focal point, the tip of the spear. SRN is going to do that, and maybe even more. We'll have to wait and see. But for GX, they're going to be looking for their second pistol and maybe hoping they won't lose the second round this time.
Yeah, that's always going to be a bonus.
Crossed for them, you know?
Yeah, I think MIBR will have different hopes, though. They want to come in here taking the dub from the word go, as well as GX were in that first half. We've got a 2-round gap to play with. Pistol will put them back to even if they can follow up. There's a barrier's set to go up any moment. And then we said this is a mirror matchup, but I think the bar has been set pretty high for Smurfette after that first half performance from SRN. See if she can find that same spark on the defense.
Well, yeah, I'll be interested to see if she'll be pulling out the operator at some point, but we'll have to wait a little bit for that B site take. Normally the more comfortable to get in, but it's whether or not you can hold on to it. Bastarda was watching for the rotation and the timing. Well, the turret's going to give the game away, and while her and Melissa will combine, already leaving this in a nasty deficit, and it got even worse for GX. Toki dropped. Eva and Sarah, all that remain, but look at the positions of the attackers. I was going to say they don't even need to peek, but SRN needed to peek.
I mean, I would say they didn't even need to throw that extra nano at this point. Ava can sit there and go, I did some extra economy damage. I got rid of that utility. Look at that. A great pistol round for MIBR. I mean, from the first engagement, that was pretty much done. Containing that garage push, having 2 players and the turret holding back in there. And look how quickly Mel comes through to swing on that with her teammate. I think it was double headshots as well delivered by Bastarda that killed one and left one so incredibly low. And this is the team that came through and found that second round in the previous half. Now they look to do it with a pretty hefty advantage instead of playing with those classics.
Then again, we saw the opposite happen the other way around. It was the 4 classics that managed to take the round home, so nothing is given, but you'd expect that Lightning won't strike twice in the same map. You'd almost be a little bit disappointed if it did. Sayori leading the charge, but obviously has the least to lose. With only a ghost in hand, a chance to already even up that scoreline, and with a quick and swift double, chances now seem unlikely, but they're still being patient. I like this from MIBR, not overplaying their hand until the full force of their squad is there to join them.
Yeah, grouping and pushing is the only real play for GX, but seems like MIBR pretty ready for that. It's only Bastarda who's taking a risk, ghost in hand. Flank watch there for Lisa. You don't really want to see her sticking around on the flank either, because if she's playing down there, that's a rifle that can potentially be overwhelmed. She'll go back to clear it, and here's where the info falls into her hands, but it's costly as now that rifle's recovered. It's in the hands of Smurfette. The potential for damage now starts to build. Even throwing that off the map would be damage. But they want to take some more players out of the equation. Bastarda, though, has the exact same thing in mind. Boxed in, low HP, headshots will be an insta-kill, and Bastarda's got plenty locked and loaded. 7-7 for MIBR, and they will recover that rifle.
Yeah, I was about to say, she needed a moment to flex.
Yes.
Someone else had
The
to pick
others
up the
had to
gun. Like, you
sprint.
know, like, come on. That's what team play is. Like, while I'm standing up, facing off my opponents, you need to go and retrieve the gun. Like, come on, it's the least you can do.
Priorities, and I think they very much have them in order. That's what I like to see.
They did get the gun, so that's all. That's all that matters. And well, it leaves. Say, all right, with a little bit of a deficit for this one, but still a very strong bite, and especially when you consider they're on the attack now. They have the opportunity to group up, play a faster round. This could make things fairly difficult for the side of GX. Now, Toki had a fantastic start to the game, and well, looking to continue that. Power and Ava combining. We'll give them a player advantage, but still plenty of chance to response. I'm looking at 3 players, though, on that A site already, Mitch, and they may just need to fall back off this one.
Yeah, I mean, but look at where Smurfette is. Or not Smurfette, sorry. Look where SRN is. They swapped halves now. The spike is with her.
They do that.
All the way on the other side of the map. It's not like it's going to be full commitment, nor should it be. But it's all about the space that's found here, because there is so much being offered up. GX are playing this off the information that turret is going to give them on C. These players are about to give it away. There it is. Noise heard. Okay, they know it's a C hit, and that rotation comes through. But I think MIBR are playing them right here. Yeah. I think they're drawing those rotations, leaving Lisa to take A, sending the spike back in that direction, because keep in mind, you've seen the Neon, you've heard the Neon, you saw the reveal in Garage as well, so now you think, oh, there's 2 Garage, maybe there's 1 long, that's the full rotate, and now you start to realize just how silly you've been. GX, they've been sold, and the A side has been fully overtaken with an easy plant to be secured.
Now, I was wondering whether or not we'll see Lisa set up with the orb, but she's hoping that, yeah, she can find someone first, but nobody rotates in. Now you have that orb for a post-plant flood. Not going to allow them in with relative ease, but it seems like SRN is almost going to play ahead of it and use that orb as an escape plan. The fact is, though, GX have other ideas. They're going all the way around the back instead. But those steps likely will have been heard. SRN being spotted, and Toki again winning the high-impact fight, the one that was needed. The remaining 2 now looking to fight towards long, and it's not gone to plan. Lisa is all that's left, and Smurfette will deal with her as well. What looked like a dangerous round ends with 4 standing for GX.
And I love this idea from GX. Once they realize the mistake they've made in letting their opponents into the A site, they triple push through mid, play late behind, send 2 players loud down long. So that guy on short, you start to think, well, okay, they're leaving this position. They're pushing through long. That's my moment to push short. That's my moment to take that fight. And Melissa goes in for it and finds that there's actually someone waiting, because Toki had faked the steps and then shift walked back in to cover that push. So they really started to add up very quickly what had gone wrong. Because when there were 4 players on the B site, it looks like, okay, it's a 3v4, but the upper hand's maybe in MIBR's favor. But very nice adjustment from GX gets in the lead.
Luckily for them, that was just a bonus round. And while the early firefights looked like it could have gone Sarah's way, instead, a bullet bitten from SRN. And a chance at a response. Bastarda just so patient, lurking through, and expects both players to battle. It will now only be Ava standing. I wanted to ring around a Rosie. It feels like she's almost being tracked at this stage, with Lisa making her way through the A site.
Spike planted.
All the utility is being recalled, but of course, the only reason for doing that is that Bastarda will have the expectation that somebody could come from behind.
And every round that goes by, I'm increasingly impressed by Bastarda's performance. Again, thinking back to that first half, there were 2 really tough clutches that she was 1 bullet away from connecting. An ace that one of them would have been.
Well, yeah, a 1v5 ace.
A 1v5
Oh, you're
ace.
underplaying
And
it.
it was what? It was 12 HP, and she just happened to look away from the angle the second that it was timing that
I'd
cost her
say
that.
it was almost play of the tournament in day one.
Yeah.
Map one of their
In like
their run.
round 5 or something like.
Yeah, it would have been one to remember, but almost unfortunate that it happened so early. But yeah, 8-8. The lead earned in the last half has been expended, and as I said, I always feel like an attack side with SRN leading the charge. It really does feel like that 1-2 punch with Bastardo coming in. Of course, we kind of had that before with Jelly. I feel like those two always played very well off of each other, but this much more is like a push and pull. You take that early fight you know you're going to get from SRN, and then while you're trying to almost find a gap elsewhere, you walk back into Bastardo.
This is going to be a pretty easy take at the C side. Fully open by GX. Almost forced into a retake. Are they going to try to get in here on the plant? Surely not. Look, Toki's so close to that smoke. They're going to fire in! MIBR overrun to start with. Hunter's Fury finds one, but SRN behind enemy lines has to try to find an angle to fight from. There's a flank coming around from Ava, and that may be what seals the deal for GX as a 2v1 now in play. Smurfette and Ava up against SRN with a minute on the clock, a 1v1, and so close! MIBR, this has been the story of Haven. So close to connecting these clutches, but it always seems to slip through their grasp, and GX again maintain their lead.
I think GX might already be setting a record for most rounds won with a single player. Like, it's been absurd how many of these rounds have come back, and the only reason that SRN isn't looking the right way is just almost pure reactions to shoot the dart, and the second that shot goes through, Ava swings off the back of her utility. As I said, you put her in a clutch and you always feel like she's going to win it, and there's a very good reason for that, an incredibly intelligent Sova player. That was definitely close. And while for the attack, it seemed like their economy might have run dry, but they do still have a purchase of swords. Look at the defense. Look, they've already pushed all the way up. Bastardo, normally the one with the element of surprise. Instead, she's the one surprised. And while Ava has increased that advantage, Melissa has managed to push through, though. Time is going to be absolutely everything. A freebie onto one, and they brought it back again.
You never can count them out. This game is...
Anyone. You can't count anyone out.
It's a game of madness. Look at this late lurk as well coming through from Lisa. If they can buy a little bit of time, but it looks like the other players on site are playing aggressive. They're holding for the push through the smoke, and that might be a mistake. Sayori has been spotted now, and they're emerging from the smoke to drop her as finally the flank comes through, but too little, too late. GX extending their lead, double digits on the board now for that defensive side, and their map pick that started out, it seemed like they were in treacherous territory. They went 2-1 down after winning the pistol, and MIBR had some crazy close plays that almost gave some clutches that would have locked in the lead, and here they are, 10-8.
Yeah, I love this round in general from GX because you've had some incredibly close moments of one player surviving, and a lot of teams will have that thought in the back of your head of, okay, maybe we need to play this one a little bit more safe. They might have a few pieces missing. They double push mid, find an opener, and then as they try and react on the other side of MIBR, they get caught by still two players being stacked up on A. There was so much of the map, well, mainly towards C, that was just left completely open. But they played that gamble, found those openers, and once again, they've put MIBR in a truly troublesome spot. The fact is, though, Mitch, it has been these sort of low-buy scenarios where it feels like MIBR can just pull something out of the depths. And, well, with Pletz now having an opportunity to talk to the team, maybe he's got a little bit of cheese, a cheeky idea to try and bring through.
Well, that's it. I mean, they've been winning these rounds without those timeouts, without touching base, without thinking too much about what they're putting into it. Now they got that extra minute. I'd be terrified. But you look at the other side for GX, I actually think this maybe even favors them more coming into this lower buy round because they've been the one making mistakes. Even in the first, the second round, not the pistol round, right? Of the first half, we saw Smurfette walk up C long and get caught with the sprint still out, no weapon in hand. Then we saw Ness walk through mid and get caught by a poison orb being dropped. And that then gave a 5v3, and you know, it doesn't really matter what weapons you have in a 5v3, you're always going to stand a pretty good chance. And then you add to that the fact that I think SRN got 2 with the recovered weapon. It was mistakes from GX, it was individuals stepping out of line. And now they've had a minute to talk about that, to tighten the ship ahead of this, what has been a troubling scenario for them in that first half.
Yeah, I think also, like, the main worry in terms of ultimates would be the lockdown, but when you have Hunter's Fury online, it's a lot less terrifying. But as is often the case, when you have some of these lower weapons, the B site seems the kindest of the lot. Ava waiting patiently. Of course, doesn't want to be too aggressive here just because of that ultimate being online and being a hard counter to what's left on the other side. She does have to be a little bit careful, but of any of the players on GX, she often is the one who is careful.
Oh, going back out for more. One in the chamber and one on the floor.
Smurfette isn't careful.
Yeah, not even slightly, as another will be found. The cost paid, but with damage done onto SRN, with rotates, only one player on site right now. They could pressure Ness, and it looks like that's exactly what they'll do. They find it after just one. The trade's good, the spam's not quite there. That spray was shaky. Ava, though, corrects it in the end. Again, it is one where MIBR do a lot more than you'd expect them to, but 11-8 nonetheless. GX seem to be entering the home stretch of Haven, their pick. And with this round win, I think MIBR's chances, they tend quite heavily towards 0. This next round, not that one there. That was Anika.
Spike down A.
This is where expectations start to rise, but even doing that little bit of extra damage could help them further down the line. Of course, Abyss is one where, going off past stats, I think you'd fairly heavily favor MIBR, so they're not going to be down and out just yet, but the confidence is definitely rising. Smurfette finds the opener once again. The lurk of Lisa shut down, but the B site has fallen, especially with a potential post-plant lockdown that could be nasty. They're looking to try and get a little bit aggressive, but they've kind of put themselves into a tight choke.
Big mistake up against the Hunter's Fury. One found and damage done. Melissa managed to find a Hunter's Fury of her own, but I'm not sure if she's going to get the chance to use it. Lockdown put into play. Good damage, but Astarda's all alone. And that lockdown will not survive very long at all. GX, they make that look easy. I mean, the first fight with Hunter's Fury is whatever, but they flood in completely overwhelming MIBR after for a flawless round and 4 chances to put themselves 1-0 up in a map that I think everybody thought, or a series rather, that everybody thought was heavily favored to their opponent.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they came in with a map that has been decent for them, but maybe not the strongest. But on this defensive side especially, they have looked like a different beast. Smurfette now claims her spot at the top. Mentioned her at the beginning as someone who needed to be on point, and she definitely has been. And as that confidence grows, she becomes ever more terrifying. For the round that's to try and cling to life in the map, the buy is not the best, Mitch.
No, it's not. It's not. In fact, but it might be too good. If it was a little worse, I'd believe in them even more. But in all seriousness, at least the one thing I'll say for them is they have that Hunter's Fury still. Melissa going for the fight deep and being shut down leaves that online, which is important when Ness has that lockdown to work with. Otherwise, that's a tool that will just be thrown through. But it also kind of means MIBR need to save it. You throw it through here to win the round, to get a couple kills, to do some damage, to clear space for whatever reason. Then next round, they have that lockdown to work with. And already, smokes are down, so Yuri's out of play. And the movement towards A site seems to be locked in, but they haven't cleared their corners. Smurfette somehow gets away with 2, and I mean away, because she's out of here. But so are Sarah and Toki. They've been dropped by Bastarda, and another sensational effort. And maybe this time they can connect the dub on the back of it.
Though. The cross might be difficult. Yeah, no, there's no way she gets through. It's down to Bastarda to try and right the wrongs of the last ace attempt. She's going to have to try it again, and it's not happening. GX will take home their map choice of Haven in the 13-8 fashion.
What a performance. This started shaky. We saw MIBR bringing the heat, bringing the hurt. We saw so many rounds that looked like they would flip-flop into MIBR's hands, but GX, they found life late in the game. They managed to put up a relatively convincing scoreline, certainly in that second half. And now they move on to the next map, Abyss, where MIBR look to fight for survival in that upper bracket after the break. On her way and holding the right angle, the right time, but the spray doesn't land. Denied the clutch again, but she's been putting in the work. It's Toki to claim the lead for GX just about. Smurfette and Ava up against SRN with a minute on the clock, a 1v1, and so close. MIBR, this has been the story of Haven.
Let's go.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Sure, something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Boring, never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money now, yeah, more tax. Suited it now, don't worry about that. Boring, yeah, I've never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money, but yeah, more tax. But suited it now, don't worry about that. Flexing, yeah, but your soul is empty. Dripping in diamonds, Fenty. Dripping in vibes, got plenty. Got the technique, yeah, like Jet Li. Ow. One little chop like pow. One little hit like wow. Living for the now, live for the sound. Nice for the dollar, but I'm making a pound, yeah. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying, yeah, what for? Do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Knocking on the door, knocking on it one time, knocking on the door. Always sure. Knocking on the door, one time, knocking on the door. Knock. Hello, something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying, yeah, what you for? Do what I need to, always sure. Off. That's what you gotta tell them sometime, you know. See you later, mate. All the best. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure.
Welcome back to day one of Game Changers, 2025. We've already had a subversion of expectations. in the very first map, Dryad, as MIBR kind of went out with a whimper at the hands of GX.
I'm sorry, Giant X, I was not familiar with your game. That's really all I have to say. I feel like we went into this match really confident that MIBR were going to get this win, even if it was that map pick of Giant X. And Giant X, a lot of the individual rounds, as as they went on, they got more and more confident. They were able to close it out. It was a lot of 1v1s as well that they were willing to take, and I feel like that was the difference maker.
Yeah, so decisive. I mean, Smurfette was all over the place, and anytime they did get engagement, Smurfette's reactions was solidified all these rounds. It made it look easy for Giants, and sure, there were some brilliant moments for MIBR, but they just weren't able to close it out at the end.
Well, let's talk about one of those brilliant moments, because it is our HyperX reflex moment of the day, which goes to Basarda in this 4K early on, where it felt like there might be the opportunity to kind of swing this back their way, but Dryad, this just, well, it looked cool, it just wasn't enough.
Unfortunate, she almost gets the ace as well, and it feels like if there were some of these late rounds that MIBR were able to close off, we would be talking about a different kind of result. But this was kind of where it really all started. She's able to get 4 but not close it out. That round after, a little bit of the team scenario happens, and it was just an MIBR that kind of felt uncomfortable taking those duels. They were trying to stick the spike defuse every single time instead of trying to fight for that space, and it just didn't really feel like the MIBR that we know.
Yeah, and considering if Bastarda didn't close out some of the rounds that she did, then this could have been even more dominant coming out for the Giants side of things. A lot of nerves. I mean, for MIBR, hopefully they're able to step up, because when I looked at the end of the game and I saw SRN's stats, she had a lot of kills, but it just wasn't impactful enough throughout the board from start to finish.
Yeah, I think SRN is, as you take a look at some of the stats from the players in the match, SRN was a highlight, and then you would expect Smurfette to be up on the other side of the scoreboard. But yeah, I think in general, I'm inclined to agree with both of you. MIBR looked a little out of sorts, right? They looked a little out of wits here.
I do think it's... I mean, we're talking about how these rounds are being open and the way that they're being closed. I feel like it really showcases it, because we saw SRN got 0 first kills on that Neon. That's pretty rare in general for a Neon, but especially for SRN. It's kind of not what we were expecting at all. But I think nonetheless, it really came down to how things were being closed out, and I feel like Zara did an amazing job in that Viper. Whether it was getting those kills, being able to trade that team, or it was a little bit of Viper utility around the map.
Yeah, really showcasing why Viper is so sexy on Haven right now. Just solo able to control all of that A main, cutting off that line. It's such a powerful thing, and I'm glad to see that they were able to really come back on the second half, coming back on that attack side. We were talking about it in the green room. Is that enough? How much of this Haven is still an attack-sided map? But Sarah completely controlled the pace on their attack.
Yeah, Sarah ended up being the problem that MIBR were not able to solve. Even in the face of, at one point, I want to say the score was 8-8 even. It got close, right? It got a little competitive, and then again, Sarah happened, and they were just able to run away with it. So, yeah, that was map 1. As we look forward to map 2, Dryad, what can you really hang your hat on here if you're MIBR?
For MIBR, I think they should look a bit more comfortable on stage. I feel like at the beginning, they were kind of on a rush of trying to close out their rounds or trying to have a perfect run, especially with the way that it started, right? Because it was a Giant X that won the pistol, and then they were able to steal that eco round right after. So it feels like they were kind of on the high for a few of those rounds towards the beginning. I feel like now they should be a bit more calm, a lot more confident as well, because we're going to a map of Abyss that is their map pick, and this is, again, it seems like SRN's playfield no matter what, so they should get the win here. We should be going to map 3.
Yeah, we certainly would expect it. You've got SRN hovering that jet. You presume it's going to be locked in. Is something else. We talked a little bit about the KO for Sayuri and how you guys were really excited about that.
Yeah, it looks like both sides are locking in the KO as well. I love that, setting up those beautiful long-range pop flashes. But I'm most curious about this Cypher for MIBR side. Hardly seeing any Cyphers at all, but I would have thought that Bastarda would have busted out the Cypher on Haven as well if she still likes this agent. But I'm curious what MIBR have cooked up, because with the changes coming through for Cypher, it is really hard to hold down the fort.
I think something else we touched on earlier in the show, this will be the first opportunity for us to look at the reworked Abyss. So a couple of changes to the Cypher, a couple of changes to the map as well. Dryad, your thoughts on the Cypher pick?
I don't think it's the strongest as well. I'm kind of surprised that they're going for this pick. I feel like there's so many other possibilities, but maybe it's a little bit of comfort when it comes to Bastarda and what she's comfortable in this map.
Well, let's see if we're going to make it to map 3 or if the series ends right here. Tom and Mitch, the mic's yours.
Yes, it is very much time to find out if we get to go all the way to split or if this is going to be the end of that upper bracket run for MIBR. A team that so many people had high hopes for here today, Tom. But you got to say, I'm impressed by what GX pulled out in that first map. Has it convinced you they're favorites coming into Abyss?
No.
Okay, I thought so.
Yeah, no. Yeah, unlike you, I don't like to celebrate too early, as we've seen with any time you supported Enzo. Anyway, moving swiftly on, I do think going into this map, obviously we've seen the changes to the map, but you do feel like with the compositions that both teams are running, there's a good chance that it's going to play fairly similarly to how it did before. And I think that is where you have to look at this as a heavy advantage, like a map where it was 2 previous defeats in dominant fashion for the side of GX, whereas very, very dominant victories in the last chance qualifier for the side of MIBR. So they're definitely favored, but the desk we're talking about, they don't believe that they've necessarily shown up to the party just yet. Maybe if that continues, and if Smurfette keeps going strong, if we keep seeing those high impact plays from the likes of Toki and Eva, then who knows? This could easily be a 2-0.
Without a doubt. Even though I came in today thinking maybe GX could take the cake, you know? Only one predicting them, whatever. Don't want to toot my own horn, but I will anyways. For this series, I really want to see 3 maps. I want to see split. I want to see the ideas as well. And we talk about ideas. At least on this map, it is going to be your Astra versus your OMEN and Astra ideas. I like this from GX. So much to work with. On the defensive side, I think they'll find more of that value when they come to the attack, with how much control they're going to be able to deny early and how difficult it will be for initiators to reclaim. But here in the pistol, MIBR have already got space, a plant, and they're looking for deep aggression. SRN about to step through that smoke perhaps, or as the smoke fades, look for the fight, but Toki waiting on the other side, grabs the opening of the round. An immediate response from MIBR though, leaves Eva all alone. 1v3, damage done to Bastarda, but it's not even gonna come close.
Yeah, definitely the start they were looking for. I think the last map wasn't necessarily damning with, I would say, the first like 16 rounds or so, but the last like chunk that we saw going GX's way, it kind of looked like MIBR got a little bit boomed. This round to me is just like, okay, we're back. We're now on comfort turf. We've managed to win it comfortably. We're getting aggressive. We're willing to play into the opponent as well. And whatever you can't see there, they're definitely pumped up. 1-0. And well, in case you couldn't tell already, GX have decided to stack. Somewhat literally.
I am. So one of the reasons, obviously, I say as well, I think they've been seeing.
Every single one of them just got tagged by a single Sova dart. That's hilarious.
It's not that surprising, I suppose, that MIBR have decided to rotate.
I don't think I've ever seen a full team just get hit like that. Like, everybody was like, right, I'll move out the way.
The totem pole has been dismantled, but look, it's being relocated, and it's gotten there much earlier than expected, already finding one. Melissa doing very well to clean that up, though. Look at that, just one loss. And the rest carry through what they have in their hands. 2-0 start for MIBR. And yeah, I think for GX, coming into these rifle rounds, the worry really is playing without that Sentinel. Obviously, MIBR, you're having your Cypher over your Omen, over that double smokes. There are going to be some gaps. And with New Abyss, there's certainly the opportunity to still hold those. But I am a little bit worried about how much value MIBR could find in this first half.
Even on the last map, they were running almost like a double lurk. Like you had Bastarda that would take space in pockets, and then you had Lisa who was just rotating into the very back line. So they have the players that are very capable of finding those gaps, and I definitely agree. Like I'm a little bit nervous that obviously this comp feels like it plays into the proactive style of GX, so I don't mind the comp, but they just have to be very wary of those 2 players in particular.
Take flight. Exactly, yeah, when it's found so much value already. Coming into round 3, it's a very strong buy for MIBR, and they're backing it up, putting through the Hunter's Fury. It's found a tag, Sarah's being hunted, and she will be dropped. An immediate advantage found for the attackers. MIBR from this point, especially knowing you're not running into Sentinel util when you hit, they could just decide to group as 5, but instead the B fake is called for, and that's going to put numbers back to even.
whether or not there's any level of hesitation from Ness. There it is. She was immediately rotating, now goes back to watch her own smoke, but Melissa is already out of it. The fake worked at least enough. Get them that opener and get them the space. And now for the 3 players left on the retake, bear in mind that this is technically a bonus of sorts, but not really with the amount of rifles that are in play. You almost have to question for the defense, is this worth going for? Can you find a gap?
Certainly seems like they're looking for it. Already dropped out of heaven, yep. Full commitment. Something has to block off main. The smoke. And, oh, that's nasty. The little cam on the spike is going to find a tag. Shock dart goes through. Damage being done. Lots of damage being done. Melissa's got the double. They tried to body block the shots, but that doesn't quite work with the shock darts.
Okay, I feel like at the moment she's completed Sova. We saw a full 5 scan of every single player in round number 2. She's 9-0.
Hunter's Fury opening.
Hunter's Fury opening, and then a double shock dart kill. Like, that's it. Just end the game here. She has completed Sova in 3 rounds of the match. Insanity. And when you look at the scoreboard, it's actual madness. She is 9-0. The next highest player in the server has 2 kills.
Well, if you exclude her, I think it's 10 kills total on the server. So yeah, it's almost 50% of the kills that have happened so far. A 3-0 start for MIBR. GX down to pistols, so a likely 4th on the board. This is certainly a big difference from what we saw over on Haven. Certainly from the second half of Haven as well, where GX seemed to have all the momentum and MIBR seemed destined to fall, really. But here, well, they have risen again. Completely different beast.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning as well that not long ago, last time they played within Brazil, SRN lost 21-23 and got 50 kills. So maybe Melissa's trying to do that in regulation. 50 kills in regulation would be impressive, but SRN maybe looking to try and deny that. And any aggression in this round, any fight in this round seems non-existent.
Okay, there you go, just as you speak. But I mean, it is definitely feeling like a completely different affair to what we saw on that first map when it came to pistol rounds for MIBR. Unless Sarah's about to almost pull out an ace and fall at the final hurdle. It should be a 4-0 start. The team who made it here through that LCQ, a grueling route. They took the road less traveled by, and well, they certainly aren't out of the woods, even if they do find this. Still have to go all the way to split, but Abyss is shaping up to be a map that looks pretty strong, at least on this attack. Again, we have the disadvantages for GX with the comp that they've brought in. I think this does play more towards their attack. It certainly brings a lot of problems to the defensive side. And I think we're not even at the point where we've seen those problems really exploited, with MIBR playing a little bit more direct in a lot of these fights.
The worry, though, is that when you look at the stats of their last couple of matches playing this, well, in the last 2 games they played, they only managed 3 rounds on the attack total.
MIBR?
No.
Oh, GX. Okay.
GX.
Yeah.
Like, GX were really struggling on this map. That's the thing. I feel like it felt like the veto was a pick your poison, and the poison that was picked is one that MIBR are incredibly comfortable on. They normally, well, I think the last 4 times they played this map, they have won the attack side 9-3. So they are very consistent in their manner of winning the attack side to an exact digit. But as of right now, well, if this ended 9-3, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. We're yet to see what GX have to offer on this defense, and while the pressure looking like it's already about to come in onto that A side.
Oh, it certainly is. A dive in as SRN takes control. The rest of the squad eventually going to go through to me.
Take flight.
They haven't found any picks off the back of it. GX are playing pretty passive. Putting through the drone afterwards to confirm the fight's still here. Toki grabs one through the smoke, but an immediate trade as the smoke faded and left her out in the open. GX again, they've halted this play towards spawn, hoping that Ness can find value, and what a position! Tucked in just on time, looking for another challenge, and it will be Eva to find it as Ness lands SRN on backside. Bastarda surrounded, denied the ace in the previous, and this time it will be the same. No clutch for MIBR. GX finally on the board.
That's a huge play from Ness. The only player that would be able to get over the trip that was holding the backline, and the full faith in it from MIBR ended up being their undoing. as Ness TP'd past it and just had a wonderful flank. Even still, what she does from here is impressive. The first kill was free, but anything else along the way was all her, creating space for the rest of the team. That's a... Well, that's a round one by her. But let's see if that can be the start of something a little bit more. Of course, with how clean things have been for MIBR, they are coming in with rifles and even an operator on the attack side. It's going to be one for Smurfette as well. I had the expectation it could be there on the last map. Definitely seems like a plan here, and she'll get out with a good start, but a trade back already.
Yeah, the idea here was that they'd continue that push towards A after she dashes out. The value would be found by Ness, and Ness can stay here for most of the round. Having the ultimate for the instant rotation, which will be needed. Take a look at the B site. Pressure being put on there. Cage for the cross. Bastarda's going to go and meet them, and this is going to be a hit straight onto the site, held by only Toki. And there's no one close to her. They know where she is. Hunter's Fury chasing her down, and the ult isn't alone. Blade Storm was following it up, and Lisa swings in the open. Toki was being pushed on 3 fronts.
Yeah.
Couldn't find the fight on any of them.
Yeah, I think she was even stunned up by Lisa in the back line. Oh, wonderful flick from SRN. Always dangerous. And that danger cannot be stopped. 4 kills in the take of the B site. And well, what was a quick blip in the last round goes straight back to regular programming.
When you see SRN standing up, I mean, I think almost every time GX are going for that timeout right after. Big round.
I think you do that if SRN's sitting down as well.
Oh, but that confidence is really building up on that side. And even after that stellar performance, which look at this, the dash into the quick tap on Smurfette to close it out. That's got to feel good. But then you think further, you think about the fact that MIBR 5-1 in the lead, and even after that play, SRN isn't the top fragger. Melissa still 9-1, only died once. That KD's going hard.
I like the calls in that round as well, because as you said, the bait and switch setup from GX was definitely not a bad one. But I think it was just a pure reaction of being able to find Sarah. Like, you know that the player who's getting you information around that B side of the map, because she was playing towards mid and B, and the potential denial of the knife, okay, all of that is now gone off the pick that SRM found by being patient in middle. You know there's an opening there, and you know with the Blade Storm that that opening can be exploited. Fantastic start, and there is no surprise that we're seeing the pause, because, as said, if we're going off what happened in the past over in EMEA, the attack side wasn't particularly good for the side of GX.
Help.
And if they get dominated in this first half, well, I guess it doesn't really matter how good the attack side is. You'd kind of expect that MIBR on their own map choice would be able to get a few rounds at least.
Yeah, I mean, there's always hope, I suppose, that on the attack with a new meta that things can change. I don't necessarily think that I have full faith in that. With the way that this meta shapes up, you get much more heavily punished. You have less chances to re-hit sites. You have to be more intentional with where you're moving, and combined with also having no sentinel for back cover. There's going to be a lot for MIBR to exploit. Nice flash popped here. Pistols looking to take advantage of the element of surprise of a bit of a risky play, but Lisa's picked up all the pieces as a few players were pushed back. Oh no! SRN's alive? SRN's alive! How is SRN alive? And even goes hunting them down with a shorty. Oh, that's ridiculous. Plot armor in play.
Spike plant.
Sometimes luck just isn't on your side, and other times it is. SRN has shut down Smurfette, who I think it just brought in the Blade Storm as well, so it hasn't got any better, and it's going to end up as clean as can be. Lisa now putting herself further up on the board. 6-1, 4 kills for her. And well, we're looking to see if there's any breaks on this train at this point, because right now it is looking very, very comfortable for MIBR.
Oh, right now there's no stopping them. I mean, in that round, SRN should have went down. Ends up being the one to delete the Blade Storm, which was the only thing that had any real threat on the side of GX.
Careful.
6-1 start. We haven't got high hopes for the attack side of GX, and, well, looks like our wish might be coming through with Split on the horizon. Still quite a bit to go, but this hill is becoming a mountain for GX, and at some stage it's going to be too steep. You need to pick up the pace soon.
You can see even just trying to bait sound cues and implant the starter into positions. This was something we spoke about at the very beginning of the match that could become dangerous without having that Sentinel in play. Almost just placing her into the backstab. Immediate usage of both the null command and the cosmic divide, but the cosmic divide is almost purely for bait purposes. It's like, okay, they've sectioned off this part of the map,
Spike planted.
but they still have all the info. They still have all the sound. They know where these players are coming from because of the player that they implanted earlier in the round.
No, doors open. Now they know, and SRN goes down. GX with the upper hand. Hunter's Fury is online. Do they want to put it through? The flood is already taking place, so there's no time for it. A full battle with two players up in heaven. One already spotted in the form of Bastarda. Lisa lands one up in hand. Another for Lisa. Triple kill after the 4K in the previous. And it looked like they were on shaky ground, but standing tall in the end. MIBR 7-1 up. There really is no stopping this squad.
It seems like we're just having a battle for who can put up the biggest rounds. This was super impressive from Lisa. And yeah, 2 for 1 collat in the middle of all of the madness. It definitely did feel like there was a little bit of luck involved in that one, but even still, she had 2 teammates standing up top. 3 players now make their way to 9 kills on the board. We were talking about at the beginning how Melissa had nobody anywhere near her. Well, luckily, the players now near her are her teammates.
One suppressed.
Round 9. Pistols for GX, and really, the next round, round 10 onwards, it's got to be a sea of cyan with GX taking every round. Otherwise, this is going to be an incredibly difficult second half for them. They're already fighting against the odds with their previous performances. The starter is going to be dropped here. I talked about the next round. They do start this with an opening, but with Toki going down, the spike plant in, this again becomes quite difficult.
Oh, you could just see the confidence as well. Everybody looking to take up fights. You ask for a Sea of Cyan, maybe you'll get a Sea of Sayuri instead. Nope, that shot won't connect, but luckily everybody else is there to do the damage. A little bit more of a costly round, but at this stage that doesn't matter for MIBR. They have such an absurd amount in their account. Well, the only problem they might have with it is hitting max cash too often.
I mean, could be another problem. They're winning these rounds so easily. Melissa might fall asleep. She was 9-0 in round 3. She's 9-1 now. Yeah. She almost got a kill there with the shock dart, by the way. Like, she's been putting up the assists. The damage has been there. The reveals have been there. You know, finding a bit of space, but just getting bored, honestly, as everyone else just cleans up. As Lisa finds, like, multi-kills round after round. SRN's always there.
Look, if you all win 3 rounds apiece, you win the game. So she did her work at the beginning. Now it's someone else's chance. She's a generous teammate, as many Sovas are. Ever with a decent amount of early info. Hunter's Fury being thrown in. Sayuri already took down Ness, and the aggression is waited for. In fact, they've even spotted the second player, but Sarah does well.
Spike down B.
Even while revealed, there's a flank coming in as well. An opportunity maybe for Smurfette to try and shut down a player on the other side, but SRN instead has come in, and Lisa is just waiting for her. Leaving one standing. Bastarda, of course, always in the back, always behind them. We mentioned the problem she could cause. This is only the last kill of the round, but they're not going to mind. 9-1. An absolute clinic, and GX, after a stellar first map, have gone missing.
And even in there, to touch on the fact that Bastarda finding the ult, popping that through, that stopped the flank from really having any sort of impact. Because, yeah, Smurfette was flanking up behind. Lisa was under pressure. But then Bastarda reveals them all and goes, oh, there's one coming behind you. You can take that first fight onto the box and then just spin around. So the information game there, so important. As we move on to round 11. There will be a timeout in between it. You can see it was GX calling it.
The last-ditch effort.
Nobody can be surprised at that. Like that previous round was the one they had to win, and it had to be a streak to bring them back into it. Now they're going to be 9-3 at best, and fighting for that at the start with Sheriffs.
It's tough. Realistically, we had expectations of MIBR to be fantastic on this map. Those expectations have not waned, but another reason they picked this map is because it's one that's not very good for GX. So I think that maybe another series they might pick their poison in a different way, like ban this map out and let something else through, but realistically, they clearly felt like they could find some strength here, and we're yet to really see it. Luckily, at least historically, Split was also a pretty good map for either of these teams, so although this one might not be going to plan, I don't think it's going to phase the side of GX so much. If you've been watching them throughout the year, when they do find defeats in best of fives, it's always going to 5. They are very good at resetting. They're always good at coming back into a match. But I think they're going to need a tough talk, and maybe they just have one. Maybe there's something that Asuka could have said, and if it was find headshots with the Sheriff, maybe it's working.
That's the first, and started down to 5.
Yeah.
But how much more can they do? 3 players pushing, 2 on mid, 1 up behind. Yeah, they know about Ness, but the backup here might catch them off guard if they extend. MIBR. Oh! It's going to be Ness to catch them off. Nice kill, and now, okay, players spotted pushing on mid. Sayori needs to win this fight. Flash is good, but Ava, even better. And now 5 HP on Bastarda. She won't last long. It's GX battling back for their second round with a Mastercard Thrifty.
Asuka, what did you say? I need to know. I need to know what you said, that while they're 9-1 down and getting absolutely battered, somehow they managed to win a round with the Sheriff. Maybe it was just give it to them. Like a TP into the opposing team spawn is always a bit of a bold call. Smurfette getting aggressive as well, but in a round where they had nothing to lose, GX have managed to find
Let's go.
at least a semblance of hope. I said it at the beginning, the last 4 times that MIBR have played this map, they have won their attack half 9-3. Maybe they're looking to make it 5 in a row.
You want to fight it?
Toki in the smoke. I like the aggression this time. Not standing back, not waiting, but taking the fight to them. And look at the difference it has made. They can't even res that player without risking the spam. And now there's 3 players here spamming away is Sarah. Bastarda, though, keeping this one doable, baits them into the fight, but it's a fight that she will not win. 9-3.
Could have seen that coming.
GX with the bare minimum connected, but the real test comes on their attack.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be an awful lot to try and be able to turn this one back. They'll have to prove sort of what extra little bit of depth that they do have ready and waiting for them, but either way, we'll have to wait and see what's coming after the break.
We're so back.
Welcome back, folks. 9 on the board for MIBR. A solid first half as we get into our Coinbase econ report. And I think no surprise really as we see Lisa getting the highlight. She had some phenomenal rounds.
I would say there's a few players you could have put up there, honestly. She does end up at the top of the board, but To be honest, it was actually an operator play on Astra that I think I enjoyed the most. So definitely a bit of a peculiar one. Also, you can see she didn't actually buy it. So it was maybe from enemy's hands, or maybe SRN decided wanted to be a little bit more aggressive at the round. But either way, she had a fantastic performance, and we sort of saw the banter back and forth from many different players being terrified to play against Lisa, but for maybe slightly different reasons from what's in the server. It was more what she was doing outside of the server, but I'm sure they're scared of her now in the server as well.
I would imagine so, yeah. 6 rounds to play with here in terms of the lead for MIBR. Quite a lot of wiggle room, and for GX, it's very much the opposite. They have to come in here locked and loaded with an immediate response to MIBR, finding the pistol, finding the follow-up, and then still putting a streak together.
As said, the last time they played this map versus KC, 2-6 attack. The time before that, it was a 1-6 attack. So they almost have to break the mold of how they performed on this map in general if we're going to see a return to form. But they've had the time. They put the work in. Qualified off the points as well, so had a little bit longer a break than some of the other EMEA teams. So you already know that is not the start the GX were looking for. A headshot found through the smoke, trades immediate crossfire, builds, and well, Ness completely stuck in the mud. Ever trying to flank him, but even just retreating back to Melissa. Maybe she's the queen of the early round. Even still though, it's going to be Bastarda to close 10-3, and well, that lifeline of a pistol round, Mitch, it is gone.
Yeah. The first fistful of soil on the coffin at this point. GX being buried alive on this map, and you get to see why MIBR picked it coming into this. Obviously, when we talk about the attack side for GX as well, we don't expect them to bounce back based on history. But at this tournament, this is where you're going to dig deeper than ever, Tom. This is where you're going to push past your limits. But this might not be their limit. I think this is more of a limitation of stealing sight. Just general teams. Everyone should be facing that sort of difficulty. We'll see. Pistols could maybe turn the tide. Taking the second round with Classics, that would certainly put them on the right track.
Pushing into Sayori again. She's dodged the flash. It's an early spam. A lot of damage done. A chance, genuinely, to keep things level and pick up a gun or two. That's about as good of a start as you ever could have hoped for with the weapons that were waiting on the other side. And there you go. Ever has managed to retrieve that Guardian. Still though, 2 rifles and a sniper ready and waiting. This close position could make things interesting. In fact, it has. Down to the 1 versus 1. Ness yet to retrieve any form of weaponry. It would have to be the Classic to do it versus Melissa, who has been the queen of the early round so far. A chance to clutch out around, and well, it will be Ness to do it with the Classic. A Mastercard thrifty to keep GX in the map.
Yeah, I think I said it before this round started. Just no doubt in my mind that GX were capable of taking that one. You know, the Classic buy, it's a dangerous one. How they've gotten away with that is
I don't know if
mystifying.
Classic buy, because they didn't buy anything.
You don't know, they could have clicked it. You can drop it and buy another one. Always a good strat. But for MIBR, man, like, it's an upsetting round, but they have so many rounds to play with that the bounce back, you know, can take a while even. And they'll still be in a favorable position, but that one's got to sting a little bit. They looked for the fights on main, they got overrun, and in that late fight, the Stinger up close alongside the Guardian did enough damage, losing the 1v1 to the Classic as well. Everything played against them, and now they're down to Classics of their own. GX waiting patiently for that aggression, not going to be caught off as they have been in the past. And what seems to be the most convincing anti-eco of the series for GX so far.
Yeah. Well, it turns out if you wait with all of your players outside one side of the map, and that's the side they push, it normally does go your way. And you can already see, the plan is to just go forward.
They're going to get the plant, though.
Flawless.
Yep. Yeah. Just about.
Get the additional orb at least.
A little bit of cash, but I think it's the orb on the other side, yeah, as you say. MIBR being able to find another. It was towards, was it Lisa that got it? It was Cosmic Divide, I think, that they farmed it up on. So, yeah. Not the end of the world, not the best, but small boost to GX, 10-5 though. Here is where the real game starts, because you've got Hunter's Fury for both teams, just 1 orb away. You've got rifles being put on the board for MIBR, and what is essentially a full buy for GX, but with a ton of credits left over. If you are going to make that insane comeback, that long road back into the game, this is certainly the best way to start it.
It's given them a decent boost of credits as well, so the chances of having any pieces missing pretty much for the remainder of the map incredibly low.
Recovering it.
Still they have to break the back of their opponent, waiting patiently up top. Is going to be Sayori. She wanted more than one, and that's exactly what she's found. The rotation in, though, from Melissa didn't get the same sort of value. The advantage now claimed by that attack side, and with a post plant in, okay, they've cleared some of the closer angles with the cam, but it seems like GX have no plans to fight other than to deny that diffuser.
I mean, when you've got the Hunter's Fury as well, why bother? You have to commit a player to watching flank with no traps online, obviously not having a Sentinel. This is a bit scary, though. Now the players come forward as Ness lands 1 and 2 for a triple in the round, and a 6th on the board for GX. They don't even use their Hunter's Fury that's going to be kept for the next, and all things considered, again, it's a lights-out start to this half. They lose the pistol and go 3-1 up in the half. 4 rounds behind, though, still quite a gap.
See that confidence building there. I think one of the bigger factors, we saw even in the last map victory, Ness individually was struggling. She was not having a good game, and I feel like a lot of that was almost off like having to focus more on leading the team. Now though, tops the ball for her squad, starting to build into the map. Well, SRN will meet her maker again at the hands of Ness. Starting to narrow down that gap, and considering the scoreline of 9-1, MIBR might start to feel that pressure. Like, they were so far out of this, they were playing maybe even more aggressively than they ever would, because they were just winning every single fight. You were getting collapsed through smokes, you were getting players who seemed like they couldn't die. But in the second half, they've looked a lot more mortal.
Oh, nice shot. This is where the danger comes into our mind. We've seen this before. Pistols for MIBR. The slow round from GX. The isolated fights. It's shaky, but Toki's done the dirty work. 2 versus 4. Grouping and hitting the site, all that they need to do. And there is a danger for GX that there wasn't for MIBR, which is running into all of that Sentinel utility. But as we can see, there's no Sentinel left to punish that. So they will easily break it, move to site, and grab the plant. The rifle the Bastardo didn't get anything there. I thought there might have been something waiting in mid, and it didn't matter even if there was. Smurfette's too quick finding the kill.
It only came down to a chance for damage, but not going to be happening. Looking much better against these low buys in the last couple, and well, I think it was in the last map that there were only 3 full buy victories for MIBR. They really struggled when the rifles were in hand. It's been a completely different case in the first half of this map, of course. But the fact that, well, the other side of the coin is they were doing well with the low buys, and that now seems to have changed as well. Tactical timeout going to be called for MIBR, and if anything for GX, you're going to be feeling quite happy about that. Like, you were completely knocked out of the park in those first 10 rounds. And now you've managed to force your opponents to actually take you seriously and have a think about what they're going to do to try and stop your flood of rounds back the other way.
Yeah, again, after I saw that second round fall apart, it's like, well, MIBR, they've got so much runway to work with, and almost as much runway as a Fast and Furious movie. But then we come into this, and like 3-round gap, momentum there for GX. Issues from the previous map fully corrected. It looks like they found the golden path back into this game. And for MIBR, even feeling that pressure, as you said, is a great sign. For GX, they'll probably come into this thinking, you look at the veto, okay, Haven and Split, we win those, we win the series. That's sort of the win condition. Man, you know, obviously we could get lucky on Abyss, but don't count on it. Starting to get to the point where maybe they could count on it. And this rifle round could be what decides it. Big ults online for both squads again. But for MIBR, it's about the economy. They're investing everything into this, and GX will be hot on their heels if they lose this.
Oh yeah, as well. And another point to make is, if you've watched EMEA in the past, you know that GX are probably the most momentum-based team we have in the region. Like, when they get rolling, they're truly terrifying. But if they're slow to start, sometimes they just get absolutely cooked. Well, it seems like they were slow to start, but that momentum has come in late in the game. SRN, though, this is nasty, or could be nasty. Maybe wanted a little bit more. Gonna get caught, boxed in. Just that tiny spot was enough to turn what could have been the play of the round into potentially their own demise.
Take flight.
A push on towards the site. Sayuri will be spotted. The off angles from her have been good so far, but under some pressure, but only from Smurfette. And the rest of the team might have to try and fall off the back of this one. That has not had the result they were hoping for when already having a player advantage.
I think another difficulty with how Bastarda changes up this utility. You never know what site is going to be free to hit into. Now, for GX, the A site was open for a moment. Lisa went back to cover it. And so GX could have found an easy fight over there, but they pumped the brakes. And now MIBR step off the B site. They're expecting that even if this is a B hit, there will be some presence towards middle. And now they know it. With that cam broken, Toki's been spotted, a known factor, and it looks like with 19 seconds left on the clock, MIBR are super happy to play this passive, a large part being because they have this ulti coming in from Sayuri, they have that Hunter's Fury from Melissa, and they have got a flood on the back of it, info falling into their hands, and this plant, it might be found, but defending that spike is a near impossible feat, but they're making it look doable. Down to just one. Ness alone against the Horde. Lisa and Melissa will close this for MIBR and finally put a round up for that defense again.
Yeah, that was a must win. They played into the retake because you look at the ults that they had at the beginning of it, and so you've got the null command, you've got the Hunter's Fury, and you've also got a Cosmic Divide. So if there's a player playing deep, you can just throw that in and basically make their situation null and void. But it still got dangerously close, even with both of those ults coming in. The fight back from the two on the back side was a decent one. The remaining two, though, doing well to make sure Ness doesn't have another chance to be a hero. 11-7. Combo broken after the pause. And, of course, still 4 rounds in the lead. Only a couple needed to take us to map number 3, which I'll be honest, I thought we would have already been at by now. GX putting up a fight. The gloves are off. Smurfette has the operator. Bear in mind, this kind of works because she can pick up one orb, and that's the Blade Storm in hand.
They're trading out a round loss for those ultis, especially when MIBR are forced into playing it in a way that's difficult for you to counter. Them just waiting for you to make a move and then playing their ultis. It's not a repeatable success. We need to see a different element of this wheelhouse come out. And for GX, op in play for Smurfette, early control towards that A site. They bait out rotations and now look for B. Again, you have the trips in play on B, but Bastarda's changed up where they are. It's much deeper control. The idea being that when they do hit those trips, it's not for info, it's for SRN to get 2 kills.
Kill trips in play.
And look how far back Bastarda's playing as well.
Because of that null command. I know that that's going to be coming in, so it's all a plan to set up SRN, who's actually going to be playing on the edge of the smoke, has been hit, so no dash available, and it's not pretty. SRN has had a couple of moments over the last few rounds where it seemed like she was going to be the playmaker, instead has been the one to be played.
For GX, no better a time for this to happen. Sarah just about makes it back, throws the knife in, at least manages to suppress 1 or 2. The utility coming out from MIBR as they now look to flood. This is a big fight though. 4 players still in main for GX. They lose the first in the form of Ness, but not before the trades come in, not before she draws blood, and with Lisa left alone, it will be a convincing hold from GX. Damage done, but only 1 player falling, and they're right back to winning ways.
Yeah, it does feel like the last couple of rounds, like there has been a play made by MIBR. I think it was maybe around 17, around 19. And both times SRM was put in the position to succeed and didn't. And that's a rarity. Like we saw even in the last map where they tasted defeat that SRM was always a constant factor. But they're going to need her to be a constant factor here once again with the Blade Storm, the only real danger. Almost removed immediately. Oh, a nasty first knife will go straight into the dome of Smurfette.
It's definitely looking like a tough round for MIBR even with that dub, but again, those low buys backed up now by a Blade Storm. Man advantage already in play, and MIBR are rotating around. They're changing it up, sending SRN towards the A site. Not only SRN, but Melissa as well, so you've got that reveal to work with. The hope here that GX set themselves up for that take late. I think they might even do so. You can see Ava going for this deep control. This is a very risky round to go for these flank plays, though, to go deep into spawn. Like, not only are you risking being overwhelmed from all these angles, but if you go down, that's a rifle picked up by your opponents. The Blade Storm's already spotted her. Eva somehow still alive, but will be dropped, and now a big upgrade in play. Won't be taken by SRN, instead Sayori. And a 5 versus 2 that maybe even looks favorable to MIBR now.
Good thing will be for GX. They'll have a plant available. SRM from above has actually managed to take down one. Toki fighting has done a lot of damage, but it's left onto Ness. You mentioned the step up that she's had, the performance she's been putting in while leading the team, and now opts for a reposition. The risk, though, the smoke is still in play. An opportunity as they go to fight, but she will take down both! The Loch Ness Monster returns for the Red Bull clutch.
MIBR must have felt like, finally, this is our round. A 5v3, a rifle recovered, a Blade Storm still online for SRN. That weapon gifted to them, and SRN even finds a third. Toki runs out of ammo on the spray, everything set them up for success, and that little spray! It saves the day for GX. It keeps the climb in their favor. 9-11, a 2-round gap. I was a believer in GX today, Tom, but after that 9-1 start, it seemed impossible. But here we are, a reality of their own making.
You are a delusional man at times, but even you weren't that delusional to believe they could turn this back. But somehow, oh, maybe they just were. Maybe enough. Still, the lead sits with our opponent. Still, it's not going to be easy. And a flash that's helped out Ness there again. But the reveal's helping out. Bastarda still within this smoke, still looking to cause them issues. Ness has found another, but the trade is there once again. Ness is looking to do it all. The clutch seemingly bringing her to an even different level than what we saw throughout this map so far. Looking to try and lead the charge. A first map to forget, maybe a second map to remember.
Well, SRN still online and already spotted one. Rifle recovered, Ness down, and it's Sarah who has to clutch it out. Lisa gets MIBR a 12th. Walking through that smoke for the quick trade. A disaster avoided here by MIBR, at least locking in an overtime. But this game has been just delivering on another level. Individual stepping up. As you said, Ness, a performance we haven't seen from her in this series so far. Really seems to have woken up and found a taste for blood, I suppose, but off recovered, and MIBR with 3 chances to bring us all the way to split.
Oh, shit, Auntie. My bad, I couldn't kill him. My bad.
Well, considering as well, they were 9-1 down. She is now top of the board, 21-15. It just shows how much impact she has been having while also leading the squad at the same time. It is a skill that many hope to have. An early flash. An early peek, the spam on the other side from Sayori. And interestingly, look at the buy that's in for MIBR. This is not what I was expecting after the previous round.
I like it, though. When you've got 3 rounds to play with 3 chances.
They have a lot more than 3. I don't know if I'd want to give one away for free.
yeah, but then playing in on a mixed buy for multiple rounds?
Maybe.
Better to just come in strong, believe in yourself. An operator finding one. Oh, hold on! They might not need to worry about the future. Well, that's SRN down, though. This becomes difficult. Lisa and Bastarda, well, two players that you certainly believe in, regardless of the weapon in their hands. The
operator for Lisa, I definitely believe now.
One shot to the body for Lisa. In comes Bastarda with the Guardian in play. Almost had the right angle. That would have been a freebie onto Eva, who has no idea.
That's the spike as well.
There's a player right above her. And with 30 seconds and a complete freeze from GX, it looked for a moment like MIBR would start to step away from this site.
Yeah, they're trying to find themselves
Planted.
safe spot. Maybe even trying to wait for a smoke to be online. Lisa's weaponry now becomes a slight bit less valuable. She's going to be the one to try and take charge in the front of the smoke, maybe give an opportunity as they wait. A nice shot from Bastarda, though, has definitely made this a little bit more interesting. Toki waiting, the fake smoke doesn't work, and it's Eva to potentially close from the top line. A 10th round for GX, but as was pointed out, that was only a couple of saved weapons. Even after the victory, didn't want to send their entire economy into this one. So you sort of mentioned not wanting to go in with a couple of half buys. I am actually looking at, for now at least, there's a couple of Guardians in there, so they kind of have.
They invested too much. Yeah, listen, that's suboptimal. And they almost managed to win the round as well. Maybe right.
Maybe we'll see them sell and buy some light shields. It's possible, especially with the timeout that's about to come through. Another opportunity for Coach Pletz to talk this one over. And I believe the last time that we did see the pause come through, it was a combo breaker. It was the next round that they managed to win.
Yeah.
Well, if they win either of the next two, the job that seemed to be done in half number one will eventually be finished.
But I think it's worth mentioning at this point for GX, like, you know, 9-1 down is somewhere that you got to always believe that you can come back. And we've seen teams, you know, there's plenty of them out there who've made even more convincing comebacks or more convincing games for their opponents. Yes, exactly. Exactly. More than 9-1, I'll tell you that. But the reality is, it feels like when you're 9-1 down, the best you can do is wish on a fallen star, and that never did me any good. But for GX, it certainly has brought them back into the game. 10-12, and I think that will stand to them if they do lose here, because it's not like they got absolutely smashed. They know, hey, if we played even 10% better in that first half,
yeah,
it's a different game altogether. And then they move on to Split, where they'll feel much more comfortable. Again, this was not the map that they came into today thinking, we're going to push MIBR to their limits, and they have.
I guess the only counter to that, though, like, you're going to have the relief for MIBR if they close it, but also you'll now be disappointed if you're GX. If you get blown out, you kind of go, okay, that went badly, but you bring it all the way back and then lose? No one enjoys a fake comeback. 2 rounds needed, 1 for the side of MIBR to close it. They have come in and switched things up for the most part, but they do still have themselves a couple of Guardians instead. As said, they haven't got the perfect buy even after waiting.
Oh, the dive's already come through. Smurfette up close looking for the fight, but will be dropped as SRN falls. The Jet's already out of play, but it's GX with a flurry of frags to find themselves a massive advantage. MIBR have Bastarda and Melissa again. Ness still drawing breath. The rest of the squad, sure, some are tagged up, but they don't need to fight. It's a little bit risky. In a 1v3, it looks like they've already got the dub. Economy low for MIBR, and saving this rifle now seems far more economical than going for a 1 versus 3. Regardless of how close Bastarda's made those rounds in the past, the stakes here, they are pretty high compared to that first map. MIBR now facing a potential overtime, as the next round is going to see its fair share of weaknesses. I think maybe more excitingly, a Blade Storm for Smurfette. I think a scary thing to face off against, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, in a lot of cases, in a lot of these rounds, she's been the one like sort of diving in to take the space, and then it's been the rest of the supporting cast that have been able to sort of pick up a lot of these rounds. Super impressed with the level that we're seeing across the board, but the fact is for MIBR, some of those superstars have gone a little bit quieter on the defense. And now they're really going to need them, because this buy, well, it stinks. It's a singular rifle that will be coming up for SRN, and then the rest of the players are down to SMGs and pistols. In the last map, that was where they were winning it, but it was sort of mentioned in this map, it's not really been the case. I think GX, especially on this attack side, have done a lot better a job.
That might be our seemingly cursed in this half now on the pistols, but this is where they've done so much damage in the past. Hunter's Fury there for Melissa. Smurfette able to make it to the site luckily, but the challenge from MIBR will come in later. Playing to deny that plant, and Toki watching for that, gets caught off, completely deleted by the Hunter's Fury too. GX want to respawn with a deep push towards the spawn. Smurfette has an angle, but the Blade Storm doesn't land. It's a disaster. Falling seemingly at the final hurdle as a 5 versus 3 comes into play. Rifles recovered for MIBR as well. They are fighting with weapons now. No weaknesses left, and it's falling across the board for GX. Ness left to pick up the pieces. It's close, but one shot away from OT. Instead, map number 3 locked in with a last-second win for MIBR.
Oh God. I feel like OT was deserved for GX after that comeback, but I'm more than happy to see that a map number 3 is going to be coming up. Of course, though, and honestly, I'm quite glad about this. We're going to hear from the desk after the break. The smoke is still in play. An opportunity as they go to fight, but she will take down both! The Loch Ness Monster returns for the Red Bull clutch!
Any minute now. Ready up, let's get that bag. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
Yeah, it doesn't get much closer than that. A 1v1 in the final round of regulation to decide if we were going to OT or if we were going to map 3. It doesn't get much better than that. Welcome back to day 1 of GCC championships. I'm Doug, with me Potter and Dryad, and that's as close as it gets. And I fully believed that the comeback was on, but lo and behold, it was another fake comeback. We were lied to. Potter, thoughts on that map?
It was really, truly a team effort for MIBR. Every player had to step up in order to close this out.
Yeah.
If MIBR didn't lose that anti-eco in the second half after dominating that pistol, this woulda, coulda, shoulda been a 13-3, 13-4 perhaps. So kudos to GX for making it that close, but MIBR, everyone had to step up, and I'm glad to see that, especially because we were talking about in map 1, the shakes, the jitters, clearly showing through. So for MIBR to be able to close it out, it's going to bode well for them going into map 3.
Absolutely. They do look more comfortable on stage, but I mean, it was really close, like you're saying. That 1v1 at the very end where Ness, it seems like she was going to do it all, and she was doing it for a few rounds as well. I feel like Gen X have been looking incredible. Even if they don't win this map, they continue to surprise us in some of the things that they're doing, in the way that they're approaching, the way that MIBR like to play, shutting down SRN early on, for example, or how they want to play these late rounds. It was denied early on, it seems like, by some of the individuals. I mean, we got to see Elisa with the operator. We got to see SRN finding those openings. We saw some of those plays as well for Bastardo with the way that they were trying to insert it. So they had a good read on this map. But I mean, I'm really liking what I'm still seeing from Giant X.
Yeah, I mean, I think given map 1 and then really what we just saw there on map 2, there's a lot to be excited about. Let's talk about Melissa, because Melissa in particular was a complete star on the side of MIBR, and really one of the key reasons, at least early on, Potter, that MIBR were able to close out the map.
Yeah, both the Silvas this game. You know, we were highlighting Ava's Silva when we started it, but Melissa, her multi-kills, the way that she was pinging and ponging off of her teammates. I mean, there was one clutch where she perfectly threw her recon as a crosshair displacer and closed out a 1v1 with style.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, just seeing things
yeah.
like that as a squad, it's got to feel really good to gain that momentum together. So I'm glad to see Melissa being loud.
Yeah, I think Melissa performed for MIBR exactly as they needed and when they needed. I think another thing that was outrageously successful for MIBR was another reason we got to this point were the operators. And it wasn't just one player. It felt like anybody who picked up the big stick was popping off.
And you see it mainly on the attacking side as well, which is pretty interesting as well. You see it mainly for SRN picking up the operator, playing a little bit into if somebody was going to sing from that defense. But then when we're actually going for the side execute, was passing it to somebody else. And sometimes into those late runs, it ended up being Lisa. Lisa on this Astra operator, I feel like is just iconic. The only other two players that I can think of that I've seen them do exactly this with the Astra were Boaster and Ye. And nobody else. You don't see this very often, so it's really cool for Lisa to be able to close it out like this, but also to have an understanding of the standard way to play it with SRN too.
Yeah, and it's such a powerful thing when you can hot potato that operator around, the most expensive gun in our game, and find those opening picks. And Lisa was doing a fantastic job allowing SRN to be the space maker with that rifle, get into the mix, create that chaos. And Lisa was on the back lines, not missing a beat.
Insane.
Yeah, we'll see how things play out. I can't imagine, actually, there's a good chance we'll continue to see some of that as we turn our attention over to the next map of Split. The decider, ultimately it was GX who got us to this position, and so, yeah, again, there's a lot to be excited about here, Potter.
For sure. My biggest question is, we just saw Bastarda on the Cypher on Abyss. Is she still going to lean into this Cypher? We haven't seen much of it since the changes, but if she's comfortable with it on Abyss, I like the fact that they've got a game plan and they're compensating for the fact that those trips aren't going to be as valuable as they were in the past.
Yeah, I think something else I'm curious about as we wonder and as we see the players return back to the stage and get ready to load up into map 3 with all smiles really on both sides of the ball is, are we going to see double duelist? Right? Is that, as we continue to see that become more prevalent in the meta, is that something that we'll see here on Split? Dan, are you expecting that?
I think so. I feel like especially for this map of Split, both of these teams, they haven't played it in forever, of course, since June and July as well for both of them. And this is one of those maps where, Potter, you're asking if, Bastarda is going to be on that Cypher once again, but I feel like this is one of those maps where she could be playing that Yoru again.
I would love to see it. I would love to see it change the pace a little bit. Giants, they've got to be feeling confident coming into this third map. Look, I know that comeback, it fell short. They weren't able to actually close it out, but listen, map 2, they weren't really ever supposed to win that. That was MIBR's home ground. That was their pick. We talked about how confident they were coming into that. So for Giants, we talked about them having nothing to lose coming to the third map. They've got to be feeling confident.
Holy smokes.
The Yoru?
Yeah, we're gonna get double duelists on both sides. We'll have the Raze Yoru, assuming it's locked in, on the side of MIBR, and then for Giant X, the Raze Waylay.
I really like
the
this.
Waylay. I love the Waylay, and I'm glad to see the Cypher's not out. Thank God for that. We get to see activated Bastarda. I mean, we haven't seen it in any of the maps in this series so far, but this is her comfort. This is her duelist role.
Dan, Potter loves the Waylay. Your thoughts on the Waylay Raze together?
I mean, it's impossible not to like it, especially with how explosive we've seen so far Smurfette be, alongside Ava that we talked about early on, how incredible she is individually. Also, but I mean, I don't want to underestimate that other side with the Raze and the Euro. It's a standard one that we've seen in this map over and over again. Yeah. And it's a standard as well for this team, specifically for MIBR. So as teams, as both of these players are starting to heat up a little bit, I still have confidence in MIBR and Giant X to make this a close map.
Are we expecting the Waylay to primarily be the one to dive in and then just get info and get out?
For sure. I mean, that right now, the sexy play of Waylay is to just dive in, drop that bubble, recall right back, and then your second duelist is right there following up with the util to punish. So yeah, I think the double tag team of just diving in there, it's going to be a lot of pressure for MIBR to handle.
Well, we're going to have an opportunity to see that exact thing play out here in just a few moments. So for the very last map and for the very last time tonight, Mitch, Tom, take it away.
One last time, it's time to kick off this map, and it is split. I'm delighted that we've ended up here, Tom, and the fashion that we got here couldn't have been more exciting. From GX on map 1, would have been a tight first half and a dominant second, with a dominant second from them in the second half of Abyss 2. Yeah. And it'd been 13-11. We really had to come here to split the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, it's always one of the sickest maps in the pool to end on. I feel like it probably has some of the highest hit rate for OT, but also the fact that we got both teams now switching up to a double duelist as well, and one of them being the Waylay for Ness, who, if you've not been following Ness for a long time, back in the day, she was one of the best Jet players you're ever going to see. Like, I think the only reason she ever switched off duelist was because Smurfette was one of her closest friends and also a really sick duelist as well. So the fact that we now get probably one of the longest standing duos as players together, playing a double duelist together while Ness is calling, I'm so excited to see what they're going to cook. But then at the same time, Bastarda has been unreal when she's played the Yoru. So I think this is going to be a nasty map of Valorant.
I expect nothing less. Early fight towards B main sends just a 1-for-1 trade. Damage done onto Toki, barely managed to survive that, but the orb will be claimed nonetheless. And MIBR's tactic here was to make noise on B, but send the players to the A site slowly and sneakily, and it has worked wonderfully. They have got full control of plant. You know, Melissa's very far away, but not needed for now. And look at this deep spot they've taken towards the spawn. GX have to be so careful on the way back in.
It's normally a position where you have some form of expectation of, but it's also that long wraparound coming back in from Melissa. Like, they have got both sides of the map sort of locked down, and I feel like this is a nasty trap that Toki is going to be walking into. SRN still hasn't been spotted. She knows there's a deeper player, but Sarah's done very well on the other side. So I feel like it's almost going to be swings and roundabouts, and Toki is just sort of playing with the remaining two. She knows where they are, and somehow has managed to live a lot longer than expected. Sayori, though, has done well on the site, at least buying a little bit of extra time. This nade needs to do damage, and maybe it'll do just enough. It will! It has denied the defusal. SRN with a last-minute dunk for the Red Bull clutch.
And absolutely nothing has changed since map 1 and 2. That's good to see. This game is pure lunacy.
That was like a cross-court throw in a basketball game. It's like, I've got 1 second to throw. What an insane play from SRN right at the end. And I was worried for them because I think that the fact that Sarah so easily killed off the other flanker put so much pressure on Sayuri, who did fantastically well, but you still needed that nade to save the day.
A well-placed piece of utility has netted MIBR the opening, the pistol round, but opening pistols seem to be somewhat of a, pistols seem to be somewhat of a curse. Half the time you end up losing the follow-up, and at least based on what we've seen so far in this series. Whether it will be the same or not, well, I'm doubtful. On the defensive side here, the Classics grouped up in heaven, and they expected that fight to be much closer than it was. Lisa, easy triple, gets out with 20 HP. Nothing for GX in terms of advantages, because they're not going to get a fight onto Lisa until they've picked off the rest of the squad, and as you can see, that's looking pretty unlikely.
Spike planted.
It's definitely felt like at times these second rounds have been a bit of a curse, but not this time. Very, very clean from the side of MIBR. Not looking to give their opponents anything in that second round. And well, now this is where you see that purchase come into play, of course. Both these teams have definitely shown that they can have stellar attacks. And this map is likely to be no different. It was the same for GX as well, so I think this half may be about getting as many rounds as they can, especially with that double duelist now coming into play. But for the side of MIBR, it's almost getting back to regular programming if they can continue what they did in the last match.
Oh, Sarah's gotten there just in time. A second later in that fight, may well have been a death sentence. That nade, though, has sent Sarah right into Melissa. Down to a sliver of health, but it's enough to stay alive as the cross comes in on mid, but it's spotted. That was a very necessary break of the Boombot. Almost taking the kill and doing lots of damage. And Sarah's just confident enough to keep on swinging. A triple kill in mid, and relatively easy looking round for GX, or I guess for Sarah.
Sarah's like the one person who survives in Final Destination. It's like you see the paint pot hit by a piece of wood that looks like it's going to make something fall from the ceiling, and then at the end she's just like, oh yeah, no, somehow I've survived. It was a dangerous round, but she's not going to mind. Come out with 3 kills, moving closer towards that Viper Spear. Well, you can see that there's definitely some fire and flare down on the stage. Of course, a victory here, giving them that opportunity to stay within the upper bracket.
I'll find you.
Doesn't look like there's going to be any easy games throughout this tournament. Well, what a start already for our starter. Sarah, once again, in a little bit of trouble, but you never know. Maybe that means the opponent's in trouble.
It often does. MIBR. Wow. They've put a lot of players towards B, giving up on that mid control, and hope here was that Lisa could contain that late round space, maybe play the lurk, but yeah, you were expecting to see something before a swing there. Toki now under a lot of pressure, but Eva's here to back her up. The flash as well going to be popped, and no swing. Toki isolated, at least manages one more, but the lurk up mid from Bastarda. Even on 30 HP, she's able to bring this into an advantageous spot, leaving Sarah alone, and Sarah wisely decides to try to isolate this fight, knowing there's only one player, but Melissa gets the better of her. A 3K for Melissa, and a third round for MIBR as a result.
A very good round from her individually. There was a lot of points of this where it felt like it easily could have swung back in the other's favor. A nice couple of bait plays, especially when you lose your lurk on the other side of the map. It's just some raw aggression, but she does well to steady the ship, isolating both players within the back of that B site and closing out the round in turn. Putting herself up to the top of the board, and more importantly also getting that Nightfall online. There's still a buy here, but when you have that ult, it can be problematic. An early fight, and well, the trade's going firmly in the favor of MIBR.
Wow, there is next to nothing that Eva can do about this in a 1v3 other side of the map as well. That clock is going to be ticking. At this point, you just probably better off, as you say, just carrying that weapon forward to the next round. MIBR finding a lot of value with this incredibly direct take. And I mean, there were numbers here to defend it, but after losing this one, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout pretty soon, because you're starting to think about Abyss, where MIBR built up so much momentum, where we saw them play slow rounds with success, and we saw them then play super direct, and it didn't seem like GX had the answer to the questions that MIBR were putting up, and now the stakes are a little bit higher. There's no longer another map to fall back on. There's no longer a second chance. It's map number 3. And it's a 4-1 lead for MIBR.
You can see what this squad is like incredibly good at. Like, you have those contact plays and then immediate faces from the remaining side. It means that any of these sort of traps that are being set up or any of that utility put into play, it's just so difficult to deal with. And every time somebody was trying to set up a response, they were just immediately dealt with on the other side. So aware, so prepared, and it's again the early round Queen and Melissa that's taken over the server. 7-2 at the top of the board. When your Fade player's doing that, you're always going to be happy. But more importantly, they haven't had to use any of their ultimates while doing it. They have 3 currently online. Dimensional Drift only 1 away. Well, if you're doubting whether or not Bastardo will be able to get an orb or a kill, you're foolish. Now, there is the same for the other side. The issue they have is they don't have the finances. So already, as you said, an early enough pause for Asuka to try and come in and turn around this tide, because as you said in the last map, if they had 1 or 2 extra rounds, it could have been very different. The same said though, they won 2 of their 3 in the last 2 rounds, so it could have been actually we'd close this very quickly after the pistol if they didn't manage those late ones.
That's the thing as well when you think about what you just said, Tom. There's 3 ultis online for MIBR, and it's not like we're talking about From the Shadows and a Neural Theft. You have a Nightfall in play, and about to have a Yoru ult in play as well, the Dimensional Drift. Those 2 are going to get you onto sites. You then look at how you punish. Well, if you're on the site, you put your Viper's Pit down, or you use your Showstopper, whether it's getting into the site as a third option for entry, or whether it's
the entry options are good.
You know, you can do anything with it. You can hold the site, you can take the site, and you can play for the post plant. So for MIBR, they're up against an eco as well. They could potentially have 3 rounds off the back of the eco, and then the ults, but they're going to play this safe, and oh, it's found so much value for SRN. 1 ulti committed. There's one on the other side, though. This is going to get a little spooky. Luckily, Paranoia has done its job. Sarah is taking down Sayori, and this is not quite as clean-cut as it seemed like it would be.
Yeah, they managed to get another rifle. Sarah has found a kill. The problem is the amount of damage that was done already. It was a very nice attempt. And I don't think we came into that round expecting only 1 player to survive from MIBR, but it's one that, although costly, I don't think they'll mind too much because they traded out a lot of the opponent's ults while also using a couple of their own.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think Smurfette made the right call, right? In a round like that, you have the Showstopper, you know they're bursting out at that point, and you found the pick. That is 100% the right call. Really good work from Sayori to put through that Paranoia. What surprises me is the fact that MIBR used not only the Showstopper, but the Nightfall as well. And the Nightfall almost became a necessity because they lost so much space on the site to re-clear it. But it has cost them a lot. Now, the Viper's Pit will be put into play in this round by the defensive side to cover off that mid-control. But again, I look to MIBR. Massive advantage in this round. They find a lot of information here. The starter, TP's back, and now it's the A-take. If they get boots on the ground here, Viper's Pit goes up, and this becomes another round where MIBR seemingly have a chokehold.
Much damage. Eva's done well, but the damage isn't going to mean anything until Sarah swings. That's at least made things interesting.
No pit.
Ness had a rough first map, a fantastic second, and now seems to be struggling again in the third. And while Melissa, she has been deadly so far in this first half. Puts her 10th kill onto the board, and while with only Toki standing, sure, there's 2 very low HP players, those duelists, but look how far away she is. She is purely playing for the post. And even she'll expect that Toki's going to come looking for her. Like, you can't leave that player in the back line and look to try and win this round. And the second any contact is made, she'll look to go running, but instead, just the time bought alone is enough for Toki to have to fall back, and Melissa may even just execute her at the end. No, she will be allowed to escape, but at a 6-1 scoreline, I don't think MIBR will care too much.
And again, you could look at this and go, look how close it was, right? 16 and 20 HP. This could have been a completely different round, and Eva on backside was doing so much damage. Reality is, though, 6-1. Same old story, back to Abyss, where we looked at GX and said if they had just done a little bit more in those early rounds, and now we might be in the same boat again. It's time to show up, and time is running out as MIBR steam into the lead, build up that momentum, and by the way, still have the Viper's Pit because Sarah dropped a double kill that was a part of that was Lisa, which meant they couldn't use that pit to secure the round. I think they're probably, in hindsight, pretty happy about that.
Well, once again, very happy MIBR fans right now, and you can understand why. Their attack sides have been stellar all the way through this series. Nonetheless,
Spike down mid.
Ness will be able to find one. A return to form almost feeling necessary, and well, again, these early fights working out. SRN wants to try and take the battle and will win it at that. And although Sarah's definitely had some moments, actually she's found a rifle and will hear the steps going back the other way. If she gets the timing right here, Mitch, she might be able to catch them. This is potentially going to line up perfectly for her. She just has to hit the timing bang on.
They're watching her. Yeah, they're worried about it.
Oh.
That's absolutely perfect play. And SRN's even swinging back out on the back of her own nade. Pixel perfect. No notes for MIBR. 7-1 in the lead. And for what has been a close series, and even looking at the first two maps, it was GX taking the majority, or the round advantage, I suppose. They won 13-8 versus a 13-11 loss. And here, it seems like there is a clear victor already. A second timeout being called in by GX, coming into round number 9. They are panicking, and rightfully so. It seems like MIBR have a chokehold.
Yeah, I think they've also realized, though, that similarly to the last map, they know that they can pull out some numbers over on the attack side. That was always the case in the past when they played this map. And we've already seen it in the last one, but the problem is you do need that wiggle room. You need a chance you lose a pistol, that doesn't end the game. Last time, you have to bear in mind, the only reason that comeback even started was because they won a second round with classics. Like, you can't rely on that every single time. And for MIBR, as you said, they are currently reading the room almost perfectly. Like, when it comes to these direct, aggressive plays, the trades are on point. The reactive utility has been stellar. You mentioned the use of the paranoia. You mentioned how the Nightfall had to be used at times, but whenever they have used it, it always seems like it's had impact. And then you have some of the patience that we're seeing from players like Melissa, like sitting back in moments where there's no reason to be aggressive. Like, they have been fantastic on this attack. And GX have not been able to find any sort of response. This round, though, we're going to see them invest into that operator, a chance for Ness to maybe be that a little bit more aggressive, because thus far, Mitch, she has been struggling.
Now, this is an interesting setup to start with. 3 players on mid. You can already see that Ness is looking to ult in as soon as contact is made, but MIBR very passive there. It's instead towards Heaven that they look to fight. Bastarda already have a chance there to take down Toki. And it looks like now a redirect. Ness is going to ult onto the ramp, and they can immediately dive in on the back of it, but that was all a bait.
Nothing.
Every bait and switch, a work of art for MIBR, but they lose one still. Ness able to find it with the operator, locking down mid, and now leaving MIBR without much choice. It looks like those 3 players will walk out. No! Smurfette at least gets one, and Toki somehow finds it through the wall.
Yeah, off the contact. That gave enough information, and what was initially going to be a take onto the A site and a TP from Sayuri. Now, she's probably quite happy that she's on the other side of the map, because there really isn't much space there at all. Any damage also able to be healed from that Sky, and it is looking like they're going to fall straight into a retake setup, especially with the way that the best B site plants normally have that opportunity for main. When you have the Cosmic Divide available for Toki, you can section that off. So if anything, MIBR are probably hoping someone will fight them here. And unless Sarah's thinking of taking a pretty hefty risk, which kind of is,
planted.
we'll just wait instead.
I mean, they really have to drop the ball on this one. Bastarda and Sayuri, although the map may be favor to them with the streak of rounds, the advantage they have, for now at least. The odds are certainly stacked against them in this one. Time ticking, though. GX step out, all 4 from one angle. It's going to be an isolated fight. Bastarda does well with the first, but that is all she wrote. As a defuse inevitable now, Giant X finally landing themselves that second round. They've taken a while to show these signs of life, but better late than never.
Yeah, and they're going to look at this as like, okay, if we can get this streak going now, 7-5, even an 8-4, might not be a death sentence. They've already proven that once. Much better looking round from them, and also just the calm within it. not rushing into some of these fights, not taking the individual battles. That's what worked out for them. The problem, though, is whether or not MIBR are going to allow that to happen again, because this was sort of a bit more of a disjointed round. Some early aggression that failed, a back and forth of whether they should go A or not. When they've been direct, they've been really tough to beat.
It'll be a slow approach by MIBR, looking to make this a punchy round onto the A site.
Bring them down.
The pressure on the shoulders of Smurfette, 2 away from that showstopper being online again, but those picks won't come easy. Managed to slip into position, but that flash from the start, absolutely perfect. The A site crumbles within seconds, and MIBR, I love this, just going back to punchy plays at times that work wonders for this squad. Viper's pit, oh, look at the shape of that pit too. It has given them so much control, and
Face your fear!
not even sure they needed to do that, but really covering all their bases. The Nightfall's going to buy so much time that GX might even just save.
Yeah, they want to make sure that this round is confirmed. Don't want to give anybody an opportunity to try and clutch, and just making sure that this isn't going to slip away. And also you have to bear in mind, they are 2 away from a showstopper, 1 away from Dimensional Drift. There's not really a reason to have all 5 ults online, so confirming an additional one. Of course, the pit has faded as well, but they'll still have plenty to play with into the coming rounds, and making sure that 8 is confirmed is ever so important. But that round is pretty much all down to Basada. I'll say as well, just having the read when you've tried to clear something with a snake bite, but making sure that it's cleared, it's ever so important, because you're going to see Smurfette consistently try and make cheeky plays like that throughout the map. But they have caught her, I think, every single time she's tried to drop out of heaven. They have been so ready, so prepared for that sort of play, and she gets absolutely nothing. And the double duelist right now for GX, it's just not been their map. They have not been able to find the value that has been there on the other side.
8-2. I mean, it seems like a damning scoreline, but we said that on Abyss. You can hold your breath for these comebacks. Nash, oh, that pressure is huge! SRN diving in, that op shot hurt, and like a shark with blood in the water, she just swam straight in there, full speed ahead. Advantage for the attackers, but they haven't cleared the site just yet. Eva's there, but not for long. And the rope being taken is very well and truly heard.
Spike planted.
This one again has fallen apart. And for GX, the question of do they just carry this forward? Look to fight the final round with the best weapons that they possibly can, or do they throw themselves into this with a chance for an 8-4 still there? It looks like that's the choice.
Smurfette showstopper available, but the same is there for the other side. SRN just playing up top, knowing that the time is on MIBR's side. An additional member to this squad, and while Smurfette can only go running to her demise, Toki has an opportunity on the side, but gets absolutely nothing. 9 again over on this attack for MIBR. They are looking fearsome. And for GX, it does feel like the hope, the only hope that they have, is that they can match them on that attack side threat.
Now, the one thing I'll say for GX, you know, still with 9-3 being the best possible scoreline for them. Every time we cut to those cams, every time the round ends and they've lost it, you can see that even if it is an open and shut case, you'd never be able to know from the look on their faces. Because the morale certainly high, happy to be playing here on that stage in Seoul, but they need to find success here. They need that 9-3, and the showstopper, luckily countered by the refract. No kill found, but SRN still trading out on backside.
SRN has started to take over. A nice shot from Sarah. That's the spike down. SRN shut down as well, and by the looks of it, 9-3 is just the scoreline of the halves. Unless Lisa has something to say, but it is a 3-player stack up. He's going to try and create a little bit of additional space, but finding a freebie here seems impossible. There's at least a lot of time to play with, and that's the one thing that may start to get into the heads of the opponents. Becerra's watching, and Smurfette is immediately available for the trade. It will be 9-3 once again. GX at least with a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, a chance at the half still. Certainly after what we saw in Abyss, there's no counting them out, but this resurgence is going to have to be monumental for Giant X as MIBR lead 9-3. We'll find out who takes this series after the break. Well, your Coinbase econ report really tells the story of that first half. SRN lighting up the scoreboard, but as usual, she wasn't alone in that affair.
No. I think Lisa and Melissa are both, again, having fantastic performances, but it's safe to say the story was definitely on one double duelist rather than the other. I think some of the supported flashes we saw from Bastarda as well, now picking up that duelist. But it is going to be the tale of two halves. Can GX recover once again in the fashion that they did in the last? They looked like they were going to take us to OT from almost a more damning position than we find them in now, but it really does rely on the pistol or the second round. I've got to say it at this point because we've seen a few second rounds go the other way, but they need a boost at the beginning of this half because from 11-3, there is very few teams I believe in.
That's very fair to say. I mean,
maybe there's one.
Even from 9-3. Yeah, I can't think of who that would be, Tom. But
NRG.
Fair enough. Fair enough. 9-3 is the scoreline for MIBR. This pistol, as you said, carries a lot of weight. For them, they can bounce back if they lose it. It's whatever. But for GX, this is do or die. At least it feels that way. Nice paranoia. That's so damning. Ness dives in and immediately she knows. The best she can do is probably damage as they run their way around the site, putting the pressure on. Sayori's still drawing breath in the end. It could be a flawless round, and indeed it will be. We said GX needed to win this one. They didn't even make a dent.
Oh, that was confident in the play, solid paranoia, but also just the crossfires that this team creates. It feels so difficult to break down, and well, even with a split second to react, it was a wonderful opener. And then Bastarda are able to add a couple more. We mentioned the fact that the second round was what brought them back from the depths last time about, but I don't think you can really hope for that every single time. In fact, look at the investment that's currently coming in for the side of MIBR. They're not messing about.
Oh! That damage is massive. And, well, when you come into a round like that, you really got to hope that your opponents aren't set up on an angle together, playing on distance, on height as well. With a Guardian, that's pretty much a loss condition ticked for you there. 11-3. MIBR from this point, and as you said, Tom, there's very few teams that can make these kind of comebacks happen. We did see GX manage something similar, it was Abyss as well, you know, neither here nor there, whether it was harder or easier. Let's not compare the trauma. Let's just say it was a tough situation, and they managed to climb themselves back into within punching distance, but right now, they are leagues apart.
now without that lifeline, it really does feel damning. They're going to have an absurd streak of rounds once again, and MIBR are not looking to let them have anything. SRN has decided that it is time that this series is complete. And with already a couple to her name, 17 on the board overall, needs a recovery. Eva will be able to at least put things back into contention. A lot of damage done onto Melissa as well, who will be forced to retreat. Sarah trying a lurk on the other side of the map. And I think she's been spotted. The fight not going to go away. Her doppelganger of a Viper taking her out. And now they'll have a player advantage going into this retake.
But no flank control for GX. Garage is a disaster waiting to happen, and so they decide to get a little bit aggressive ahead of the problem. As Eva's already walked through the spawn, in goes the Gravwell, and now Eva looking for this fight, presumably. I thought maybe Toki would go up, but no.
Paranoia.
Still down bottom and gets caught by Paranoia, deleted as a result, but Eva pulling them back into this, falls again. The final hurdle is what it comes down to. Running the race, they're GX, but miles behind, as MIBR leading now with just one left. So many chances. I mean, look, you come in here, we saw a streak of rounds for GX in the previous map, but if you come in and believe in 9 rounds in a row on the attack side plus OT victory, I don't think you've been watching much of MIBR.
No, I think as well that from Eva there, she's a little bit unlucky. Just
so fucking bad, bro!
Give it to him!
Damn.
I got yous, okay?
That's what you love
Honestly,
to see.
what I need to see is what happens, what she'll say when they're up against Team Liquid. That will be the real conversation. The team that kicked you, but also you have to bear in mind for MIBR, this is a road that maybe it'll be slightly longer, but they are looking to make it back to the grand final. They did it last year, tasted defeat in the final match of the tournament. Of course, to Shopify. No one's surprised there, but they are looking to set their campaign off with a bang. SRN tagged up and will be executed. Melissa already into the site, but maybe a little bit ahead of everybody else. That's given a 2-player advantage. And well, maybe the start of what needs to be an impressive streak as one by one MIBR fall.
Spot planted.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, you talked a little bit about your 9-3. The 12-3 odds, I think it's fair to say, might be a little bit more heavily stacked against you.
Doctor Strange to come out.
If there's even one multiverse or one, or
maybe
universe
John
where you get
QT,
this.
whichever one you are.
Yeah. 8 rounds in a row. For GX, they found their first of 9. It's a strong start, sure. But it really feels like an inevitability. And for MIBR as well, you got to think about what's on the line for them. You mentioned their loss to Shopify. Well, victory here means you get to face off against Shopify. A chance for a revenge arc, perhaps, for this squad.
I need to blow something up.
Send them down to lowers early, and if they manage to win this map convincingly, there is at least hope of that.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can say having this sort of like first map to get the flow state going on the stage may have benefits of its own.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't think anybody's expecting Shopify to come in cold, but if MIBR come in hot, as they have for the starts of majority of these maps, like they have been really impressive. The last one ended up slipping away from them, but they still closed it out. This one, I don't think there's any slipping to be had. A weaker purchase. They've been playing it safe on a lot of occasions, not overly investing when they have these leads, but even still making them close. The starter has been a big part of that. She's been so irritating to play against. With already a player advantage, she might be able to get in and try and find them while behind. The danger is coming in from Toki, though.
Planted.
This definitely feels like the beginning of the end, but GX, they'll fight tooth and nail to try to take this across the line. Their second of the 9 in a row needed, now confirmed and locked in, but for MIBR, it only feels like a matter of time. Round on round as now the rifles come out, as ultimates will be online fairly soon for that defensive side. Correct me if I'm wrong, GX still have one timeout to work with, right?
I think they used both in the first
Oh, did they?
half. Yeah.
Okay. That's even worse.
I think they used one at like 4-1 and then one once they lost like a big streak of rounds.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I was going to say, like, it's kind of tough to figure out when you put that in here, like when a round gets close or you see a gap.
When MIBR
But now you just have to wait for MIBR to feel threatened, and that might take a while. They have still 7 rounds to work with.
Maybe they'll throw one in if a couple go the other way, but first we need to see a couple go the other way. It's aggressive from Nest. This failed last time, but succeeds this time. A good start to the round. Starter always pressuring the other side of the map, though. He's actually forced Sarah all the way back. The plant coming in, though. And this is going to be a very long rotation back. This one might be free if Sarah steps any further back, but it does mean that Bastarda has to walk. Now, the time that's being wasted may end up being worse if she doesn't find large amounts of value, but there is a good chance that she does.
Oh, walking by Sarah. But that might even be better with 2 players in main having no idea that their flank is wide open. SRN finding one, but here comes Bastarda. An easy first. The second comes with it. And a 2 versus 2. Still a chance, but time is ticking. They need to be quick, and they've already put it down to just 1. Sarah with GX's upper bracket life in her hands, and it slipped through her fingers. Defuse confirmed. MIBR have done it. 13-5. A labored first and second map, but this one looks dominant for the team that took the road less traveled by through LCQ. They've started this story in Seoul with success.
Yeah, the fact is the only team that was able to defeat them over in Brazil was their rivals of Team Liquid. It didn't mean any less when they came in as one of the lower seeds. Everybody knew that there was a good chance they were going to be a team to fear. But I do also think that GX proved that even though they're coming in as a slightly lower seed from EMEA, they are definitely still dangerous. I think them going into the lower bracket definitely doesn't mean demise, a chance to try and make a run forward, but the story's definitely going to be about MIBR as they will go into that rematch versus their final in 2024 to see if they can now take down Shopify.
Yeah, for GX, it is definitely something to be proud of. This could have been a 2-0. We saw a shocking first half from them on Abyss, and with even 1 or 2 rounds going their way there, a different story would have been told in Seoul tonight. But instead, MIBR, they take this 2-1. They start with success and now move on to face Shopify, a team that has dealt them a pretty painful defeat in the past. And that is a rematch that no doubt they'll be fired up to get into in a few days.
Oh, for sure. That's going to be an absolute banger of a match. But the fact is, this was one as well. I thoroughly enjoyed our first cast at GC Champs, and I'm looking forward to see what else is to come with. This is only the very, very start of the tournament.
Yeah, indeed. There's so much more to come.
2-1 win for MIBR. Give it up, everybody! Happy birthday, Sayuri, my birthday girl. And SRN, I'm gonna need to steal you a little bit. Here you go. You're supposed to be on my left side, and you on the right. Or, yeah, there you go. That works. Alright. 네, MIBR의 SRN 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. I'll page you, don't worry. 네, 개막전부터 쉽지 않은 경기였습니다. 1세트 내주고 시작했고 2세트도 연장전 갈 뻔했거든요. 3세트부터는 무대에 적응한 것 같은데 오늘 경기 어땠는지, 그리고 이제 팀 전체가 이 큰 무대에 적응을 마친 것 같은지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory. I mean, today I feel like required a lot of mental fortitude just because you guys started on the back foot and map 2 almost went OT. But it looks like you guys found the groove on map 3. So how did you guys navigate through all of those mental aspects? And do you feel like you're done adjusting to the stage?
First of all, thanks. I think that I'm pretty confident in this championship, and I need to pass this to my team. So I scream a lot, so I need to pass this confidence for them, and I think I did a really good job.
오늘 사실 이 무대에 적응을 잘 마친 것 같기도 하고 그리고 굉장히 자신감 있는 상태인데 이 자신감을 팀원들에게도 좀 전달을 해주고 팀 분위기를 다잡기 위해서 훨씬 더 많이 노력했다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 조금 더 이 팀원들에게 자신감을 심어주기 위해서 계속해서 노력할 거고 그리고 오늘 상당히 좋은 모습을 보여준 것 같다고 스스로의 퍼포먼스에 있어서 만족한다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그리고 사실 MIBR이 작년 GCC 준우승 팀이거든요. 근데 이 우승에 정말 가까웠던 경험이 오히려 아쉬움을 키우기도 했었고 또 그만큼 이번에는 꼭 우승하겠다라는 각오가 더 단단해졌을 것 같은데요. 어떻게 느끼고 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So last year you guys finished second. And a lot of people say, you know, that feeling of almost getting it, it haunts you. It lingers on until you get whatever you want. So how much of that feeling of missed opportunity fueling you this time around?
Last year I cried a lot, but like this year I have a feeling that I will win, my team will win, and that's it.
All the tears are gone. It's like dried up. Yeah, only smiles from here now. Okay.
Yeah.
작년에 준우승하고 진짜 눈물을 너무 많이 흘렸대요. 그래서 이 아쉬움의 눈물이 이젠 너무 많이 흘려서 마를 정도여서 올해는 그래도 이번 MIBR 선수들과 함께 우승을 만들어낼 수 있지 않을까라는 마음이 든다고 얘기를 합니다. 그런데 또 공교롭게도 상대는 쇼피파이 레벨리언이거든요. 이제 다음 매치에서 결승전 리매치를 치르게 된 건데요. 승리한다면 또 팀에게는 어떤 의미일지 그리고 다음 경기에 임하는 각오도 들어보고 싶네요. Well, we're in luck. Because next up, you guys face Shopify Rebellion Gaming. It's the grand finals rematch already. How do you think, if you guys win that one, how do you think it's going to propel you guys forward? What do you think that win's going to do for you?
I think that Shopify is a hard team to beat, but I trust my team, I trust my confidence, and I think if we beat them, and we will, I think we are prepared like for anything. And yeah, that's it.
일단 쇼피파이 레벨리언 게이밍이 워낙 또 굉장히 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 사실 상대로 힘든 경기가 예상되기는 하지만 그래도 훨씬 잘 준비를 했고 그리고 SRN 선수 개인적으로도 그리고 팀에 대해서도 굉장한 믿음이 있기 때문에 잘할 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 만약에 MIBR이 승리한다면 그리고 당연히 승리를 할 건데 그때의 승리가 아마 이제 아무 팀을 만나도 항상 승리를 가져갈 수 있다는 자신감을 심어주면서 이번 대회에서 너무나도 중요하게 작용할 거라고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 MIBR의 SRN 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you SRN and best of luck. And thank you Arthur for being our support, mental support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jen. Yeah, it's my pleasure and honor to welcome the birthday girl
Thank you.
to the desk. Happy birthday, Suyuri.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right, I want to talk to you a little bit about this match and maybe some of your expectations coming into this tournament because obviously this is the biggest event of the year for you, and I imagine the focus is to walk away with the trophy. But people are talking about your team and your region in particular a lot leading into this. We've talked about it a bunch on the desk, and what would you say are your goals and your expectations is probably a better way to say it. What are your expectations coming into this tournament?
Oh, I expect us to win, obviously, but I know we can start a little slow in the first match and a little chaos, too much chaos in our comps. So we have to, just settle down and we can grow up on the tournament, like keep growing, improving. And if we can do that, I'm sure that we will win. So, but it was pretty hard for us today.
Yeah, no, we definitely saw that, especially in maps 1 and 2. Things were a little bit shaky. What were the conversations like backstage? Because I'm glad to see that in the third map, at least, it was dominant from you guys. You guys definitely woke up. It looked clean. It looked good. What was y'all's conversations like in the back to prepare for that?
It was like, stay calm, just calm. We need calm, and just trust in ourselves, and that's it.
Who leads those kind of conversations for your team?
Our coaches, both of them, they assure us like it's okay, everything's okay, let's go, like, we can do this. And we'd be like, okay, then let's go.
Amazing. Amazing.
What would you say was something that impressed you the most about your team today? What would you say something that maybe you learned about yourself or about your team after the match that you guys went through?
I see that everyone really wants to win. You know, we could like lose first map and be like, but no, we were like, we will win this and we will the next and the next, and it's okay. We won this.
Right, that momentum.
Yeah.
How did you guys decide, because Bastarde was playing Cypher on Abyss still, and on Split it was the Yoru, the double duelists, and right now on Abyss we're not seeing very many Cyphers, especially after the nerfs. How did you guys decide as a team, let's keep Bastarde on Cypher for this map? How do those discussions happen for you guys?
I think it's more like double duelist wasn't working for us on Abyss.
Oh yeah?
And then we were like, what do we do? And the answer was like Cypher, but I wanted Cypher on Lisa, and I was on Astra, but Bastarde
KO is so good.
Yeah, but Bastarde doesn't play KO, so we had to, you know.
Makes sense.
And your KO is, it's absolutely incredible. With day one of GCC coming to a close, let's take a look at the bracket and see where we are, where we started, and where we are going. As you guys see, we have two matches that have already taken place. We've got NTZ and GX both waiting on the lower bracket, and we've got some wild matches set up the rest of the way. The big one, Sayuri, is MIBR taking on Shopify Rebellion Gold. Some quick thoughts from you on that match.
Oh, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be really hard. They're really good. Like, I think in my top teams, Shopify is still the top one.
Yeah, still the favorite coming into the tournament?
Yeah.
Sure. On top of that, we've got two more matches that we will be back with tomorrow. Zipto up against K-Corp, and then Team Liquid versus Crew Blaze, and you guys are not gonna wanna miss any single one of those matches. We'll be back here at the same place at the same time tomorrow. So from everyone on the desk, from everyone behind the scenes who's helped put on the show, thank you all so much for joining us. We will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. It's game day as we watch both of these teams take the stage for the opening match of Game Changers Championships 2025, and I would not have it any other way.
Catch is primed, Full Moon here to stall. This time it's a forward hold from Ninetales, and that rocket's not going to do anything. Samsami finds one, and coming quickly enough, it's half stuck onto the spike. That shot is beautiful, out of ever. Seoul lights up, shot on the classic, hold on Ninetales. Can you get it done? One-on-one, Sheer around the side, and Sheer takes it through for the Red Bull clutch. Clem can taste it. Faltered with EDG previously on the global stage. Now she has a chance to win the first series for China at GCC. Then she does just that.
This should be an incredibly exciting matchup though, Tom, because obviously we're coming in here with a game that has history behind it, but more than that, it's on a new patch. We've got new maps in play as well from the last time these teams played last year. So really, it could be anyone's game, but it seems like the consensus definitely leans heavily towards MIBR. And holding the right angle, the right time, but the spray doesn't land! Denied the clutch again, but Smurfette and Ava up against SRN with a minute on the clock, a 1v1, and so close! MIBR, this has been the story of Haven.
Yeah, I think she was even stunned up by Lisa in the back line. Oh, wonderful flick from SRN, always dangerous. And that danger cannot be stopped. 4 kills in the take of the B site. But the smoke is still in play. An opportunity as they go to fight, but she will take down both. The Loch Ness Monster returns for the Red Bull clutch. Has done well on the site, at least buying a little bit of extra time. This nade needs to do damage, and maybe it'll do just enough. It will! It has denied the defusal. SRN with a last-minute dunk for the Red Bull clutch.
Still a chance, but time is ticking. They need to be quick, and they've already put it down to just one. Sarah with GX's upper bracket life in her hands, and it slipped through her fingers. Defuse confirmed. MIBR have done it. 13-5, a labored first and second map, but this one looks dominant.
me falling